Alright folks, and YouTube. Coming back with the Winota list, we're going to try this time to finish up this league, and then I actually want to give this Blue Splash version a spin. We've tried a lot of different tutors, but one tutor that I want to come back to trying, it's not Glittering Wish, it's actually just another tutor that's going to operate a little bit similarly to the Eldritch Evolution. It's another sacrifice creature tutor for a creature. And this is going to do a couple things. This is going to make the deck a little bit more redundant. I'm not sure if it should be 3 or 4 copies. I suppose if we were going with 3 copies, this could be another bullet, silver bullet, or it could be we main deck the second Teferi. But let's just play the playset. I think with the reintroduction of birds and Gilded Goose, we've got a couple of fetchable blue sources in the mana base. We've got a Raugan Triome, and we've also got a Breeding Pool. I'm hoping between these 8 blue sources, we're going to be able to cast these 5 blue spells. Pretty greedy, and then there's a couple more blue spells out of the board. But in my testing, I just haven't found anything that works quite like Eldritch. And of course, Neoform, if we're going to go get Winota, it's going to have to come off of one of our 3 drops. So it's going to have to come from, you know, Ranger, Spyro, the Skyclave, the Mirror Entity, or even Magus of the Moon. Although that wouldn't probably work unless I had like a basic forest in one of these creatures. But we'll see if that comes up. More likely it's going to be this 8 that we can Neo. And the other cool thing about Neoform is that we're able to we have a lot more sacrifice outlets. That was one of the issues. One of the earliest targets I was testing for the Ranger Captain of Eos package was Hangerback Walker. Hangerback Walker does a lot of what this deck wants to do, I think, because when it dies, we're going to get 1/1 colorless Thopter creature tokens with flying. The flying is relevant for us too. For every counter that we get to put on the Hangerback Walker. So if we're flooding out, this will start big, or we can just tick it up slowly, and then when we're ready to pop it, we can Neoform or Eldritch it. It can also just die in combat. It can die from removal. Primarily, the format is more leaning into Fatal Push. The format is leaning more into Lightning Bolt than it is right now, than Path, but Path is certainly still a presence in the format, and maybe I wouldn't go and get Hangerback Walker tutor for it anyway against the Path to Exile lists. Now, what I was doing there is I was piling everything from what is a non-human, what is a human. That's something to keep in mind when you play these Winota lists, is you want to have a good ratio of non-humans or token generation of non-humans to humans. So right now we've got a nice split here. I believe it was, nope, that counts as a human. It's 15 to, which this is a good place to be, 15 to 15. Sorry, 16, because I put the Heron's Grace back in. So we've got a little bit more humans than we have anything else in the deck, obviously, other than lands. And that's a good place to be. I think anything less than 15 or 16, the deck starts to really whiff, right? Because you're only looking at the top 6. But enough deck tech. Let's finish our league from last week. Last week, we were featuring a build that was full up on Voice of Resurgence. This was still a Grazer build, so we have a lot more lands than the current build you're looking at earlier, that you were looking at. And this has a couple of Eladamri's Calls as well. Eladamri's Call was a fine tutor. This is the search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it in your hand. The problem is it's increasing the cost, right? We're tacking an extra green and white mana onto any creature that I want to resolve versus Neoform, albeit we have to Neo the correct target. Eldritch Evolution gives you a little bit more flexibility because it's +2. You can go get something more than just exactly 1 bigger. You could even get something less. So this is certainly a more flexible tutor, but the Neoforms, the benefit being that it's less mana. You do get the added bonus of whatever you do tutor for is going to come in with a 1/1 counter. but you're not really adding mana to the cost, right? We're giving up a creature, sure, but we have plenty of creatures. We have 31 creatures plus or minus tokens that Pyro makes, etc. So that's not really my concern, is giving up a creature. So the extra cost of Eladamri's Call has really slowed us down. But anyways, let's finish this league. And we're 1-1 in the league so far, which is not a bad start. Ooh. I was going to get the streamy avatars going. We're still looking for an opponent, but it shouldn't take long. How are you folks doing today, by the way? Hopefully you guys are doing good for a Thursday. Let's see here. I think a lot of what's drawn me to this archetype has certainly been the tutoring. Like, I'll give up being like a mid-rangey control deck to have some sweet tutors. I feel like there are not enough decks that employ tutors in Modern. I feel like there could be more decks that utilize tutors. But the format's fast. It's a fast format. This is a 2-lander, but it's a bit of an awkward 2-lander. This hand is going to want to lead like Sunbaked Canyon into Giver of Runes if we kept this. And so then we're not really getting the speed bonus of Grazer. Arguably, you don't really get the full ramp advantage of a Boreal Grazer if you don't have a third land. So we'll keep this on the draw. I think this is fine. It's got like one card we probably don't want to see in an opener. Hey, what's up, Black Dove? How you doing? How's it going? I know we're playing our Winota nonsense. I mean, I'm totally fine to play out the rest of this league and give, Eladamri's Call another testing. I think the blue splash adds a lot, though. We get another relevant target in Meddling Mage. Oh, it's Tron. Oh man, we didn't draw the green source to start off faster with Grazer. This is probably going to be a loss. We really, if we're on the draw against Tron, I almost have to have our just a faster hand than this, certainly. This would have been a good hand if my opponent was more grindy, but the fact that they're Tron. You're 2-0 in the Mana Trader series. Awesome. Well, what are you playing, Black Dove? Should I know? Did you tell us what you're playing? Ooh, I'm getting dismembered. So it looks like they're Eldrazi Tron. Maybe they're going to slam Chalice here, and then we're not all that sad. Like, yeah, it turns off the Grazer in my hand, but Grazer wasn't going to do much anyway. Would love for them not to have natural Tron. That would be nice. Playing Sorfun. Caustic says, hey there, I'm the Rakdos Sliver person. Hey, what's up? I liked your list quite a bit. The Sedge Sliver seems sweet. I was thinking about your list a little bit more after I was looking at it in the Discord, Caustic. And I wonder if there's any way you could get a third. I feel like that's your build around, right? When did they start stacking these on top of one another on Moto? Oh, they are two mines. Sorry, they're just different art. Okay, Reflecting Pool lets me Spyro. I think I'm supposed to Spyro instead of, like, they didn't have Natural Tron. If I called for Magus of the Moon, it's going to take a while to set that up, and they didn't have it, right? They didn't have the nuts. I think I just Spyro, and we just hope for the best. Spyro pitching. The Ranger Captains are what's weak. Boreal Grazers, though, is the weak. Well, these are weak because of Chalice, and this is a build of our deck that we didn't have. Yeah, I think I pitched these two. Okay, we drew fourth land. That's good, although we didn't naturally draw the Winota, but that's okay. You were considering going down the Croxa for the Sedge. I feel like Sedge Sliver is really, really, really powerful, and also kind of important to what your list was doing. Don't get me wrong, like I like Croxa. I wonder if you could cut something else, because I like the Singleton Croxa too, Caustic. Have you shared that over the Sliver Discord? Oh, you're talking to Caustic. Sorry, Black Death. No blocks. Psh. When would I ever block this? Is this, they're going to take my tutor? Oh, Walking Ballista on 2? That's bad. That's bad for us. Shoot my elemental tokens. Maybe not. Evolution. So if I do evolve the Spyro, they're going to just try to shoot down... I mean, I think that's what we do. We don't have to take damage if I play the planes. That's why I did that. Let's go ahead and grab Winota, even though they have the Ballista. They can't stop us from getting at least one trigger. Oh, look at Black Dove with the hookup. There you go, Caustic. You can be part of that community now. So yeah, I mean that was those. I had a little bit of time to think on that list. Obviously, you know more so what the deck needs than I would, but yeah, I felt like... So they get to shoot both of my... Let's see what they do. Do they shoot both the elemental tokens, giving up the Ballista? What do you want to do, opponent? They decide to do that. I still get to attack with the plant, though. And this could be big game if we hit something and we hit a Spyro. That's huge. Let's keep the Heron's Grace. I think I just dumped both the Rangers. They're a lot weaker with Chalice on 1. Let's just... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's a lot of Spyro. And unlike Greentron, yes, they do have some haymakers. Yes, they could have the second main deck dismember for this Winota. Everything, right? But we have a lot of potential to just grind them out. And it's easier to grind out Eldrazi-tron than it is Greentron, traditional Tron. Caustic says we should reliably double cast. Sedge can be a little unwieldy. That's true. Right, whereas Croxa is... Oh, is this Karn? Okay, whew, it's a Smasher. We can beat that. And they're only swinging the Smasher, not swinging the Reshaper. Interesting. I'm going to take the 5. We have the potential to just kill them right here, and we're also flashing in the Heron's Grace. Let's just win the game. Bada bing, bada boom. This deck is deceptively powerful, chat. Or folks. Look at this. 3 more triggers. They're all going to be humans. Hopefully we're going to spike. I mean, we might whiff here or there because I have a lot of my humans in my hand. We'll probably miss 1 or 2 of these triggers even. I'm hoping not to miss any triggers, but this was a build that was a little bit less on humans than it probably should be. I think this was 15 humans. Oh, wow, we hit anyway. So there's a Magus of the Moon. If I grab Magus of the Moon, though, I can't flash in Heron's Grace. So we may just say, no, I don't want to take anything. Or we could grab this Winota out of the deck. Also gives us indestructibility. It doesn't really matter that much. Here, because of what they're blocking with, they have 0 cards in hand. I might just say no. We can hit the Magus, but then I don't get to flash in the Heron's Grace. How much damage am I swinging with, though? That's a relevant question. They're going to block here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can make this 5, 6, but then I miss the lifelink. I think this is an instance where I would say no. Like, sometimes it's correct to say no. Oh, this is good, too. We could actually just kill them straight up this turn if we grab the entity. I may need to do that math. We'll see how they block. It may be correct for me to activate entity for 4, because then this plant token is going to get feisty. And we've got 5 attackers so far. This might just be lethal right here since we hit the entity. If we can get really lucky and hit 1 more human, I feel like this last Winota trigger is going to whiff and not see a unique human. It might just be another Winota, but we'll see. We looked pretty deep. Okay, so unfortunately it is just another Winota. I will say no. There's not a huge benefit to... If there was a benefit to me having her be indestructible, it would be relevant. So see how they block. If we can't kill them with an entity growth, I'm just going to flash in Heron's Grace. We're attacking with quite a few humans here. We're attacking with 1, 2. So let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Very dead. Very, very dead. They're very, very dead. Easy math, easy life. Hit them for a nice, what is this, 20? Hi there, Eldrazi-tron. You like to smash? So do we. Alright, how do we beat this post board? So they do actually have quite a few things that Teague stops. This stops 4 mana Karn. This also stops, although it doesn't stop Ballista, it does stop, because it's non-creature spells with X. This does stop their big sweeper effect. The 7 mana sweeper is huge. So let's go ahead and grab Teague. The voices are a lot weaker in this matchup. We can't cut them all, but I'm going to cut them just so I remember. Legion Loyalist can stay. Blade, Magus, all these are good. We're not testing the Renegade Rallier anymore. Let's go ahead and cut it. Give me Collector Oath. Give me Masked Vandal. Apparition hits a few different things. Linvala also shuts off, just like Collector Oath does, the ballistas. We do need to turn off ballista. And remember, our opponent is going to be chalicing. I could trim on Rangers because they're quite weak in this matchup. Favor the Mighty's weak in this matchup too. So Selfless Glyphweaver also doesn't stop their sweeper. Their sweeper is sacrifice all colored. So giving all of my creatures indestructibility is not... I mean, this might still be better than a random ranger, though, the indestructibility on this. But also their removal choice, Dismember, this also doesn't help against. So we might just be better off playing like Spellskite to fight Dismember. Voices, as many as we can fit, while still keeping our human count at the right number. So let's do that math here. Masked Vandal, since it's a changeling, just like Mirror Entity, it's going to count as a human for our count. Humans. Spyros are humans. So right now I'm at 17. I don't like going below 15 or 16. So if we cut 2 Rangers, we're looking at 15. I maybe shouldn't run Loyalist against Eldrazi-tron, even though it is quite good because the First Strike is relevant, the Trample is relevant. They tend to keep Chalice in against me, even though all it does is like shut off Giver. Which, by the way, we could go down on Givers. We could play like a 2 of. Because if we can sneak it down before Chalice, it's great. But if we top deck it, we feel stupid. I would feel stupid. So let's run it like this. You could bring in like Auric Champion to gain some incidental life. It's not really that great. We used to have some other cards for this matchup. This opener we can't really keep. It's slow again. This opener is a quick grazer. Maybe. Well, it's not. We have to draw a green source. So, but I feel like there's a certain point where we just have to keep. I think we kind of just have to hope they don't have Chalice. I'm going to put back Karen's Grace. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, Caustic, but I feel like isn't Sedge like your build around? Or am I mistaken about the deck? Is your build around like the Frenzy? I could be totally mistaken. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot or your deck on the spot or anything. I thought it was really sweet. I thought it was powerful. I liked the fact that, like, I liked that Frenzy triggers off of, like, you got extra triggers even just by having 2 Frenzy Slivers, which is really cool. All right, the build around is more so Frenzy and Leeching. All right, green source. Fast green source, please. I really don't want to lead on Arbor. I feel like I'd almost rather play Reflecting Pool and then just say go. As weird as that looks, because Arbor will paint the Reflecting Pool to have the green for the Grazer, but maybe they're just going to have Chalice here and then we're like, all right. Okay, they don't. So let's go Arbor to paint the Reflecting Pool green, play the Grazer, Grazer plays the Foundry, and then we actually don't look all that dumb. I had to be lucky there to, like, spike the land. And we are running quite a few more lands. Like, to my opponent, they're like, what? This should be their 4-drop. Thought Not Seer to take my Winota. Why not? That's what I would take if I was them. But we can Apparition the Thought Not. We have white. So they have a tough choice to make here. I think if I were my opponent, I would still take the Winota. But Apparition on the Thought-Knot Seer maybe guarantees us drawing the 4th land, and we still have Evolution to go get the Winota, albeit we'd have to sacrifice our Apparition. My idea with the disruption, keep their hand size low, limit their chance for interaction. Yeah, no, it was low to the ground, and it seemed effective, more effective than you would think. So no, I could be completely wrong that the 2 of is where it's at. Like I said, just I might just have a different deck building philosophy around that concept. And you've certainly had a lot more opportunity to test the deck than I have. So they do end up taking, and so they give us the opportunity to go ahead and take the Thought-Knot Seer. We've put the fear in their heart as far as how they feel about Winota. So we're going to get a free draw here. Unfortunately, it's not something I can cast, but that's okay. I mean, it's not a free draw. I had to remove the Thought-Knot Seer, and the Thought-Knot Seer took the Winota. Yeah. Appreciate it. Absolutely, Caustic. Tech Edge, do nothing. That smells like, what is that card? I think we just play the best card in our deck, Spyro. That smells like Dismember. This smells like Eldrazi Tron is a tap out beatdown deck. They don't take seconds off. We'll ditch those 2 and we'll play our Garden. And I'm going to swing in with the Apparition. Yeah, this is a build that was playing Gardens. The Gardens worked really, really great with Grazer. It was kind of like build my own Nest Invader, kind of. The list is on the Discord, Black Dove, so they're going to hit my Giant Arbor. That's fine. I don't mind you going down lands, opponent. Maybe we'll just moon them. You know, sometimes you just got to play Magus at the Moon. Make other lands mountains. You know, seems good. This could be a Reality Smasher. I would predict that it's a Reality Smasher since they didn't do anything last turn. Or this is a Reshaper. Okay. Their draw really wasn't all that great. We can go get a basic. I mean, I have half a mind to just Evolution. And just go for it. Like, sure, they could have the disruption. They could have the, but like the upside is just too high. If they have, they usually play, oh wow, they didn't have nothing. We just destroy them here. My goodness. Oh my goodness. I think we even attack with the Apparition. I think the extra trigger, I don't really care if they get a token. Just go for it. It's going to be a big token. It's going to be a 4/4, but I think the extra trigger is just really kind of sweet. We're just kind of doing our thing. Yeah, more draw. I mean, how many? You're playing 2 Cruxa? Ooh, Blade Historian, right? We don't have enough mana to make... It's too bad that all of these are the... Opponent says cool deck, good game. Thanks. Been working on this for a bit. I think the Angrath's Marauders build is kind of clunky. I've been trying to kill with smaller mana cost humans. Opponent says it's working. Well, thanks. If you'd like to see the list, we're streaming it. So they're not actually dead here, right? Oh, no, they are dead. Double strike damage. Good games. And good luck with the rest of your league. Rest of your... Alright. Oh, it's not letting me type anything to them. That's sad. Alright. There's been some, like, changes on Moto, how, like, the chat room works in recent patches that I don't really like, because it's kind of nice to chat with your opponent. Whether you win or lose, it's nice to, like, exchange, you know, a couple, like, this and that. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the numbers should be tweaked, Caustic, to... You weren't having any trouble with unearthing... Not unearthing... Yeah. You weren't having any trouble with the escape cost on Croxa, did you? Alright, this opener looks a little weak to me because, like, yeah, it wants to lead on Garden, but then it wants to... I think we can get a better 6. Good luck and have fun. I think we should mulligan this hand. Really doesn't do anything till turn 3. This hand also is weak. It's kind of similar to our first hand in that this also doesn't really do anything until turn 3, and it would be me evolving this plant token. We might be going... Okay, so they mulligan to 6, so I actually feel okay going down to... I don't remember what 2-drops I had in the main deck. I feel like this would just become a Voice of Resurgence, which is fine, but I feel like turn 3 Voice of Resurgence is just not modern playable. This hand also has the same issue. Wow. Well, I don't want to mulligan anymore. Let's put back the Rallier. Well, maybe we put back Arbor. Let's put back Arbor. Wow, and then we immediately draw it. Oh, I hit cancel, that's why. I was like, wait, what? Let's put back Rallier too. This hand doesn't do anything until Spyro, but Spyro is the best thing we can be doing. Oh, Zach, you need to turn that off, Steve. Steve's at the door, and he is like enjoying watching you so much playing your game. It's like an accountability thing. He really shouldn't be watching Rocket League. Just saying. My roommate. They're talking about the Rocket League.
Get out of our house. What are you, silver?
Didn't he like have like a big thing about Rocket League, Zach? Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Okay, so let's go Foundry or... Yeah, we gotta go Foundry, right? Yes. Alright, I was having escape cost issues during the rough draft. He actually started with 4 Croxa. That's a lot of Croxa. Man, I don't know what I should do next. Alright, Windswept. And maybe I'm just going to get the basic planes. We're up against Tron, so I have a mind to try to set up for Magus of the Moon. Especially with them doing nothing. Yeah, so we're going to have to go Spyro into the Eldritch, and we just have to hope they don't naturally have Tron. You know, the usual. There's Call. I'm just going to Spyro. Just want to Spyro all day. And we're going to Spyro away the Eladamri's Call and the Forest. Just awkward because I'd love to keep this Forest because we're about to maybe go grab Moon. But I need to make some number of tokens, otherwise this play is awful. And I don't have enough mana for Eladamri's. That's the problem with Eladamri's Call. You just saw it right there, is I really don't generate enough mana. I feel like this is really good for like the big Chord of Calling mana decks, Like the ones that are just going, oh, phew, they didn't have it. Thank goodness. Is this Eldrazi-tron again, back to back? Wow. We just played Eldrazi-tron. My goodness. All right, so let's moon them, right? I wish I could get the Voice of Resurgence out, too. I mean, we could take a turn off and go Voice Giver. It's a little risky. I could even go for the Winota. If we're going to go for the Winota route, You know, there's another line, which is they didn't have Natural Tron. If they had it, they would have already done it. I think it's go big or go home, right? I think I'm actually going to go for Winota and maybe even give up this elemental token. But maybe that's wrong. But let's find out. Same guy, different opponent. It's a different opponent. I think we just go for it. There's a lot of good humans for us to hit. The weakness of doing this line is certainly Dismember, and they have 2 main deck copies. Ooh, or we just hit Blade Historian, like right here. It's tempting to Spyro, but it's actually... it might be correct to go ahead and grab the Blade Historian. I'm going to grab the Historian. Like... That wasn't a full Spyro. It would have been one more token, though. This also means that this elemental trades with this Reshaper. That was, I think, part of the selection, though. It was, sorry, I didn't explain my full decision there. So, another big reason to go with the token is the double strike. They may not want to trade their Reshaper with an elemental token. They decide they want to. They do draw a card, of course, because this card's stupid. Or just... maybe not the best design, is what I mean. They get an Urza's Tower. That ramps them. That is sweet. Do they dismember my Winota right here? It looks like they are. It's okay. We kind of had to go for it, right? In this matchup, I feel like I should go for the more aggressive lines. And it's not like I have nothing behind it, unless they have Thought-Knot Seer here, which it looks like they do. So now I have nothing behind it. Gross. At least Giver gives us protection from colorless, so I can swing through it. They won't block. That's unfortunate. Well, top of the deck was kind. We can set up Winota again. They're at 12, by the way, because of the Dismember and the damage I've dealt. So why don't we swing again? They can't justify blocking because I get to get pro. We'll go search up Winota again. Although they might be blast zoning my Giver of Runes away. Anyway, we'll attack. They won't block. They shouldn't anyway. Even if I could, like, even if I couldn't give protection from colorless, like, they really shouldn't do this. Block. Because it's a 2/3. I don't know. A 2/3 double striker into a 4/4 is like yes, they would trade if I didn't give the Giver. I've had a few people not realize how Giver works with things like Ballista and such. Like, granted, that was in the practice room. I would expect the caliber of players that are playing in leagues to understand that Giver can get around even the Eldrazi threats. But they are sitting here thinking. They decide not to block. I agree. Now, this is the problem with Eladamri's Call, right? But would a Neoform be... Well, Neoform would be much worse here because I don't have the blue source. But if they have another Thought-Knot, we just lose this. Unless I want to search for something just so that we get it out of our deck. Like, I could go search for, like, a 1-drop. Okay, so they're going to Wail on the Giver. So that does maybe change what I'm going to Eladamri's Call for. I might just go get a Spyro. Yeah, I might just go get Spyro. What else you got, opponent? Chalice for 1? Don't really care. Ballista on 1. Kind of care. I mean, getting Winota opens up a lot of top decking potential. I still think I'm supposed to get Spyro since we have little to no resources. We kind of got, you know. In fairness, we mulligan all the way down to 5. So if we can still get him, that'd be awesome. I don't know if we can. Also might be interesting to find something that's going to help the Ballista swing, excuse me, the Blade Historian swing. Yeah, I thought Reflecting Pool could, because this produces. Alright, so Eladomir's Call, and I hope I didn't mess up and not get a creature that I could have gotten actively. So I could get something that gets rid of Ballista. I don't have the necessary piece. Alright, well, let's think about it. So they don't have Tron. There's Grace that would help me to swing through with Historian, but the Thought-Knot would actually still trade with him. Could just grab Winota. That's often what I should get with the tutors, but I feel like I don't have any non-humans to go with. Let's just get a Spyro. That was the original plan. And I'm kind of glad I did. It's a good draw. So let's Spyro. Make 1 token. Yes, I know. Ballista. Yes, yes, yes. But we draw 2, which is excellent. Can slam Giver. And I still have my Dried Arbor in, right? Yeah. So we're actually rebuilding just fine. I know, hard to believe that our mono creature deck can rebuild like this, but we do. I don't want to attack because I don't think I want to trade Historian for Thought-Knot Seer. Let's kick it back to the opponent. What are the worst things that can happen to us? They complete their Tron. Karn might be unfortunate. Maybe even them just growing Ballista is a problem, right? We would love for them to spend their turn popping Blast Zone just to kill Giver. I don't think that's what they'll do. Is this maybe them popping the Blast Zone? Maybe this is another Thought-Knot Seer. That's fine, I think. Like, we have the advantage on the swing because of how Giver works against colorless threats. Let's go get Arbor. I'm going to take a redraw here off of the Canyon. There's still some good 4-drops. Certainly Winota, certainly there's certainly a lot of potential here. Okay, we didn't spike something, but that's okay. Filter, Spyro. We're just doing what the deck does. Spyro's the best card in this deck, and I have no problem saying that. Okay, there's a Grazer. I don't play it yet, right? Because we have a good attack here, if we're cautious. And they're at 8, so they have to block kind of aggressively. I don't need to swing this Elemental, but I could swing the Spyro. The way that they blow out this block is they double block the Blade Historian. No, they can't, because I give it pro colorless. The best thing they could do here is ignore the Blade Historian, take 4, go to 4, kill my Spyro, but that's okay. And even the Spyro I could give the colorless protection to. I think, yeah, we're in the clear here. We get to attack with just those 2. Their best block would be block, but I'm okay trading Spyro with a Thought-Knot Seer. And I'm going to give her the Blade Historian for colorless. So this is the block that they go for. It's the block that I was perhaps thinking that's what they were going to do. We'll give this colorless protection to kill the Thought-Knot for freebies. Colorless. It's protection from colorless. Kill, kill, draw lots of cards. We're very happy. We like drawing all these cards. Thank you, thank you. And there's another Winota. Oh yeah, this is look at us doing the things, folks. Grazer, Bastion, go. Now, the best thing they could possibly do is complete Tron and play their main deck 7-mana Eldrazi Tribal Sweeper. They have to have those 2 cards here. They concede. If they had those 2 cards, then they do play, you know, the ability to piece together Karn, Tron. They do play. All right, let's go with the same sideboard plan. Give me more Eldrazi, right? Let's cut the Loyalist again. Let's cut 2 Rangers. Like, the Ranger silence isn't completely useless in this matchup. Teague, Spellskite for Dismember. Teague is for the sweeper I was just discussing. Karn, basically the Karn side of their deck. Let's play Vandal and Oath like we did before. Oath, of course, is a bit of a non-bow for the Spellskite, but I still think you play both. Rallier we're moving away from. I don't think it's that great. Although in this matchup it might be better than Rangers. Ranger is pretty weak here. Linvala stops. If you're wondering why I'm playing this against Eldrazi Tron, it's because Walking Ballista is a bit of a house against us. The Voice of Resurgences I could cut down on to get our human count up. We'll play some of this, but let's get our human count up. Favor of the Mighty is terrible in this matchup because they actually go bigger than us CMC-wise. They go to Reality Smasher. And we have a game to give, which is really, really good against them. Grand Abolisher would stop them from dismembering Winota. That's like kind of small. Although Grand Abolisher also shuts off their... that's true. So my opponent plays Wailing. What is it? Wailing? I call it Eldrazi Charm, but it's Wailing something. Something Whale. Warping Whale. Warping Whale counters Eldrazi... Warping Whale is Eldrazi's way to counter Eldritch Evolution because it counters sorceries. So funny enough, I actually might prefer Grand Abolisher even to the Rangers. We're going to bring in some humans, though. Just because I can't not have some number of humans. And I think the silence on Ranger, even though they might have Chalice on one and all I can go get is like Dried Arbor, but this silence on Ranger might still be better than like Selfless Glyph Weaver or whatever. So let's still play 2 Rangers. Let's check our human count. It's an important thing to do with this deck. Entity counts, Rallier. I guess we'll play it. I wasn't going to play it earlier, but Abolisher also helps our human count. Masked Vandal is a human. So human count is 17. That's pretty healthy. Let's run it as such. Alright, so this hand doesn't do anything until turn 3. Story of my life. Playing this deck, right? They kept 7. I'm gonna mulligan. I'm kind of sad that I did. I might tuck the Linvala. She's only here for, so we're literally on the same plan as the last hand. Do nothing till turn 3. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We might want to go basic. We have the Filter Land. And I do have Magus of the Moon. And then they played Chalice. I don't care. Mindstone. I care more about Mindstone. Ooh, Mindstone into map. Not bad, opponent. Not bad. Let's go get a forest. This is back when I was on 2 forest, 1 plains. We've changed that since. I'm now 2 plains, 2 forest. Domri's Call. So now I actually do have something I could do next turn, which is good against certain things they might have. I'm telling you, this card's just kind of awkward for our deck. Hey, what's up, Jade? Beep, I'm a sheep. Hope everything... Yeah, things are good, Jade. Things are good. This is some fun art for Mindstone. Yeah, things are good. Hope things are good with you, like you were saying. Oh, they have Tron. Well, of course they do. They had an Expedition. This is Chalice for 1. Sure. I really don't care if they keep these in. It's a pretty Chalice. It's the from the new set. Or the time, yeah, the remastered Time Spiral. Eladomir's Call. Go get Magus of the Moon. Might just want to moon them right here and just hope they don't have anything. Just don't have it, opponent. Just don't have it, opponent. They probably have the Dismember. They also play Warping, or not Warping Whale. They play that other removal spell. Looks like they have the Dismember. And that's a Dismember that was going to hit my Winota, so it's okay to get it out of the way, I suppose. The way the deck works, like you really would much rather like next turn actually play Spyro instead of just play Winota. Winota on an empty board is just kind of not great, especially since so many of my creatures don't have haste. Chalice on 3, ooh, that's gross. Guess we're playing Winota. Let's take the time to make it uncounterable. There's not really a reason to, but it's just good practice to remember. Don't forget the Cavern mana. A Warping Whale to make a token. They do cut themselves off of their own Dismember to put Chalice on 3, but they cut us off of so much of the power of our deck. Now, granted, I can sneak things like Spyro onto the battlefield with the help from Winota. Might be sacrificing stone. They are. Remember, we have a game to give. We took game 1 against them, which is not usual, by the way. Thought not. You can have a card that I couldn't cast anyway. Go for it. Take a pick. I would probably still take Spyro if I was them, because if I can discard these, I get to make tokens, which I will try to do. Grazer's countered. Pass it back. We've probably lost this one, but that's okay. Like, Chalice on 1 is not the scare. Chalice on 3, quite scary, right? Even our, like, these later iterations where I'm trying out Neoform, a lot of what our deck is doing is 3 drops. Look at this, right? And we just happen to have a lot of our 3 drops in hand when they slam the Chalice on 3. And that's a lot of mana, right? I mean, they needed their Tron pretty much to be able to do this in a reasonable time frame. They are going to get to this Seagate Wreckage probably. Oh, they're attacking with both. I'll play around the 2 mana removal spell by not blocking the Scion. That I can't seem to think of. Hey, there's a garden. Sweet. This sadly one of the better draws, like to get this plant token. Spyro can play with... Are you kidding me? Am I making a huge mistake? You're right. I'm really throwing this game. Thank you, Sin. I forgot the Cavern has text against Chalice. Oh my goodness. I almost threw this game away. I'm so glad that you spoke up. See, like, it's folks like you that save streamers like me from committing stupidity. Thank you, Sinforth. So I am a turn late on doing this, right? Or maybe even later. We maybe don't lose now. Thank you, Sinforth. No problem. Hey, I appreciate you. I think I might have seen it in a few turns, but maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, this would be countered. Let's not do that. This we can't sneak around Chalice either. Whew. Want to buy Cavern of Souls for Planeswalkers? They did have the Spatial Contortion. Okay, I'm glad I didn't block the Eldrazi Scion. They're going to draw a card. We may still lose this because I was slow to realize that I could get through the Chalice. Good looks, Sinforth. Thank you for that. We'll have to chalk this. If I do manage to win this, got to chalk this one up to your thought, your idea. Gosh, they have 2 cards. They have all the mana in the world. They've got a Wreckage online. I am terrified. This has got to be like, go get Karn, right? Yeah. They can't just go get Bridge. This is probably Walking Ballista. And they try to shoot my non-humans. Make us lose. And then it would be a Ballista for... Yep, that's what they go get. As long as they cast it correctly for X is 4. They can get around their Chalice. They shoot these. Or they just shoot Winota herself. I think the better things to shoot is the plant and the elemental. Gosh, I think we'll lose this because I was slow to realize what you noticed, Sinforth. I forgot. I don't know why I forgot that. It's pretty basic, like Legacy 101, right? Use Cavern to get around Chalice. That's okay. We do have a game to give. I won't make that mistake next game. Actually, I think Caverns is something I've cut from the Neoform build to make room for the blue sources and the extra fetches. So it won't come up in the future necessarily. No blocks. Maybe the deck will be kind to us. Yeah, maybe not. Spyro leaving voice mana, although I don't think I have any anymore. I'm going to keep the apparition because that is like best case scenario if I do find a way to remove the chalice that's on 3, which I might. I don't. I find a bunch of mana. One of these, though, is a Dryad Arbor. I can swing at the Karn here. I think I kind of have to. Hope they don't see the fact that I'm maybe just dead to the Ballista if they ignore this. They decide not to ignore this. They do decide not on the Ballista block, which is correct. Unfortunately for us, we kind of just have to hope they make a mistake here to win still. Yeah, I mean, it might be one of the situations where they just have another Thought Not Seer. Yep. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana showing. I mean, that's 2 Walking Ballista activations. They decided to draw a card instead. That's maybe exactly what I need them to do. Get greedy. Is this another Thought Not Seer? No, they're just growing the Ballista. So they only grew Ballista once. And that lets them shoot the 2 elementals, but I can go get the end step. I can still go get... this might not be over, folks. Karn just pluses arbitrarily. I mean, not arbitrarily. It's relevant. I think I ignore this again. I think we just have to hope that they just, like, here they have to consider giving up the Walking Ballista. Oh my goodness. More mana? That's really not good for us, folks. They may trade the Ballista here. If they do, I get to get the Karn off the table. They decide that's what they want to do. I think that's wise. Wow, this actually is becoming more of a game, like a potential game. So we have the right colors to, when these Spyros die, to make tokens. I think I'm supposed to attack just the 2 Spyros. We can hang Winota back because we don't want them to trade the Thought Knot for the Winota. The problem with this line is if they don't do any blocks, I die. So I think I have to just do this and see if they give me the tokens. They decide not to let the Karn go. This is going to let me make Spyro tokens. Yeah, we actually have a game now. Because they decided to draw a card. I think they should have just extra pumped the Ballista. This is still going to be really, really close, folks. Or they just have an Ugin. And they can use the Ugin to just pop the Winota. That's what I would do. So now our out is I have to draw a tutor, or I have to... Gosh, we could have maybe won this if I had seen through the chalice with our Cavern on Human. That was like turn what, 3, turn 4. I think they had chalice on 3 by turn 3 or 4, which is insane. Yeah, that's right. We went for the Magus, but they did Magus of the Moon, which I think is correct. They did happen to have the Dismember. I'm thinking back to the beginnings of this game. It was like turn 2 Eladamar's Call, go get Magus. They dismembered it. What did they get? Sundering Titan? That's gross. Okay. Sundering to take me off 3 lands. So in response to this trigger, obviously, I'm gonna do the things. I can't imagine we win anymore. It would be a very, very specific set. Because, like, I have to block. I really don't think there's an out anymore. Like, we've got this Ugin, they've got a Seagate that's active, 2 Thought Knots, and now this 7/10. I think we can pretty safely scoop her up. Next draw was a countered Giver. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I have other ways to fight Dismember. Do we just not want to play this game? I feel like it's so good if I can get it on the table, though, in this matchup. Because, like, there's plenty of blocking opportunities, plenty of opportunities to protect us from... I think I still like that better than Voice. Let's run it back. Remember, we had a game to give since we took game 1. Chalice on 3. My goodness. Alright, this opener is quite a bit faster. It's got some insurance against them having Dismember. If they went map here, I would... Well, we can't just go straight for Vandal. Vandal is something you can't do immediately. You do need to wait until there's a creature in the bin. We drew Ranger. That's not great. I'm still going to name Human. Spyro certainly makes this deck go around. We need 3rd land off the top. Otherwise, this is probably a wash. We have more lands in this build of the deck than usual. Wow, they just have Natural Tron again. Gross. Ooh, okay. I could moon them. If I go for the moon and they have Dismember, we lose again. I could go for the grindier line of just Spyro. Spyro away this Ranger. I don't necessarily get the second white source. I think we bin this. This creature also turns on the Masked Vandal to exile an artifact or enchantment. It's going to be artifact in this matchup. I think we bin these 2. Set up for a nice juicy Winota, which actually we just drew. Show me Dismember my Spellskite. They are wailing my Spellskite. That also works. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Natural Tron, right, that they kept the 7 and didn't mulligan. Oof. Alright. Renegade Rallier without the Revolt, which is another problem with this card. I can't actually cast my Giver. Like, this is like the really, really sad reality that happens with this deck sometimes, where I think our turn is just Rallier and try to sacrifice the Rallier. Like, I can't not do anything this turn. So this is one of the reasons why we cut the Rallier, just this board state. Right? It's like if I don't have a fetch... Renegade Rallier was also better when we were playing the Nest Invader build, which I'm not on anymore, because you could just make a mana with the... oh, what does it make? It doesn't make Scions. Eldrazi. Sorry, Nest Invader. Doesn't make... it makes... Spawn. Yeah. Whoa, Ugin? Gross. Probably Ugin Plus. Yeah. I think we've lost this, and that's okay. That'll make us 1-for-1 for the Eldrazi Tron matchup, I think, in this league so far. We can blow up this map, but it doesn't do enough. Oh, they actually have enough mana to crack it here. Ugin, of course, is too big for me to like just tutor up the Skyclave. Could Skyclave away the Reshaper because it's a Wind Dies trigger. It's not really the game we can play. Blast Zone, okay. Grazer, still in the same problem. Like it's almost like I need to evolve my Rallier to Spyro to just try to set up. It's that bad. Whoops. Green, colorless greens. Go get Spyro. Ditch the Giver and the Grazer, right? I might actually want to ditch the Vandal. That's not true. I don't have the colors yet for Giver, and Grazer doesn't do much here. We draw the lands. That would have enabled Giver, but I'm going to go get... I haven't completely lost hope, folks. have not lost all hope. We're gonna get our Giant Arbor, which MVP. They don't have another Haymaker, which I mean they should. That's what their deck's trying to do. But if they don't, in the off chance they don't have a Haymaker, I'm gonna set up for the Winota turn. I mean, certainly they could. The All Is Dust is just so horrific in this matchup for us. And they do play the 2 of. Some lists play more than just the 2 of. This card's quite great for them. Blast Zone doesn't hit anything. If they have a way to remove the Winota, so be it. They have 3 cards. Go get Giant Arbor. Let's do it. Teagster. Teague wouldn't stop a Dismember. Alright, here we go. Let's go get our basic planes because we don't technically have a white source yet. I mean, like, Cavern is a pseudo white source, but not really. Alright, Winota. Go to combat. We need good triggers here. I'd like to get the Ugin off the table because it can destroy the Winota on board. I don't know if these are the best creatures to send at the Ugin, though. Well, no, let's just send everything I have and just see how the math works out, because they have 3 blockers. Another Seasoned. Let's take it. I think I'm supposed to take that over. Like, I could grab a Winota, but the fact that they have blockers makes that line kind of weak. We'll dump these. Get 2 more tokens. Let's hit something spicy here. Okay, so there's some spicy choices here. So we could gain we could gain a lot of life if I went for Heron's Grace. Entity, though, maybe ends the game next turn. I do also have an Embreth with a Mountain already. So I think I might take Entity. If they have a second All Is Dust, is just over for us. So yeah, let's get the Mirror Entity. And we have a whiff. That's okay. We're going to lose quite a few of these creatures here with this block from them. But Mirror Entity with a 4th land. We did already play land this turn, didn't we? Yeah. We're just doing our thing. Like, this is the best we can give them. Maybe they'll draw a card with Reshaper. That's what they plan to do. We're attacking the Ugin to the extent that at least it has to sacrifice itself to remove the Winota, but the real prize is actually the Mirror Entity. So they're blocking like this. Okay. So we're putting the Ugin lower than 3 loyalty this way. I think they're going to reassess. Block. 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 This also puts the Ugin to not be able to minus on the Winota. I mean, like, everything they're doing, it keeps making me think that they I don't know, maybe they're going to charge Blast Zone to X's 3. They drew a Reality Smasher. So maybe charge Blast Zone to 3. Try to get the Entity off the table that way. Okay. Seems reasonable. No, they're going to use Blast Zone to try to get rid of Winota. They're letting us keep Mirror Entity? You can't let me keep this card. I mean, I guess in fairness, they can't let me keep either card, right? These are both just such a threat. Which is why I stand by this card. I know it seems like a bit of a meme. Certainly it's weak in a format with, like, gut shots and all. But, are they blocking with this? I wonder why they're casting Smasher. Reshaper, sure. I wonder what their plan is. So it looks like they're primed to try to take the Winota off the table, but maybe they're going to wait until I go to combat? Which, I mean, I guess I understand. I feel like I wouldn't let me attack with Winota on the table still. Just my 2 cents. Spyro, the draw. So let's play Castle and go to combat. They don't have lethal facing us back. They have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Not lethal. They're going to blow up Winota, but I still have a favorable attack. The best thing they could do is block. Like, the problem with this attack is they do trade the Smasher with Entity. I don't have to swing Entity. I could guarantee get the Ugin off the table because it removes Entity. Or at least force them to... Well, if I only attack 4 creatures, if I only attack 4 threats at Ugin, these 4, they can block, 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 block. I think I want... Like, okay, would I trade my Entity for the Smasher to clear their board to get rid of Ugin? Now, if I swing out and they're just like, okay, you can have my Ugin, we're a little vulnerable to an attack back from them, right? Because they can put me pretty low. But then we get to clock them back for lethal. Because I don't fully pump them, then I just play Pyro. Okay, so I figured it out. We don't attack. It sucks, but I actually think I can't justify it. And maybe I'm running scared there. I think I'd rather have Grazer. Like, I think the problem with this line that I'm doing now is they just get to Ugin, like sacrifice their Ugin to kill Entity. I think I should have maybe no-feared that. It's so tough to say, folks. My best draw would be Giver to cast this 1 mana. So why don't we go Spyro just to draw 2. Spyro, draw 2. Wow, we drew 2 Givers. I'll take it. Now we're better set up, but I think they're just going to sacrifice their Ugin to take care of the Entity. Thanks someone for the follow. I think we're losing this, but it was one of those situations where, oh wow, did they just have another Reshaper or something big and silly? They have an Ugin. Ugin grab the Entity, grab the Giver. Or maybe even Castle Embreth. I could see taking these 2. They're going to take those 2. And now I'm also on a path to, I must top deck Tutor. I must top deck Winota to win this again. This has been a really cool back and forth. I mean, like these late games against just Smasher. That's fine. We'll take it. These late games against Eldrazi are fascinating. Eldrazi-tron are sometimes fascinating. Like, yeah, they're a really linear deck. It's not that my opponent's making this interesting. It's interesting for us to like pull out the stops and pull out some of the more powerful things our deck can do. Oh wait, now we draw the Magus. Wow, a little late to the party. Good games. We did just beat Eldrazi-tron last round, so that's really okay. I really do think that matchup is like, do we win the dice roll? Do we like have quicker hands instead of grindier hands? It's more important for us just to assemble our combo versus having a grindier hand. That's different. Like against decks like Jund or even some of the blue decks in this format, the controlling decks in the format, it's better. And this voice build is much better against those decks. That's true. It's better for us to have a grindier hand like we had against that Eldrazi-tron player. This hand actually is pretty bad. It doesn't even have like Horizon lands. We could keep this hand because it comes out of the gates pretty quickly though, and just kind of hope to draw the rest of our combo. And this hand has one more threat than it looks like, right? This hand sets up a Magus of the Moon really well. We can go get the basic plains here, second forest here. We could go get an Arbor off of one of these basics, these fetches, I mean. So let's Grazer the Stomping Ground into play. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think we certainly have draws that can beat them. Oh, we're against Panza. This is a good spot for us to have all of our mana ramp and basics and just have lots of lands, honestly. If this looks like Panza. So I would definitely go Windswept, and we will... It's a lot of land for us, but this iteration has more land than pretty much any other build. I've been swinging for 1. And depending on if they have the Blood Moon or not here, I probably still get planes off this Windswept no matter what. I mean, I don't have to get it now. Like against Panza, sometimes it's correct not to just go grab it. Sometimes it's correct to wait. Me thinning is less of a priority than exposing my basic planes to a pillage. Sprawl, yep, you got it. Us being a Blood Moon deck ourselves, I don't really care too much. We have a pretty good game 1 matchup against Panza, but I just have to draw threats. I'm not actually going to crack this for the reason I stated. We can upkeep crack this Wooded Foothills if we wanted to. Okay, so now I am actually going to get my basic planes because I drew a relevant card for the white. I have one more forest to grab. What are we, stomping? Bolting? Sure. I don't really need Loyalists in this matchup, I don't think. It's nice. I mean, the trample is nice. The trample is the most important part of this card anyways, because we do already have something in our deck that gives us access to double strike, so the first strike, of course, is pretty relevant. The best parts about this card is it's a tutor target for Ranger. It also gives us... Are we just bolting this? It's fine. I'll have a 4/4, please. That's literally what I'm trying to do with Voice of Resurgence in this matchup anyway, is make it into the token. And they just passed the turn. Do I want to expose my forest to pillage for thinning? I guess I would thin now. Well, no, I might need white, so let's not fetch yet. Spyro. Oh, well, now I need red. Okay. So we are going to fetch shock. It's fine. It's a matchup where our life total isn't too pressured. Let's go red. Colorless. Spyro. I know we're not making tokens, but we're drawing cards. This card's too good, maybe. I think this card might be too good. Let's play the Garden. I don't need to be worried anymore about block bolt. We just swing with a 6/6. I mean, like, this voice build is quite good. I'm not going to attack with this Arbor, I think. Yeah, this voice build, like, you just make big tokens. It's good against the blue decks, too. Sure, you can bolt my Spyro. I guess they're just trying to keep me off of Eldritch Evolution. I mean, if they really know what we're up to. What if their hand's just a Blood Moon, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I think Panza is sweet and certainly has a place in my heart, but, like, some games I feel like it just doesn't do anything. You know? Or, like, you're up against a mono red player and you're going to pillage my Arbor. Sure. Speaking of pillage. Next turn I get to Embreth and Anthem, and they're probably just dead. I do miss the Castle Embreth in our later builds, or is it better for me to rally her? Well, let's put the Embreth on the table, and we'll make that decision depending on what they do. If they don't block, we just win. I doubt that that's what they would do. Probably forcing a block on the Elemental. And then it's a matter of, okay, I don't have Revolt. They're blocking Plant. I will have Revolt. Would I rather Revolt, or would I rather have the Embreth extra 3 points of damage? I think I'd rather get the Voice of Resurgence back, or even the Loyalist. I'm gonna accept this. Yeah. I accept. 1, 2, 3. Rallier back. Voice of Resurgence seems pretty good to me. I mean, granted we've moved away from Rallier, but like that seems good. Didn't have enough mana to do both Castle Embreth and play Rallier. Castle Embreth essentially takes 4 lands to do. 4 mana sources to do, because it itself taps. Panza, we take out Magus of the Moon. When they're on the play, Panza can beat down. I don't mind keeping in Grace, but Grace is maybe a maybe card. They do have stuff that Teague can stop. Loyalists is actually kind of important. I think Rallier is kind of weak. We've been moving away from it. They are a Lightning Bolt deck, so maybe we want Skite, maybe we want Mark. Favor of the Mighty can be awkward because they do go as big as our threats. This is a grind. Clothies and Skoos are fine. Masked Vandal does have targets, such as Utopia Sprawl. There's sometimes other things that this thing can hit. This can also exile their Clothies. Let's play the Masked Vandal for all those reasons. Invalid to just fly over is good. Apparition's fine in a fair matchup like this. Glyph Weaver and Forge Tender beat Anger. They do play Anger despite being an Arbor Elf deck. Anger's just a strong consideration for their... Some of them even play like... instead of just Anger, they might play also the Devoid Sweeper, Kozilek's Return. So for all the reasons stated, Ranger's not all that great in this matchup. Yeah, it finds Loyalist, but although you got to see Voice of Resurgence like kind of beat down that last game, they're okay. They're not really needed as much against these non-blue decks. So I might trim some. The Dryad Arbor is a bit of a liability in this matchup. If we're cutting Rangers, I might be interested to cut the Arbor. It's awkward against the Bolt decks. So we have enough lands in this version to cut it. I think in the other version I'm playing, I don't really have enough lands to actually cut Arbor, which is awkward. And then if we were to cut some of this, what would we bring back? What's my human count? I think that's what we should ask. Human count is 12. That's way too low. Burrington is not a human. So let's get our human count up. 15. And let's actually just play Grace. I'm okay playing a couple Rangers because the silence can come up in this matchup. I don't like that Auric champion. You don't like it? This is the Iconic Masters one. And yeah, that match earlier, because of Sinforth's really nice, suggestion. Man, this is kind of an interesting hand to think about against Ponza, right? Or there's no chance to think about it. They may have cut some of their disruption. I don't think I should consider this, though. Like, this hand's just, like, way too reliant on the Giver's Living, way too reliant on drawing third and fourth land. I think we can get a healthier 6. This is indeed a healthier 6. And I'll put back Historian. We're kind of hoping to draw Historian out of the deck instead. If they lead Utopia Sprawl, that's awkward because I'm not ready to Vandal. Okay, Elf. I mean, this is certainly a hand where we could get got. Okay, whew, we drew the forest. So let's go Colony Garden. Could still play Teague next. Maybe they're just going to try to moon me here. I don't know. Maybe they just try to pillage me. Well, that's not pillage mana. Moon, that's fine. I mean, like, it's not fine because I only have one forest, but I think it's going to have to be fine. I can Vandal the Blood Moon if I can get another critter in the bin. I do have a green source, I just don't want to expose it to the pillage. And I know it's sad, like, we're a Magus of the Moon deck ourselves, but just the fact that they're on the play this game may just mean that we lose. I do have an answer to the Blood Moon, but I don't have a critter on the board to block and die and whatnot. We may just, I mean, we may draw our Spyros. Spyro would set up the Mass Vandal if we need to remove this to clear our white source for Winota. So, like, we just have to play positive and think about, okay, what are our best draws? Utopia Sprawl? They're pretty much exactly Spyro at this point, considering I only have the Singleton Forest. Masked Vandal, of course, can't do its thing until I have a creature to exile from my bin. So, I mean, maybe we should even just try to do... Oh, deck is so kind to us. Still don't need to expose this forest. Wow, that was awesome that we just drew the Spyro. We already have Winota in hand. Why don't we dump? Spellskite Grazer. Okay. That was great. That was really, really fortunate to draw. We have a game now. Spyro, I'm telling you, best card in our deck. I mean, we sometimes like Magus of the Moon ourselves a little early, especially like in the potential greedy like blue splash version I'm working on in the background. Also, like I find that Spyro is not only the best card in our deck pre-Blood Moon effects, post-Blood Moon effects, even better. Bolt my Spyro, sure. Been having a lot of people kill my Spyros tonight. I don't understand. It's like he almost wants to. Sure, second Blood Moon, that's fine. Well, it's not fine. I was hoping to Vandal away the moon. I guess at this point, now we'll maybe consider Vandaling the Utopia Sprawl. Like, now we're actually a little sad to see. Like, this card's usually not great against it. I guess it is when they're on the play. So maybe what I'm supposed to do is to play the resource game. They still have 4 mana, though, even if I get the Sprawl. Maybe we just hope to hit our other out to Blood Moon. I don't think I have another one besides the Vandal, and ah, boy. That's not good, folks. Okay. Yep, that's unfortunately the line we're on. We're going to Vandal the Utopia Sprawl, which is not what I wanted to be doing. Also, maybe I shouldn't even show them that I have access to this, is another thought that courses through my mind. Maybe this is just like... I mean, like, it blocks well on this board, like, really well on this board state. But... which one? Let's hit the Utopia Sprawl. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't get to take out the Blood Moon. So yes, we'll exile the Teagster, play the Spellskite, swing. I think I'm okay trading a token. They accept. How are you guys doing tonight? Hope you guys are doing well. Wherever you are in the world. Hope that things are going good. Alright, so we can't cast that either. I can play out the Grazer. It blocks nicely. We don't have good attacks here because of the Spyro. We're kind of just doing this waiting game between our opponent and us. Certainly with Double Moon, probably not getting out of those. That's why we chose what we chose with the Vandal. 5th land lets us flashback or get the exile off of our own Spyro. They just go land go. The old land go. Could block like this. The safer block is probably the Grazer. That's what I'm least concerned about. Dying. Garden. So we've got a good attack here. I'm okay trading this elemental off of their Arbor Elf. During their end step, we'll exile the Spyro. Make our tokens. Oh wow, that's a pretty good draw. We can just sit. They're trying to do this too, obviously. They play Clothies as well. Our devotion is 4. Need a little bit more green and red devotion to animate. There's some matchups where the Singleton Clothies looks really good. That's something that I'm still running maybe in the future. You can see I have a copy here in the sideboard. Certainly it excels in a slow grindy matchup. You really can't think of this as the speed of which that's fine. They don't do anything. I block again like so. So they have an anger. I mean, we keep our Spellskite. They lose their Spyro. Like I said, they play angry even though sometimes they're killing some of their own stuff. So what do we want to do? Guess we'll just start taking spells. There's Skoos to think about. It may have been correct for me to grab their Arbor Elf. Although we have our own Scavenging Ooze. Their own Clothies. But I'm a bit ahead. They're closer, of course, to animating theirs, though. Yeah, I'll take the Arbor Elf. Remember, we did take game 1, right? No, I can't remember. Game 1 against Ponza. Did we win? I think we did. Because they were on the play. You know, Clothies stand down. Sure. Would love to draw some more Spyros. Would obviously most love to draw Plains. I'll take Second Forest too, even though we don't have something to do with it just yet. Sprawl. Yeah, it really was just the speed that the Blood Moon came down. How many bolts have they played? Just one? I can take one. So this does give me second green. Just something to think about. It doesn't help us here. But it may in the future. I may want to try to naturally discard some of these lands, as weird as that looks, because essentially every fetch that I discard, well, the problem is the sequencing, right? So I'll discard this, but then they get to take it on their Clothies. So maybe not. I think the sequencing is not going to work out for us because they have their own Clothies. Big scary thing. Big dragon, big silly, big scary dragon thing. Blood Moon, sure. Animate their Clothies, which is relevant. Right, because green, green, green. Red, 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 red. So now the clock has certainly changed. What's so cool about Clothies and like all the other gods is like they still... Yeah, so if I discard a land here, it doesn't do enough. They'll just get to exile it themselves. So we might as well play out lands. Haven't completely lost hope, but I think we'll have to go game 3. We can get them game 3. The Blood Moons really, really don't hurt us all that often, especially if I'm on the play. I don't think we can play to not block anymore due to Bolt, but Bolt goes face anyway. They have it. Okay. But I don't think we were in a position anymore. Also, we get to exile and gain... deal damage. We'll gain some life. We'll take the Bolt, I think. And I actually do get to discard down a land here because they probably take the Spellskite for the drain. So we'll dump a land. So I'm kind of glad that I was sandbagging some lands. So they choose to take the card. So we will have green green next turn, although green green without any board doesn't really do anything. That in my mind that was relevant because we still had the Spellskite previously. So now it's like yeah, we drew the Apparition. So green green. Take 6. I draw white source, play Grace. I'm just trying to think about like a possible sequence that we don't die to the bolt in their hand. Right here. If we don't die to the bolt in their hand. I wonder when we would have seen like outs. That's a blocker. Let's run it back. I feel like I don't want to change much of anything because I do think our plan against Panza is, well, A, have a faster hand than we've had. That would be nice. We're really usually not susceptible to Moon. They're going to be sitting there thinking that it was quite good. I want them to think that. I hope that they think that it was good. This opener is okay. It's not the greatest, but we have a basic forest here. We can get the Giver on. And they really don't necessarily want to spend their first turn bolting. They usually want to be playing Sprawl. They usually want to be playing Arbor. I might shock to cast this. It might be correct to Sunbaked and then... But I have a play... I could take a turn off next turn to play the Foundry tapped if it looks like they're not going to go for Moon. If they don't have their acceleration. So for that reason, I'm going to use the Sunbaked to cast the Giver. It might be correct to just shock the Foundry right then and there. But I think because of the potential that I might get to play this as a tap land next turn. Let's see what their turn 1 is. Okay. So they're not bolting the Giver immediately. Okay. Claw these. I mean, they don't have weird things like Simian Spirit Guide anymore. We'll actually attack with this Giver because I'm not protecting anything. I think this is fine. I'm not going to cycle the Canyon. Yeah, when Giver's not protecting anything, you might as well attack. Because it can't. It's not like Mother of Runes certainly can't protect itself. Maybe we're bolting Giver here. Looks like we are. Yep. Then there's Arbor. So this is an important turn for us. Like, we could set up really, really, really well for Winota if, strangely enough, if I went Windswept into Plains, into Spyro. I set up very well, potentially, for Winota. And I think that's the kind of game I want to play against Panza. And I know you're like, whoa, 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 Bruce, by basic Plains. I'm playing around the fact that they may have kept in the Blood Moons. It's easier for us to find basic forest than it is to find... I might actually just bin both of these. Keep second Spyro. In case we didn't draw a green fetch. I kind of want them to go for Moon now. Like, I actually really, really hope they just go for Moon right here. Too bad Clothies doesn't let you add one of any color. I feel like that card would be, like, really absurd if it did. I feel like Clothies would start showing up instead of, like, Ren and 6 as the fixing for these, like, 4 or 5 color decks. Spyro. Okay. We have a mountain. This is going to be an untapped source. We're going to get 2 Winota triggers. They don't get any elementals. Wow. That's great for us. We're doing the things, folks. I mean, they might have... What could they possibly have? There's not much they could have here. Just doing our thing. And I feel like the Eladamri's... I mean, like, maybe just builds of this meme in general are just going to be at best 3-2 builds. Like, we've had some 4-1s, but we've really had to fight hard for them. Let's take Grace. Going to trigger onto the Pyromancer. This does also technically paint the Winota herself, but she's not attacking right now. And I will absolutely take a Spyro. And let's keep this other Spyro. Dump, dump. Dump, 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 dump. We would have loved to have seen, like, the other human before we saw the Heron's Grace blocks. That's fine. Maybe block an elemental token, actually. Even if they anger, we still have the Winota on the table. If they're going to be angering, we'll see them block also with the Arbor Elf. Unless they want a double spell. It's like Gargaroth? Bloodbraid? Does Bloodbraid find anger the gods? It finds a bolt. Do they have a bolt already in their hand? No. So they shoot the Heron's Grace. But he's done his work. Look at us. We're all the way back up to 22 despite fetching and shocking, right? Or no, I didn't fetch shock. But I did take quite a bit of pain on this canyon. They did attack us here and there, I think. An evolution I can't cast. We should go to combat first, right? Because I can't cast the evolution. We should just attack. Probably put them to dead mode. I also have this Castle Embreth, which probably is just the best thing. Probably don't need to do anything else. I could have played the Cavern, I suppose. Oh wow, we just drew the Blade Historian. I mean, hit the Blade Historian. Yeah. It's so great that Winota paints things with Indestructible. I think that part... okay, they just scooped to the first trigger. So we 3-2. We did it. Sweet. We can keep playing for freebies. I would like to play the Blue Splash build. I do think that Teferi shores up a lot of weaknesses. Some weaknesses. Let's open a chest. Indestructibility. Oh my goodness. We got to brew around this card, right? Because I opened one. That would be like a fun thing to do. That I have to like try to brew around the cards that we open from chests. I would want to agree to that before opening the chest, though. So the current split of the Winota Castables. And yes, the name of the deck is to poke fun at the fact that the deck is a meme. But it's a fun meme. So we've got 15 non-human. I've got 8 humans that also produce non-humans that we've liked. We've tried a lot of different cards in this slot. We've tried Blade Splicer. We've tried Pia and Kiran Alar. We've tried Huntmaster. I might like Huntmaster more than Heron's Grace, but I feel like Heron's Grace has the potential to just gain us so much life sometimes that it's just, I kind of prefer Heron's. Although Heron isn't in this pile of humans that are also non-humans. And Ranger counts as such in my mind because it's also a copy of Arbor. It's also a Gilded Goose. It's also potentially Birds or Loyalist or Giver. It's also post-board. It's the Burrington. We've tried weird things like Hex Drinker, although I kind of like Hex Drinker. I might bring it back. We've tried things like... what else have we tried in that slot? Bushwhacker. What else have we tried? Oh, I've tried weird things too, like Mist, whatever, something Hydra. Mist Cutter. We've also tried Mist Cutter Hydra in that slot. So there's a lot of like interesting tutor targets in a build like this to consider. Hydra, of course, only going to be useful really against the blue decks, both for the pro blue and the can't be countered. With cards like the nice thing is this card stays size 1. It's not something they can take with Archmage's Charm, which does come up against us sometimes in the format. You know, like Givers can get Archmaged, etc. Yes, the blue splash of this deck is very, very greedy because it certainly like pushes like the limits of what can a Magus of the Moon deck really be like. Reminds me of like there was an aspiring spike build of Panza the other day that was like a Bring to Light Panza where it was Panza Light. It wasn't playing that many colors. I think the most colors he could get to was 4, just to get a couple of cards here and there. But the point of Bring to Light in the deck actually was to do the Valky thing. I've been developing a few different Valky decks myself, Bring to Valky decks myself. I think Spikes is certainly onto something. If you want to see some of those lists, they're here. I'll show you. I think it's this one. Yeah. So this was like a Bring to Light deck that I was maybe developing. This is a 4-color Bring to Wurza. Wurza, of course, oftentimes will splash red, but here we're going... this is Sultai with a hint of white. And it's not obvious. The white actually only is in the Bring to Light. Let me explain. We can get white off of our Glimmer Voids, our Spires. We can also get white off of the Gilded Gooses, cracking a Clue Stone for white. We can also get white off of Luris Mox Amber, can tap for white. So there's deceptively a few more white sources in the deck than it might seem. It, like on the surface, this deck just looks like Sultai, which I kind of like. I like that this. I know I named it 4-color Bring to Urza. This really is 3-color with a hidden 4th color, and the hidden 4th color is Bring to Light for Urza. And that will come up where we want white, where we want to be able to bring to light for Urza. It's actually why I slimmed on one copy of Urza, just because bring to light can get Urza. So this is a build of the deck I was working on. I do really like these Urza decks. I think they're a lot of fun. And of course, what the bring to lights are trying to do is be copies of Valky essentially. But I could see a board state where you would rather get Urza. Like if we, especially if I can like assemble Thopter Sword, absolutely I would rather get Urza because it's the infinite combo. Consider joining our Discord, by the way. I post lists. Let me use my words. I post lists, but also some of you folks like Mortal Killzone is doing a lot of brewing, as you can see. Mortal, of course, is our friend who's working on. He shared with us the other day. Sorry, Mortal is this really innovative, interesting take on Mill. They've lovingly called it Harrowing Lagoon. But really cool take on Mill playing the Binding of the Titans, actually. Some number of the Binding of the Titans, drowns, trophies, and such. It's a sweet. I might actually, now that I'm looking at your list again, I don't know if you're still here. I might want to let them know that I don't know if I'm in love with the decays, because I get why Trophy's here, because Trophy lets us, if our opponents go and get a basic land, because it is a May, right? It's controller May search, so it's not like Field of Ruin in that regard. But I do like that it can force them to search for the Archive Trap. I don't know if I'm in love with the Abrupt Decays. I almost would rather this be something else, and if we play them at all, maybe they're in the sideboard. Anyway, maybe I should write them that. Might be nice of me to do. Add reply. Another look. Sometimes I have those moments. So we finished our league with the Eladamri's Call build. Let's jump in and do a league with this greedier Blue Splash build. What do you guys say? Do you guys want to see the Blue Splash build? So we're using Breeding Pool, Rogrin. We're back on Birds and Gilded Geese. I know. Like, watch us run into all the prowess all the time, right? But the Givers can really help a little bit. Givers can soak some of that burn. Or even protect Birds and Goose from it. And yeah, maybe bring back the Hangerback Walker. I'd love to test a Mistcutter in the sideboard, but I just don't think we have room. I like a lot of else what we're testing. We're testing Elite Spellbinder again. I know a lot of you folks in the community love this card. I think this is sweet as a fun of. I think it's better against the decks where the tax is more relevant, where you like... slow down a sweeper, slow down a combo piece. I don't know if we necessarily just want this straight up in the main. I feel like we don't have all that much room. I do want to main deck some 2-mana targets because we are on Neoform now. It might be a good idea to also main deck Spellskite, just in the meta, and maybe sideboard the Loyalist or sideboard the Teferi. Some of these things could be sideboarded. Loyalist, of course, helps us swing through blockers. Game 1, it's important for us to smash. Heron's Grace gives us an important burst of life against certain opponents. But I feel like the most flexible targets are Apparition, Magus, Spellskite, and Skoos. Spellskite for setting up our combo against removal. Skoos for the graveyard decks. Incidentally, we can attack like the Tarmogoyf decks in the format, the Luris decks in the format from this angle. Apparition is just an excellent card. We often will tutor for it. Magus of the Moon can beat some of the mana bases in the deck. These are our Anthem effects. We don't really need Heron's Grace. Heron's Grace is good because it doubles as both an Anthem, making some of our creatures bigger, but mostly we play this because of the lifelink, the fact that it's got flash. We can flash it in after some Winota triggers. Just a thought. We could just double up on Teferi, have a better blue matchup game one. Teferi is just pretty absurd. Lets us go off during our opponent's end step with our tutors. All of our tutors now are sorcery speed. So it just depends on what we want to be better at against. Like this will make us better against the control decks in the format, which are growing. Even though they're not as powerful as they're going to be in the near future, they're growing in popularity because people are getting ready for Counterspell, trying to figure out, okay, what's the best like way to be playing blue? How should my blue deck work, right? So I mean, if we're gonna be flexing a blue splash, maybe we should just go ahead and just main deck both Teferi, and then bring in Grace when we need the life boost, bring in Loyalist when we need to swing through blockers. I'm less interested for Hydra. The way that we want to play against blue tends to be like Teferi, protect pieces like Teague, protect pieces like oh, we're not playing it anymore, am I? That's right, I cut it for Spellbinder. I think that's fine. Or even Medley Mage. I think that's fine. I was playing the white drop that makes it so opponents can't play on our turn. I think Teferi just does what that card does better for us. And we need to be cautious, right? Because as I add Teferi, like our human count goes down, right? So again, minus Apparition. Human count's only 15. Anything less than that, and I feel like the deck starts to really just not function. So this 15 we've been pretty happy with. We've been on and off about Entity, but I haven't found another Anthem effect for this deck that I like that's hard castable. If we're not going to play this, I feel like we should just be on an Angrass Marauders build. Alright, let's jam another league, shall we, folks? Oops. Always feels nice when your last league pays for your current. The blue splash builds of this deck are the greediest, period, but I think that I feel strongly that the 7 blue cards I'm running are significant. Neo, we have a 3-drop. Eldritch. Turn 2, I could Neo Forgiver with this hand. Yeah, so we can... It would slow us down a little bit, though, for the play I just suggested if you're curious. I don't think this is a I mean, like, again, this is like if my opponent is any sort of grindy, this hand's fine. Doesn't have any acceleration though. I'm gonna mulligan it. I already like this hand a little better. We can put back the Arbor. This hand's doing some of the same exact things as our opener, without awkward. Especially with us being on a bird build, I feel like we'll much more often now, bird Gilded Goose build, we'll much more often have the 1-drop now. Hopefully you guys are having a nice Thursday. Serum Visions. Definitely already glad that I did not keep the opener. Now, since I went Plains, I can't Neo Arbor. I don't think I would want to, though, this hand. Oh, well, maybe I would now. I mean, if I'm going and getting Dryad Arbor, I should keep the Giver back. Is that what I'm doing? I don't think so. I don't know what my opponent's on yet, and Arbor could be a real liability. Them just going Misty Serum Visions tells me that it could be an iteration of Sultai or something very different. Could go Raugrin. Gives him my blue source. This kind of just fixes us the most. Obviously we need some green sources, but that can be my green source. Ranger is a really great play this turn. I mean, sure, they might have a Remand. Remand would be my prediction. Let's give ourselves also access to red by going Stomping Ground here. Like if they have the counterspell, so be it. Kind of just got to jam. They do have the Remand. Attack for 1. There's their red. They bolt this. We feel sad. Don't really want to jam anything but Ranger here. This is another Remand. This is Archmage's Charm. Take my Giver. Archmage's Charm counter. What do you got for me, opponent? Charm counter. Okay. Hit you for 1. This is where I would love to just like draw a Teferi, right? But yeah, I'm excited for Counterspell just as much as the next player. I'm kind of waiting to play blue until it comes out, and maybe some other cards from the next modern set. Like, I mean, I could Neo the Giver. I think that's foolish against a blue. Like, against blue permissive decks, they don't really want to go for the Neo forms. I still say no counterspell. There is Chandra. Jade, you could just, like, start moving into Chandra builds. When I saw counterspell spoiled, immediately I started thinking about 6 mana Chandra. Ooh, they tapped out. So if we draw land, we get to go for Winota, perhaps. Yeah, so they're like a mid-range playing Pyro. Interesting. Or like sorry, they're control playing Spyro. Interesting. Teferi. Speaking of which. Teferi plus Teferi. Try to protect Teferi. It's tough, right? I mean, he might just soak bolts. I feel like Giver would have already soaked a bolt if they had it, though. There are other ways to make Planeswalkers uncounterable, Jade. You just got to get creative. Bolt my Giver. Attack my Teferi. Is this like Tireless Tracker? Ooh, Witness. Witness the fetch, play another bolt. Witness the bolt, play... Oh, they're going to grab Force. Okay. Yeah, so they're kind of playing like an Eternal Command. It's cute. I mean, because it's a fairy, we don't care about the Force in their hand they just grabbed. If we did need to Neo. So I guess I just play Winota. And this is the awkward situation I've had the deck be in before. What you're seeing right here sometimes does happen where I just have the human side. And like I can't Neo either of these because we stopped running the 5-drops. I have shared with you guys before this has come up in these grindy matchups, blue matchups. But in fairness, like this is not how I would draw it up. Like Giver, Ranger. I mean, I'm glad to draw the Teferi, but I think we can't keep it alive here. Block the Witness. I mean, just need to get some non-humans onto the table. Don't really want to block and kill Spyro. Of course, there's bolts. But I think I should take an elemental token with me. I also have a second Winota in my hand. Spyro, best thing for me to draw, perhaps. One of the better things for me to draw. Good combat. I know they have force. Maybe bouncing Winota. Cryptic tap Winota? Cryptic bounce Winota. I mean, no matter how you spin it, this is actually good news. The fact that they're going to be open for me to get the pyro onto the table is huge. Maybe. I mean, well, no, I mean, there's no force of will in this format. Gotcha. And they didn't get rid of the Winota. Well, okay, Neoform is a real liability. They've shown us Cryptic, Archmages, Remand, like all the things. It might be correct for me to keep a redundant Winota even over the Blade Historian. I don't need to go over the top of them. This is a matchup where I can just value them out. So let's keep the redundant Winota. And I'm going to hold this forest and we'll deploy the Gilded Goose. Sure, there's things to think about, like, okay, is this rug control opponent playing like main deck Sweltering Sun? Are they playing main deck Anger the Gods? I'm still going to play out my Goose. Goose is loose. This is like Jace, put Winota back into my hand. This has been an interesting game. Remember, they put Force back in their hand. I don't care too much about Force. They did manage to kill our Teferi. There wasn't much I could do, though. We've got a game here. I mean, like, yes, my opponent has 6 cards. I'm fully aware that my opponent has 6 cards, folks. But I don't think it's just a complete loss. We've got our engine. We have a backup engine. They're playing Rug, not Jeskai, so it usually costs them more than just a bolt to get Winota off the table. There's also, like, there's Bolt, Snap, Bolt. Okay, they decide not to do that. No attacks. So if I try to go to combat, I imagine we'll see them Cryptic me. If they do, I'll Goose making food. Okay, they just want to bounce Winota. Interesting. Okay. Second main, we redeploy her. We play out Canopy as well. This is where I'm a little slightly punished for not playing my forest. Just because I didn't get to make a food token. Or eat one, but I would have made one. It's their third Cryptic, but they're playing an Eternal Witness build, remember? So we'll see. If this is their take on Eternal Command, we'll see Snapcaster Mage. This is probably Snap Cryptic. They attack. Block. I kind of want Spyro to die, but I don't want their Spyro to die. So I'll take the 2. Or I could even do a chump, but I'm not interested. This could even be my opponent angering. But I think we're more than happy to get Spyro into the bin. Our own Spyro, that is. Try to go to combat again. Our turns may just be us using the Gilded Goose. So we'll go ahead and play that land. Try to go to combat. Show me Snap Cryptic. Or I could make tokens. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe making tokens is better than me making a food. So, I mean, like, if we die at that small of a margin, I may be kicking myself that I didn't food token when I could have. Yeah, we have red because of Raugrin. So I think it's just we let them tap us, or are they bouncing Winota again? If they bounce Winota, do we deploy Winota again? I think we do. So it's maybe play Winota, make a food token. We're also up 2 minutes on my opponent, so I'm totally fine with us having a nice nice long game one. These Flooded Groves are great. Like, they're helping them with Archmage's Charm, Witness, these snap plays. They're making the Stomping Ground a lot more playable. I like these Flooded Groves. Filtering our Spire Bluffs into the Witnesses. Yeah, these seem quite good. Alright, how are we crypticking? Bounce this? They're going to tap all. Okay, so in that instance, we make food. And we can replay Winota painlessly, actually, because we have the Wooded Bastion to play this turn, right? I believe. Okay, I don't. Or no, sorry, I don't need to. They went for tap down. Interesting. I almost maybe made a silly mistake. I actually think I wasn't supposed to make food. Like, yes, I can crack one food here. Yes, I could also cantrip my canopy. I think this is all coming back to that one turn I didn't play the forest. So I think my better line here is to cantrip the canopy, make food. I don't think it's worth to crack both foods because I would be taking pain on the canopy. I could have also cycled this here and I might have found a play I wanted to make instead of cracking foods. Just a thought. But we'll eat one. Up to 15. Opponent swings. Yeah, I may have been a lot better off with the, because like these would have been 2 blocks I want to make. Is this Serum? No, this is Jace the Mind Sculptor, better than all. No, this is Eternal Witness. Huntmaster. Okay. Huntmaster's sweet. Alright, so let's draw. We can Skyclave the Huntmaster. Let's tap in such a way that I could, and I do think I do want to do this pre-combat, because we could tap them out and then get to Eldritch if they bounce Winota, which I think is what they're doing. So we might get them here. Try to Skyclave. I could just replay the Skyclave if what this is Remand. But it might be correct for me to Eldritch instead. See what they're doing. They might also have the Delve burn spell. So it looks like they're tapping out to Remand this. Could be Logic Knot. Could be Logic Knot, and then they're planning to... Okay, Remand. So what do we want to do here? Sky's the limit. If I evolve Goose, what can I get? This is still game 1. Blade Historian's down, right? Yes. Could go get Skoos. Could Moon them. Moon turns off their green mana entirely. Turns off my ability to... Well, no, I could still Skyclave because of Gilded Goose. I think I'd rather just get the Huntmaster off the table, because I don't really want them to just, like, do nothing during their own turn, flip this, cast spells. I think that's a bad recipe. I'm going to take the more conservative line. Like, it's tempting to, like, think about the evolution, but let's get rid of this Huntmaster for sure. Get a bunch of triggers. Yeah, we'll lose... Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm dead to Bolt, maybe? Bolt. What do I need to hit here? Herons? I don't have it anymore. And Blade Historian's down. I mean, the Winota herself could be blocking, right? Because she doesn't give me a trigger. They're 15. This is... I've got a block here. Take. Like, what's my best hit? Oh, you know what? I could hit some. I could hit some Rangers or the Blood Moon. Well, the Blood Moon's not going to stop them from bolting us out. I don't think I swing all. Just the non-humies. All right, Spyro's great. I think anyway. I mean, they might have like a combination of cryptic tap down. Oh, you know what? We couldn't have gone for the Eldritch play. I just realized the reason being is they put a force of negation back into their hand earlier. Remember? Skyclave's probably better. Well, Skyclave actually made us not lose. Yes, we will be silencing them. Do I have a land to play this turn? Plays Bastion. Okay, so I could get Hangerback Walker. I could also just get Giver. Hangerback might be better against control. I already have a Giver in my hand. Let's go get the Walker. This is still a healthy attack. We'll silence them. Their deck does have things like Witness and such, so they do have some sorcery speed stuff. Unless we want to save the silence for our own turn to stop like the cryptic tap down. Like maybe I'm not supposed to silence until our turn. I'm not sure. Well, no. They could cryptic tap us down if they have it though. There's no way to stop that with just one ranger. Even two rangers wouldn't stop that because they can do it in response. So blocking elemental. Okay. Plenty of blockers. Doing okay, but I'm feeling like my misplay earlier might cost us this. It's going to be a small margin. I'm loving my opponent's deck though. Like my buddy, I have a buddy who really liked and still does Huntmaster. So we'll see if they do anything here. Okay, so they're silenced. So oh no, you know what? They can still play Witness. What am I saying? It doesn't stop them from playing Witness or more Huntmasters. Excuse me. Yeah, this only stops non. So this really isn't going to stop anything outside of Serum Visions then, realistically. I don't know if that was correct. I might have been better served using it on my own turn, but any instance they have, they can just do beforehand. So what's up, Blue Magic guy? Speaking of Blue Magic, speaking of Counterspell, right? It's maybe Spyro. Okay. We also have a. Oh, I thought I had a Spyro. I do have a Spyro. Let's not forget about. All right, so they scoop. Rug control. Rug control. Well, for matchups like this, I'm kind of glad I had the main deck to Fairy. It did do some work. It did do some important lifting. Skyclave, I feel like we could keep perhaps. Scavenging Ooze, almost certainly. Clothies is great here too. Teague, yeah, we saw Cryptics. Mage, we can name Cryptic. Don't want to go overboard. They did have a reasonable amount of blockers. We might even consider the Loyalists. That's a maybe. Magus, no. It's not like they're Eldrazi-tron or anything. Glyph Weaver, yes, to fight the potential of like Swelterings or Angers. I feel like maybe they wouldn't be on that plan, though. Remorseful is tempting. Just for tempo. We could also play Burrington to fight some of those same sweepers I'm maybe concerned about. And we don't get to play all the things. This is actually a matchup where we don't need some of our Anthem effects. So let's actually not play Loyalist because it's kind of the same similar mind as the Historian and the Entity. This is also where I'll slim on our tutors. I'm going to slim on Neoform first, especially since I'm considering keeping Magus of the Moon in. I might just straight up just cut all the Neoforms and maybe even trim some evolutions because it's a real liability against. Sure, they're probably trimming their force negations, but against these Remand style decks, we can really get got. Now I'm sure you're like, but Bruce, you can't cut all of your tutors. I'm not going to. I'm going to cut most. So I might even want a Remorseful Cleric over. Just because it flies, because it can trade itself in to stop a Snapcaster or Eternal Witness. And like Remorseful stops also subsequent. So let me cut another tutor. Like this is where we can kind of just be like a bad beatdown mid-range kind of a deck. I'm not going to cut any Winotas because they're not as harmed by the permission. And I'm not on Cavern of Souls in this current build. So let's run it back. I know it looks a little strange. You could consider cutting some of our Mana Dorks or Givers or anything like that. I don't think I'm supposed to because they're on the play. A. B. Anyway, I'm still running 3 of our tutor despite being up against a blue deck, and I think we just have to have no fear. All right, Teferi, Spellbinder. Well, there's some really relevant spells here, but we may not be able to stick them to the table because of Aether Vial. So they are an Eternal Command deck purely, like Blast from the Past, Eternal Command. So there's a Plains. We could go get our Tri-land. Windsweep's the better fetch in our list. I'm playing Wooded because we're on Sacred Foundry. Because I don't have Basic Mountain in this build. So we'll go get our Tri-land, I think. Even though I have Magus of the Moon in right now, and yes, this could be a forest. I mean, this fixes us nicely, though. Hold on, maybe I could just go get forest. Tarmogoofy? They're a very different deck than I thought that they were. From game 1, it looked like they were more of a control build. I actually could get forest. No, that's not true. I have Teferi in my hand. Sorry. I knew there was a reason why I was thinking about the Triumph. It was the Teferis. And I probably want to lead out Spellbinder or Ranger first against them. Another Ranger. Okay. So we probably want to go basic forest with one of these fetch. You might be sitting there saying, Bruce By, why don't you just get the second Plains because you have 2 Rangers in your hand? That's true. It might be correct for me to get Plains even with this and filter our way into... we'll take it. Might be correct for me to filter my way into our red. Drew another Windswept, so it's kind of moot. So this is Remand. What do I want to play into this? I'll probably just play Ranger. They've seen Ranger before. I mean, I'm imagining whatever this is, it's getting countered. Ooh, or not. Maybe it's getting bolted. Maybe I'm just supposed to go get Hangerback in these kinds of matchups. I could also see us getting the Burrington. Because the removal is going to be primarily red. Don't get me wrong, like Hangerback Walker is also a good option. I'm going to get Forge Tender though, I think. We have enough white mana to Burrington and also still Ranger if we want to. This is them putting in a Tarmogoofy. This is where we like hope that they just draw multiple Aether Vials. No attacks. Ooh, wow. I could silence them and stick my Teferi. I think no matter what I do this turn, I want to silence them. I think it's some combination of Burrington Teferi, Burrington Spellbind, Ranger. I think I kind of just really want to know what's going on, honestly. I think it's Spellbind or Burrington. I think there's a lot of value, and I know I grow the Goyfs by doing that, by sacrificing, but I think I want to stick this. I think us knowing will help me sequence, because there's a lot of different ways I could sequence the hand that we have. And I know that was maybe my window. So us exiling both of these cards is actually significant, right? Because if it's exiled, they can't Aether Vial the Snap anymore. However, and like they're only 1 land away from us slowing the Cryptic. Yeah, this is an interesting situation. This might be when we Spellbind the Snapcaster, because the Snapcaster is quite a bit more ineffective if they can't vial it. Like I said, they're only one land away from the Cryptic play. I mean, I guess I should still take Cryptic though because they need to draw the 6th land, and this gives me another window to play the Teferi. Yeah, actually, I am going to grab the Cryptic. It's almost always you grab Cryptic. See, now I almost wonder if I should play Birds. Now that we've seen their hand, I think I am going to play Birds instead of the Forge Tender. Forge Tender, unlike Giver of Runes, it doesn't need to charge up. Like, it's already mostly as effective as it's going to be from the start. So they kind of had a whole hand of nothing. Let's not forget that we've added 2 mana to this Cryptic, essentially. But it was tempting to consider the Snapcaster. I think we had 2 good targets for the Spellbinder. So there's the Flooded Grove. Bolt my Spellbinder. Anger my board. Spyro. Okay. So Spyro will probably find them to the land that they need for this Cryptic. Unfortunately for us. We know that it's relatively safe to block, but they may have just drawn it to a bolt. I'll take 4. So we have a lot of mana to work with. I can resolve the Teferi twice, even if what they have here, I need to tap like this though. Right? Yes. I can still cast Teferi a second time. I'm going to try to resolve the Teferi. But unfortunately, well actually now that resolved, I can filter, play Spyro. So this does mean that I'm not getting the Burrington onto the table. But let's Spyro. Now, Teferi is one of our better tools in this matchup. I might even let go of Burrington and Ranger to keep this extra Teferi. We could return a Goyf. Their Aether Vial is tapped. We've got blockers. I might be able to protect this Teferi. Or we'll lose this first Teferi to a Bolt, but we have a backup Teferi. But if they had Bolt, they probably would have already used it. I don't think they have one. I think we could protect this first Teferi. So let's return a Goofy. Played Debt, Tempo, Life. Drew Winota. Sweet. We really need to draw them because I don't think I'll block with Spellbinder. I'm going to swing 3. Of course, they can put their Tarmogoyf in off of Vial. Of course, it's very possible they have their last land. This is them. I mean, they can't bolt the Teferi even if they had it, though. Now, they can do it next turn. So this is put in Goyf, tick Aether Vial up to Eternal Witness status, which tells me a lot about their hand, that it's more Spyros, that it's Witness maybe. Because like there's still Snaps and Goyfs to draw in their deck, so I'm guessing this is on 3. It's really cool to see somebody trying to do like the classic, like, so they have 6 mana for this Cryptic, but because I might be able to keep this Teferi on the table, maybe they don't have Cryptic. So we'll see what they decide to do. Clock is certainly in our favor. Opponent is at 10 minutes and 22 seconds. We did win game 1, right? Yes. It was grindy, but we did win it. Yeah, I'm loving my opponent's deck a lot. I would totally play what they're playing. Like, maybe not card for card, but... Okay, so I like this block. I don't really want to give them access to the Spyro tokens. I know that this is looks like a weird block. But like, I don't mind chumping Goyf. I mean, the other block I have is... The problem is, there's already human... I could let this Teferi go, but then they have the Cryptic, and it's a lot tougher for my next turn to go as well as I want it to. Because we have birds to trigger Winota next turn. Like, it might be a block like this. I don't want to kill off their Spyro. I'm happy killing Snap. I'm happy even chumping Goyf. A double block on Goyf won't get it dead, likely. Because the Planeswalker... Like, the Planeswalker would go to the bin at the same time as the damage is going on the Goyf. So that's a mistake. I think they're hoping that I make that mistake. You could put the Elemental on the Snap. It doesn't really matter. I know it stinks to, like, triple block there, but I don't want to turn on the Spyro for my opponent. Okay, so they have another Goofy Goyf. They have one unknown, but whatever it is, they won't be able to cast it because we kept the Teferi on the board. So let's plus it. Let's do our thing, right? Winota, and we can play Hanger back on 1. Now, do we attack with Spellbinder, or do we need to keep it back? They're at 13. I don't have a lot of my Anthem effects in. 1, 2. Let's say they grow these Goyfs by 1, maybe even 2, right? Let's say they finally cast the Cryptic next turn, right? I feel like because they're going to have access to the Cryptic next turn, I might as well attack with Binder because they can tap it down. So let's see what we hit. We hit another Winota. I might want to keep the Winota I have instead of hitting them. Like, I don't kill them by doing this. I might even want to just pull this out of my library. Kind of hoping that they actually go after this Teferi. So we'll play Hangerback Walker as a happy blocker. I mean, I guess I could get the Arbor, but no, that's what this Foothills is for. Let's play our Hangerback Walker off of a basic. There's one more basic. Sweet. Love that we've added these extra basics. They've been really significant, especially since I don't have fast lands in this deck. We're very happy to block with Walker. We get another flying. I don't know. Maybe it was wrong for me to kill off the Winota, right? Because, I mean, yes, I have a game to give, but, and yes, we're up on time. Go ahead and F6. But we don't, I mean, we'd rather just win here, right? So maybe we can. They really want to hold on to this Cryptic, so how are we attacking? We're attacking all at Teferi. So would a block like this be weird? This Hail Mary tells me that I think it's free for me to kill off one of the Goyfs. But famous last words. Make our token. Because if they bolt Winota, they're not playing the Cryptic. Unless their hand is exactly land bolt. Yeah, I didn't think that they had it. So I imagine if I play this Teferi, they're going to... and they finally do grow Goyf because Hangerback's artifact. Okay, so if I go to combat, they're going to Cryptic. But then I could Eldritch the Spellbinder or the Thopter or the Birds and do something useful. Post-combat, I could even deploy this Teferi. I could go get this Arbor. So we have a lot of options. We'll go ahead and let them tap our team or bounce Winota. I imagine they're going to tap my team. Draw a card. We have some good stuff we can do second main. I can evolve, I can Teferi, I can go get Arbor. I've also got this Spyro in the bin, so we've got a lot of different things we can do. Imagine this is tap draw. Okay, so they are going to tap draw. Me floating mana doesn't actually do anything unless I'm Spyroing. I don't think I'm going to Spyro. I think second main... I might just moon them, actually. We can do that by giving up the bird, which is awkward because like bird is kind of what I want to have after I've mooned. But let's Teferi first just to ensure that they can't force. And I might just want to return a Goyf. Go get my Arbor. before mooning. Because we actually might blank this Goyf, because their Aether Vial is up on 3. Teferi, down tick. Go get... Oh, there's a giver. A little late. Evolve my bird. Magus of the Moon. I know it doesn't turn off everything they're doing. I know. But it could turn off a significant amount. Like, there's other things, there are other targets to consider there, but I want to keep my advantage that I have on the clock. They did have a 3-drop for their Aether Vial. Let's see what it was. Is it a Spyro? It's an Eternal Witness. Witness for what? They get Cryptic. So they're pretty confident that they're going to get the Magus of the Moon off the table if they're taking the Cryptic back. Okay. I could let the Teferi go. I think I'm more interested in keeping the Magus. I mean, I wasn't intending to block with it. I was maybe considering blocking with Dryad. Uh-oh, what do we got here? A Braid. Okay, so they do have their Cryptic. Ooh, that's not good. They have to commit a little bit more to the Teferi because we have the Dryad Arbor, it looks like, as a blocker because they didn't bolt it yet. Okay, so we are very happy to just let Teferi go. I mean, not overjoyed to let him go, but we'll let him go. You're going to Cryptic my team, opponent, probably. We have Spyro and we have Giver. This game's not over. Go to combat. Will you let me attack? No. I would probably tap if I was my opponent because you have Goyf on the table. You want to use this as tempo. They want to return witness tap. Interesting. Oh, yeah, because they have the combo. Yes, that is good. Since I'm planning to Spyro anyway, let's go ahead and do this. And I think we're already at the point where I should just deploy both givers. Like, we're kind of all in. And remember, we have one more game to play after this. My opponents do anyway. Oops, second main. Deploy 2 givers. We may want to block Goyf with one of them, because my life total is going to be... would be really, really low after the Goyf, and there's bolts to consider. And all their bolts should still be in. I can't imagine any are cut. They're going to vial in the witness and get back the cryptic the witness the cryptic, yeah. I may not be able to win now, because they've established this loop, and we should just play this out because their clock is lower than mine. I know, Magic Online. I know. We've been doing a pretty good job, like, not killing their Spyros, like, trying to block them in such a way that they don't get the tokens. Been trying to, anyway. Yeah, I think a block on the Goyf is maybe wise. There's that Tarmogoyf. I mean, maybe I just can't afford to... Well, no, this opens me up to a bolt kill. To being killed by bolt. So I think I have to block with one of the givers. But I can't imagine we're going to win unless I like keep ripping threats or... Okay, evolution's interesting. But they'll just counter... they should counter tap if I go for this. I need to go to combat. Yeah, okay. Got a plan. It's not a great plan, but I've got a plan. Attempt to go to combat. They stop me. Second main, I like Eldritch to remove one of the Goyfs or something. I mean, it's not great. There's not much I can do here, folks. We drew both out Teferis. And I do think 2 is maybe where we want to be. Not much I can do. So what am I evolving for? Is there much that gets us out of this? I guess if Magus of the Moat was in right now, it would actually be really helpful. Although I guess they could just bounce that and go for the kill. Sprite to exile the graveyard. Spirit to exile the graveyard, take them off this, but then I'm just dead to the board. That's what I should have done instead of Magus of the Moon. I should have disrupted the Cryptic It's kind of too late now. They also could have a force here, by the way. Yeah, it's kind of too late now. It's remorseful to take them off it. Teague would also stop some of what's going on. There's Skoos to consider if I tapped differently, right? Skoos could have grabbed the Cryptic and because I'm just dead on board. But I mean, that's what Eternal Command is designed to do. What they're doing. So we'll keep our time advantage if I can. The board state that they got to, like Aether Vial, Witness, Cryptic, it's what the deck is aiming to do. And it's cool to see. It's unfortunate. Some of our sideboard cards did some. I don't think they can really win in 5 minutes. Do we play a defensive game? I think we do. Obviously, I still should run stuff that can, like the Clerics and Ooze and such, and get Teague and Mage also turn off their little loop there. But yeah, I think I play a defensive game, which I think already is more or less our configuration, right? I've cut Historian, I've cut Entity. Those are the things that I would run if I'm trying to win quickly. I do think that the tutors are weak, and we should trim on them as much as I can, just because they're weak in this matchup, but I don't think we should ever go fully tutorless even against... I mean, like, Magus of the Moon would be the full-blown defensive game. Like, if I really want to take that step, the problem is, without the tutors, I probably won't see it. But that would be the full-on defensive game to play this. We have ways to get around it. We have flyers of our own. Our opponent actually isn't playing any flyers, so maybe we should have considered this earlier, Magus. This is a flyer. These give me Winota triggers around Magus of the Moat. Cleric can attack around Moat and also give us triggers. The tokens from Walker work with Moat. So, like, I should have been running that effect. I know it seems like a meme, but I've actually played... I've played it to some effect. I mean, it's usually used against, like, Eldrazi Tron decks of that nature. It's actually quite effective. This is a one-lander. I'm not going to risk the game on a one-lander. I'll probably keep this and tuck the Cleric. I think it's the weaker, like Skoos, I think is in this matchup because they're a Goyf deck. Yeah, we're fighting snaps, we're fighting... Just because of the things that I'm fighting, I'm more interested in Ooze. Even with Ooze, I think I still lead our Tri-land. Because a lot of our blue cards are in. All of our blue cards except for Neoform are in. Right, Teferi's in. Meddling Mage is in. This is another Aether Vial draw for them, it looks like. Or Serum. Okay, thankfully. We're only up by about 47, 50 seconds. So we got to play quick ourselves. Burrington's an interesting draw. It might be correct for me to play Burrington instead of Skype, but for mana efficiency's sake, I'm going to try to play the Burrington. Try to play the Ooze. This is where they remand me if they want to. Ooh, they mana leak. No, I don't want to pay. That's actually not the worstest for us, because if they, let's say, play Goyf, we slam Winota. We could take a turn off. Remember I said we're playing a defensive game, so I don't necessarily need to like slam this into their second mana leak. I didn't realize they were playing leaks. Granted, maybe now I'm just playing into Archmage's Charm. We'll get to a certain point where I just don't care anymore. I think I'm already at that point that I just don't care anymore. If they have the leak, so be it. I think is already where my mind is. Could draw one more land there. Oh, I could play Pyromancer, though. Now let's go for it. This is one of those, yeah, if you have it, you have it kind of situation. Do you have it? Logic Knot. Mana Leak. Remand. Oof. So we didn't see Leak at all games 1 and 2, and yet now we see 2 copies. That's strange. And these are hopefully going to be upgraded to counterspells, right, for my opponent's sake. We're still up on time. Season Pyro is in the clear. Ranger might be better, though. Ranger could get me another Giver. Nah, let's Spyro. Actually, I know I don't have a ton of time to just sit here and waffle and think. I'm going to go for Hangerback Walker. I have red from Bird. Let's turn off our auto yields just because. Okay. I do have to still use my Spellskite and my Burrington, so I can't just like fully F6 all the time anymore. Let's go to combat. This is interesting. You gonna steal my Burrington? Steal my birds? Try to steal birds? It's annoying, but it's fine. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do. Don't think so. Alright, so I'll flash this in since now I'm not going to have access. I think I'm still supposed to grow Walker instead. So we'll attack with our team here for 5. They need like Runner Cryptic now, right? Maybe I should just silence them. Maybe that's wrong. Well, I mean, they'll still Cryptic us on our turn. But that turns off Serums. Turns off a couple cards in their deck. Maybe that's wrong. This Huntmaster? Okay. Two minutes and 42 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This is like a nail biter. This is good. Don't have my second red source anymore because they took my bird. We're okay with Hangerback dying now, right? This would be the turn that we'd be okay with it. Burrington is actually interesting on this board state because I think we're okay with this dying now, right? And if they were going to kill it, they need to do it with the wolf. Nah, we can wait one more turn. Let's just swing Herons. Probably no blocks. We can Spellskite the... Oh, they want to block. Okay. We can Spellskite the... I tend to like just growing Walker on my own turn against these Lightning Bolt decks. That way I don't even have to worry about that they put it on the stack in response to me doing it. But I don't really want to spend Forge Tender or even life points on my Skite to... I mean, yeah, we have a blue source. So where are we targeting? Targeting Dryad Arbor. I will change the target. That was weird. It was like, do you want to change the target? Oh, that's fascinating. It's just weird that Moto was asking me that. Because I can't actually change that to spell skite because Ravager says specifically player, that it has to hit the player. I don't know if I can redirect that extra 2 damage. I also don't know if I would want to, even if I could, because it would kill the spell skite. I'd have to spend the Burrington to stop the source. It'd be bad. Would not want to do. I think I shouldn't have cracked the Ranger. That was a mistake. But I don't really have time to think about it. Is this another Ravager? Tarmogoyf. Okay. We're on the defensive now with Walker. I need to block and maybe pump it and get it killed by the Goyf now. Braid this. Now, Burrington says prevent all damage a red source would deal. This is actually destroy. It's not damage. So I do actually need to have the Spellskite take it. And that's a little tiny... It seems weird. I actually almost just impulse tried to Burrington and protect my Walker that way. That would actually have resulted in not good things. This is a free block because this thing is still red. The Burrington can block 1 point of damage from it for freebies because it itself is pro-red. So we kind of get that little freebie action. I'd love a red source off the top. That would be excellent. So this is getting a little closer than I'd like it to. And now they're going to get a free Huntmaster trigger because, again, I do not have second red source. If I attack with Heron, that's bad. We in trouble now, folks. I wonder if I could have played game 1 faster. Or no, that's not the issue. We're up on time. I wonder if, oh gosh, is this an Eternal Witness? It is. Oh goodness me. This is so sad to and we have quite a few red sources in the deck. They're going to grab another Abrade. Okay. I do wish that Burrington could protect things like Walker from destroy target artifact stuff. Trying to kill Arbor again. Okay. And we're committed to the hangerback walking now. Hangerback walker block now. They have 30 seconds. We just need to live. We picked cards because we just want to play the defense game. So they're going to try to abrade the walker here. I kind of want it to die, though, before blocks. Like, I need to block. So in response to the abrade, I will grow my hangerback walker. It will die. We'll make lots of babies. We'll make all of the babies. They have 8 seconds. You just have to live. Again, we get a freebie block here. And a chump. Don't think I'm supposed to block with Grace. They have 4 seconds. They almost won from the taking birds. Like this could have been a very different game if I could cast these. I can't. Gilded Goose is a good draw. The game is ended. Whew. Really fun game. Thanks. Nail biter. It was indeed a nail biter. Okay. What an interesting start to our league against Eternal Command, a blast from the past, obviously updated. Wow. Wow. That was interesting. Thanks for hanging out with us, folks. See a few of you in the chat, some new names as well. A few new faces. I mean, by faces, I mean your avatars. I know my face for the moment is the only face. But yeah, having a good time with this Winota deck. Certainly a fun meme. Off to an interesting start. But yeah, they're going to upgrade those Mana Leaks into counterspell's likely. They had a lot of filter lands, so I think that's where they're going. It's a turn 2 moon hand. Isn't it rude for us to go for the moon? Not necessarily. I think we certainly could or should. This hand is also pretty reliant on its birds, but let's be honest, now that we're on a bird goose build, like, we're going to be more reliant on these than before. Do we want to do a different line now that they've shown open mana? Kind of want to go get basic planes. I'm not as in much of a rush. To resolve this. I'd rather resolve this with some protection. Watch this get bolted. Lils, okay. Make me sacrifice. Interesting. Could Skyclave the Lily. Spyro's the prize. I kind of like Skyclave Lily because I like a lot of what's in my hand. If I didn't like my hand so much, I would consider something different. And I'm trying to bleed out some of the removal, but now I'm not even so sure that Moon is all that effective anymore now that they've shown us the basic mountain. I don't know if this is our plan anymore. It also cuts me on... It doesn't cut me on evolution as long as the bird lives. Is this Croxa? Spyro. Okay. But now they have access to Bloodstained for Swampy, so I think the Magus of the Moon window has been missed. I might just want a Spyro. Yep, basic mountain. Yeah, I might just want a Spyro. Ooh, yeah. So they're... I thought they might be. When I saw the basic mountain, I thought they might be. So they're just an Unearth build. I mean, it's terrifying. They just drew tons and tons of cards. I might just want to go get Winota and attack with birds here. I know I give them a token, and it's a 3, but, like, we're not going to win if I don't get my engine rolling. I guess I could wait one turn, but it opens us up to hand hate. On our tutor, it opens us up to a lot of different things. So this, like, Apparition is really not what I want to tutor with. But I think if I wait, we're just going to lose. Let's go get something good, deck. Entity, not bad. It's not the greatest in this matchup because they're a bolt deck, but 2 bolts are down. We've got Dryad Arbor is what I'm thinking I want this Foothills to go get. But we'll see what they do. So they're playing Skeleton. Lightning on legs. If you're wondering what my opponent's doing. We can beat this deck. Here it comes. So we're going to lose both these. Sad day. I'm going to take a wallop. They just attack with the Skelemental. They are totally respecting the Winota. I am very proud of my opponent and a little disappointed. I kind of needed them to swing out a little bit more, I think. They know what they're doing. They do know what they're doing. I mean, granted, they might have push for Winota right here. They don't. Triome. Not the greatest. I do have Spyro. I do have Spyro. Attacking here is like a free attack, though, right? Because of the entity. There's not really a block that they can do that screws us. I mean, depending on how I attack. Like, obviously, I would want to... honestly, though, maybe I'm just supposed to attack with bird. I know that seems strange, but maybe that's the line. Attack with bird, just because I can't actually... That's so awkward. I can't actually push through like I want to, because they could double block entity. So let's just keep trying to chip away. Chip, chip. I should have played the Ralgren because we could hit a season. It's too late now. I guess I could cycle this, but there's a good chance I hit a red source, a different red source. Okay, Neoform. They can block with their illusion here. If they do, should I actually get rid of the illusion with Entity and still play Bird? I think I do, actually. I think I get rid of that illusion. They're on one card left. So this means I'm just playing a Bird, but I think that's fine. We can kind of do this little weird, like, especially with these, now that we're playing the Bird package again, that's fine. They can have it. I mean, I would have gotten something. Channeler, that's not all that scary. I mean, it will be scary. Yeah, I feel like we've got a much better Entity turn now. Backup Winota. Okay. Now we can mash, right? They're not attacking us for lethal back. Every creature I hold... Okay, so... Entity for 5, they have to block this and this. I feel like maybe just hold up all my mana, honestly. This is there's no Winota triggers, but they have to block. Do I care if they block? Wait, actually, are they just dead from the birds? Because I have Entity. Yeah, I don't need to attack into this. There we go. 2 triggers. We're flying in the air. We have indestructible threats. Yeah, this is kind of like a weird board state where I think I need to do something kind of clever. Giver is a good idea. Like, yes, Hangerback's decent, but I think I should grab Giver. Another Ranger. I don't know, maybe like just more like birds and geese and stuff actually would be better here. So if they block in such a way that I should activate Entity, I will. Opponent scoops. Wow, we got there. Yeah, that was a weird board state where it was correct to just swing with the flyers. Okay, so they're playing the Unearthed deck. We just bring in all of our Yard Hate. We could even play Medley Mage, and the best card to name in this matchup is Unearth. There's some other things I would name on this card, but I might consider Medley Mage. Their deck's pretty quick. Let's play Grace. Teferis are not actually that great here. We're going to cut them. Magus of the Moon also it just doesn't do enough. They are also sometimes a Blood Moon deck themselves. Loyalist we might want so we can punch through. We weren't able to punch through that board state as you saw. Magus of the Moon also stops actually all of their attackers. It stops and we can still win through that. Linvala stops Channeler, and it's just a good card. It's a reasonable card. Auric Champion has protection from their deck. We should play that. It says protection from half of their deck. Glyph Weaver, they do sometimes run sweepers because they can rebuild through their graveyard. We might want that. We could play Spellbinder. So these are all the coulds. Ranger Captain's just kind of in the matchup. The Neoforms are the weaker tutors, so if I'm going to trim somewhere, that's where I'm going to trim. I like Loyalist. I don't know if this matchup's long enough for Walker. Walker's good, but I'm going to actually not run Mage. Because all that I would be trying to name on this is Unearth, and they're definitely a deck like ours where it's the sum of the parts. Well, that's not true. People just, if they can get my Winota, our deck does a whole lot less, I'll admit. That's the secret, right? You try to surgical the Winota. Anyway, Dryad Arbor is a bit awkward in this matchup. I don't know if I should cut Arbor because I'm not running nearly as many lands as I used to, but it is a bit of a liability in matchups like this. Maybe I'll just try to not use it. I mean, it can be useful against Liliana though, but it's not like they're a gut shot deck. Maybe I can cut more Rangers. So we're moving away from Neoform entirely because it's the less flexible sweeper. I actually kind of predict that they're going to try to Blood Moon me, so that's another reason to just not be on my blue cards. I just kind of anticipate that they might be mooning me. I did show them 4 colors last game. So yeah, let's just not worry about our blue cards here. Maybe that's correct against the moon decks of the format. And thankfully I don't really need them, like against Panza and such. I don't really need my blue cards. I might be interested in Neoform, but I don't need Teferi, and I certainly wouldn't bring in Magus of the Moon. Medley Mage. This opener looks pretty good. Basic into Goose or Bird. I might lead goose. Nah, I should still lead bird. Well, they might make that decision for me with this Inquisition. Or Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize my Magus of the Moat, right? Magus of the Moat's a really cool angle that this build has. I bet they might even take this, by the way. I mean, it's boltable. But, like, we run a lot of ways to protect our own creatures. A reasonable amount of ways. Yeah, they take Spyro. I agree with that. I think Spyro is clearly the best card in my hand. This is our other white source. Why don't we just go basic forest here? So let's go forest bird. Wrenn and 6 is also a thing about Birds of Paradise, you know? Magmatic Channeler. How did I know? Just had a feeling, if you're wondering. Well, the birds are here, and the bird is the word. Bird is the word. Is this where I just, like, totally play into their sweeper, right, if they have it? Show me anger, and then we can go game 3 and, like, move on with our lives. Show me the anger. Like, our hand doesn't really play around the sweepers anyway. If they have it, they have it. They're looking for it. I would love to get like an Eternal Witness in this build, just because like we have some spicy bullets that, obviously not against, you know, path or other exiling effects, but against like discard and removal. It's like it almost would be better to. Okay, they had Lily. It's much better news for us. I think I value the red source. I don't know. Canopy can cantrip though. We have plenty of color sources, and it looks like they're not going after my colored sources. Like I could cast Magus of the Moat next turn and not take any pain if I want to spend food. I don't think I do. I definitely want to get this ooze going instead of Magus of the Moon. For sure. Dryad gets to hit Lily, so why don't we pay for Skoos this way? I think we will do that. Leaving up the geese if I need to hit something in their bin. If I want to get the Skoos going, there are two creatures total. So if I wanted to try to outdo a bolt, I mean I shouldn't do anything because I'll play around bolt on this Skoos if I don't do anything. I'm feeling pretty good. That first game was fascinating. That like we both kind of, you know, approached the board from a seasoned Pyromancer perspective, right? Both me and my opponent's deck. They even made me dump my hand to Lightning Skelemental. Black Cleave, you can play it. It's tapped. They do. Okay. We each discard. See you, Magus of the Moat. I'd rather exile this than my own Spyro to grow Skoos. And I'm not going to. Their last card could be Bolt. I think I'll play around Bolt. I think it's safe to do that. Ranger. I'll go tutor for something, but I'm still planning to attack first. They kind of had a bit of a clunker over there, even though... Okay, so do we grab Burrington, or do we... It's tempting. I think it's Burrington over Lead. I mean, it's not like I don't have anything I need to swing through. I'd rather this is, like, working now than later. This also gives me Sweeper Insurance. Anger Insurance, Sweltering Suns Insurance. They might be on Damnation. I don't know. Maybe they bolt here. They don't see that I plan to grow ooze. This might even be one of those weird situations where after the Burrington's on the table, I'm safe to grow the ooze to the level that I want to, and I just can attack the Lily. I might send both of my threats at Lily anyway, just because of Fatal Push. We might be losing the Scavenging Ooze anyway. And then at that point, I don't think I want to get rid of the food unless I want to try to hit stuff in their bin. But there's really not much. Like, I guess I'll hit Channeler because they're an unearthed deck. Wow, they're really thinking. They must have the bolt or a Colligan's command. Oof. Okay, so it was a K command. So they want to destroy my food and they want to kill my arbor. Fascinating. Channeler. Okay. Attack your Liliana. They're on top deck, but not purely top decking. They do have a Channeler. Channeler's a powerful magic card. I mean, I could Ranger to stop some stuff. I don't think I'm going to. It's only this turn, though, when you can play it. Like, I could cut them off of a lot of different cards by just sacking Ranger here. But then, like, what's my plan? Well, like, I can stop their shenanigans. You know what? I will. I think that's maybe aggressive, because the 3/3 body might be really relevant. Because this might just be a creature that they hit off of Channeler. Might not be Unearth. Okay, they decide on Bloodstained. Okay. All right. But we're growing this ooze at a pretty rapid rate. It's kind of taking over the game as we want it to. Like you do. Like you do. Wait, Arbor's a creature. That counts. Funny enough. I think I'm happy swinging 7 here. Like, especially since they just fetch down to 14, it looks like they're trying to draw a card with Castle. I don't need to fetch this aggressive. Lochthwain for Fatal Push. I think having a free green open for Skoos is smart. They dump Croxa in response for passing priority. I am interested in that card. All right. I know I can't do really anything with my geese. Bolt, where are we going with that bolt? Bolt just to free up the Burrington? I don't think I bother. I think if they want my bird, I let them have it. I'd rather preserve the Burrington. We win the match. The rest of your league. Look at us doing the things, folks. We doing the things. Thanks for tuning in to watch this meme in action. Oh, we memeing. Oh, we memeing. We are memeing. All right. So this opener isn't the worst I've ever seen. I mean, we would love for a faster opener, but I have no idea what my opponent's on. So I think I'll keep this. 2 land or more is kind of a premium for this deck now that I'm on a bird build. Yeah, I mean, this hand has a plan. Opponent mulligans. Okay. Probably can't get my tri-land here because I have I have 2 evolutions. Oh, Eldrazi-tron. Oh, how lovely. The blue isn't really important in this matchup anyway, except for Neo, but I feel like I want to set us up for the Eldritch Evolutions that are already in my hand. Probably going to get Stomping Ground. It's more likely that I see white than I see... Ooh, Birds is better than me playing the Skoos out against them. So we'll play Bird. And now that we have Bird, we can Windswept for the Tri-land. Unless we want to get a basic, because honestly, Magus of the Moon is one of the better things I can be doing against them. Mind Stone. Yeah, I might just get basic planes. I'm not going to fetch yet. Can we do Canopy? Can it be? Can it be? So I can get to the Winota despite... Gosh, you know what? I almost wonder if I'm supposed to evolution into Spyro and set up for the Winota. Like, that sets up so nicely. If I moon them, they have Mind Stone. They only have one Tron piece. I think I'm going to go green, green. And I think I actually want to turn this into Arbor if I'm being aggressive. I'll play around Thought-Knot Seer a little bit here by not dumping both my Winotas. I'm actually going to dump the Evolution and the Scavenging Ooze. Keep double Winota just for that reason. Oh, okay, Gilded Goose, that changes things. I'll go get Basic Forest. If we didn't hit a 1-drop, I was going to end step get Dryad Arbor. So now I've got a nice board. Show me Thought-Knot Seer. I have double Winota, though. Our best draw is actually... Like, I might even Apparition the Thought-Knot Seer. But I think I should just... Oh, okay. Well, wow, they just take Apparition. Okay. Well, yeah, that's correct, because I have double Winota. Duh. Ooh, I could Neoform the Spyro instead of playing out Winota, and then I get to attack with one more. Oh, no, I don't have the right colors for that. I would need Bird instead of Goose, because then I'm spending the food. That seems not great. I guess either way I'm spending the food. Do I want to play Winota or do I want to Neoform into it? They're both dead to Dismember. Alright, so let's just do it this way. Now, some of our best hits are what? I mean, obviously, Magus of the Moon would be fun just to spike here. You can sometimes, but it's a fun enough, so you don't typically. I'm not going to attack with Spyro. I don't think that's worth it yet. We get certain creatures out like that, it'll start to be worth attacking with. Ooh, maybe I should have... I can't have known that I was going to get the Blade Historian. They probably eat up an Elemental. I have had players block these creatures even though they're indestructible. They just aren't reading them. No, don't block that. There you go. They have wastes, so Magus of the Moon even weaker now. So how did we board for Eldrazi-tron last time? Oaf turns off. I know it's awkward with Hangerback and Spellskite. I tend to not want these in when I bring in Oaf, but we might bring them back in because they're relevant. Teague come in, Grace when they're on the play is good. Spellbinder can actually like really disrupt some of what they're doing. They have these big silly cards. You'd be surprised. I don't think I'm going to play it, though. I want Magus for sure. It's cool that we have that back in our build. This doesn't actually save us from all the different things. They're exiling, they're dismembering, neither of which Selfless stops. Loyalist is important for the trample, and also the fact that it's going to give first strike to my team, because we don't always have the Historian. This used to be main deck, but we've sideboarded it for this league just to see if we can get away with that. Ooze can go. Apparition's okay. The Teferis are weak, and so are the... especially since I'm trying to moon. I don't think I can get away from Neoform, though. Let's cut some Rangers. Linvala turns off their Hangerback Walker, which is actually a bit of a problem for our deck. I'd love to just fly over them. And also, I like having our flyers when we have the Magus of the Moon... Magus of the Moat plan in. Like, I like maxing out on our flyers. I don't think I have any more. Hangerback's technically another flyer, but the non-synergy for Collector Oath, you could run them at the same time, but especially since I'm trimming on some number of Rangers, I'd rather run Vandal, and maybe we'll still run one Ranger. I mean, Clothies is interesting to think about in this matchup. What's our devotion count? Let me see. Devotion count's not bad. Obviously, we won't have multiple Winotas on the table at the same time. There's 18 cards contributing. Maybe I don't run any Rangers at all, but then it's like, okay, why play the Loyalist if you're not going to tutor for it? If I can't tutor for it, rather. Clothies is a little slow, though. Let's at least run one Ranger. There are some spells it turns off. Alright, let's run it back. Good to take game 1 against Eldrazi-tron. Although that happened earlier and then we still ended up losing the match. Let's see how we do. Let's see how we do. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been a lot of fun to stream for you. Theory Thursday, playing some Winota Castables. Yeah, it's a bit of a meme, but we know that. We are well aware that it is indeed memery, but it's certainly been a fun meme. I think this is week 3 or more that I've been trying to make this nonsense work. And we keep going away from like splashing a 4th color and then it keeps coming back. I feel like the triomes and birds and everything just make it not so hard. Mr. Green says that first match is pretty cool. That was a really interesting match, Mr. Green. I kind of wish I was on my opponent's deck because that just looked like so much fun to play. I feel like that's the issue with Eternal Command is you're a blue control deck that really, really wants Aether Vial in the opener. And the deck plays very differently, just like any other Aether Vial deck, right? That deck plays very, very differently when they don't have it. And one of the games we beat them, they didn't have it. It was weird to get stuck on those mana leaks back-to-back game 3 when we didn't see any of them game 1. This hand has Oath, but they're on the play. This also is a Basic Plains Neoform hand. This is a Seasoned Pyromancer Basic Plains hand. They kept 7. I am pretty scared if they are keeping 7. I feel like I want a hand that has an accelerator. I'm much happier with this hand. We cut Rangers a bunch because they're kind of weak in the matchup, so we'll just bottom that here. Yeah, I'm much happier with this. I mean, sure, they might have the removal spell for the bird, but what are you going to do? Think I need to keep an accelerator hand. We have another fetch, so even though I have Spyro in my hand, we can certainly we can get one basic here. We can get Forest. Let's not forget there's an evolution in my hand, right? So we're probably going to end up getting Stomping Ground. None of my blue cards are in right now, right? Oh no, Neo is. So we still have to get blue for Neo if we can. We could get Raugrin. Maybe there'll be a chance to get Raugrin. We kind of want them to just play Chalice on 1 right here. Sweet. It's really not that great against us. Like it seems like it. It looks like it would be. I could Eldritch for Moon here. And get basic. I would get basic. I know it stops us on the Pyro, but if I get basic Plains, then I'm basically forcing them to have the removal spell. I feel like if they had the removal spell, they would have considered removing birds. Kind of tempted to go for Moon here, just see if we get them. They'll still play. Like Eldrazi-tron still can have a little bit of play against Magus of the Moon. It's not like lights out against. Well, Moon is never lights out when it comes to Tron. Just so you know, that I know. But let's go for it. And we draw 2 more lands. Like in Spyro, we draw any other land. I'll be able to. It's like we're playing the card like we should maybe go for it more often than I do. They also they weren't showing wastes. This might take them off Tron for 1 turn, perhaps. Maze Mind, that's pretty good. Can't Spyro yet, but I can Teague. So we'll Teague. We're just like hate bears, right? Like hate creatures, hate humans. Well, this isn't a human. Oh, Teague. Scry 1, sure. They bottom. They're digging to the outs. Digging for the things. Should they have upkeep Maze-Minded? They could have played 4-mana Karn if they had it right there. They don't. Spyro. I'm going to play Winota instead because we do have one non-human. Thank you, Teague, for not being human. We probably get this. This looks like our game, guys. Moat, I actually don't want for obvious reasons. I'll take Ranger, and we'll go get, instead of a 1-drop due to Chalice, we can go get the Singleton Giant Arbor. I'm probably going to silence them. I guess I could wait till after they scryed to silence. I probably should have waited till after they resolved their scry to silence. I think I just cracked it out of habit of if I'm going to silence, I do it there. Win the match. Sweet. We went over the top of Eldrazi, Tron, which is like unheard of. I really do feel like this is like a combo deck sometimes. Like we went over the top of Eldrazi, Tron. We mooned them. They didn't have the answer. That felt really good. That's how I want that matchup to go. Right? We want to win the dice roll, but that's like any game of Modern. There's like just it's a format where you want to go first. You want to win that dice roll. Which is sad. I wish it was less of a win the dice kind of a format. I mean, there are things that have been printed that make it less so. I think cards like Force Negation, I mean. I think cards like Collective Brutality and the like, I think, make the format less so. Less of a dice roll format, but I feel like it's still a dice roll format, and that's okay. Like I enjoy, Modern for different reasons than why I enjoy Legacy, different reasons why I like Cube, or like there's definitely a different feel going on. I think that Modern is still a bit of a brewer's format, and that's where, me being a brewer, that's where I'm going to have quite a bit of fun. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the content tonight. I've certainly been enjoying streaming for you guys lately. All right. This opener is a one-lander. I'm going to mulligan. Like this quite a bit more. It's a little awkward because the Triome, but the Triome is the price we pay to splash, I think. I would maybe tuck the Skoos. I don't know what my opponent's on. Like, yes, this is a good card, but by and large, well, that's a tough choice. So I have to choose between Skite and Skoos. I already have Giver. Maybe I'm going to keep the Skoos, actually. Well, hey, good luck and have fun to our opponent. I like watching Legacy and Vintage more. Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Heliod. Against Heliod, Skoos and... They're pretty similar. I mean, we don't go for Giver. Now that we know that we're on Heliod, we go for Bird and we just try to do our thing. I don't have a Neo for Winota. This is where Eldritch can actually tutor off of Skoos, but Neo can't. Neo is just going to be, depending on what they do, Neo would just be, could be Moon, could be, especially since they just put Sprawl on a Temple Garden. No, but they have basic planes, though. Yeah, Heliod. Ooh, or I draw Spyro. Okay, so we have a few different choices to make here. I think no matter what I'm doing, I'm just playing the second bird in the triome. Give her... Go. Don't Coco me. Don't combo me. We can disrupt their combo once. Next turn because I have Scooz Neo. So I can play Scooz, Neo the Scooz, break up the combo, but... do I scoop to the infinite life? No, because this is game 1. But I will start to think about how I'm going to sideboard as they make lots of life. Now this is where, like, you know, decks, like in paper, certainly if I was like a Jace the Mind Sculptor deck, that's like, you do continue to play. You break up their combo. Also, especially if you're a Valky deck, who was I listening to? I was listening to Aspiring Spike. He also tends to not scoop, but more so when he has access to Jace. I do have a way to disrupt the combo. Do I have to do that first, or do I just start my plan? Land. They have 2 cards left. I think I just take them off the Spike Feeder. They have more copies of Helia than they do feeders, right? It's pretty even, actually. What's my main deck plan here? I mean, mooning them is tempting because it cuts them on their Temple Garden. Arbor Elf tapping. The Sprawl actually will fall off because it's no longer a legal target. I might want to start there, actually. I think I start there. Always yield. Yes, yes, yes. Grow the champion. Blue, green. Neo the Scooz. So this does mean that I'm not going to get to... But I like cutting them on the... I mean, this might be where I like have to break up the combo, but I feel like mooning the Sprawl away is kind of sweet. We'll break up the infinite life later. I think it's very tempting to cut them off of quite a bit of mana. Sure, they could have the basic force in their hand. I realize that, but this is like our matchup round 1 where we were playing to clock as well. It was against the Eternal Command list, which is super sweet. I do have a few different things to bring in against Heliod Wombo. That's actually why I'm playing a weird split of Ferocidon Linvala, even though Linvala is the stronger card. No blocks. I mean, opponents progressing the game through a different method than the infinite life. They're going on, you know, doing the champion thing. So I respect that. They're gonna grow feeder. Okay. Giver Spyro. Let's play Giver number 2. You don't know if that makes you scummy? Well, to me, like, I want to break up, or attempt to break up, Feeder Heliod. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you start looking at deck count. Oh, there's the apparition. Sweet. You start looking at like, okay, how many cards do I have left? Like once you start asking those kinds of questions, um, they can just freely block with a feeder. I almost have to go to my flyers once they start getting a board like this off. I don't know. I think you actually go after Heliod. I think next turn we apparition the Heliod. They'll make more life in response. They don't have collected company mana. I mean, they could certainly I'm going to block and protect. For white. Land. Okay. So yeah, so white, apparition. I think I go after the Heliod. Well, okay, in fairness, they can't cast another feeder with their current mana. Might be correct to grab feeder instead of Heliod. Just in this instance, like, I feel like normally I would just always go after this card. I'll go ahead and F6 here. Again, we'll think about our sideboard. So when it comes to Heliod, combo, the things I'm most interested in are Argatic Teague. I'm most interested in Ferocidon and Linvala. So Linvala, Ferocidon, Teague. I guess the things that I need to take out are Magus of the Moon usually doesn't do what it did here. Usually their mana, or they're not putting Utopia Sprawl and Temple Garden, etc., right? Their mana usually isn't that weak. Whoops. Ooh, I guess my Moto was F6'd. Gross. Okay, hang on. It's not over. Just gross, though. I think I have to bounce the Heliod. That was not good. I mean, it was one of those, like, just a purely an incidental, like, click-through kind of a thing. I think I might have been F6'd or something. One of my yields was on. All right, so we'll Teferi. Teferi to bounce something. We slow their mana if I bounce the Arbor Elf, but we also slow them if I just bounce Heliod. I mean, these both have a bunch of counters on them. I'll bounce the Elf, I think. That was an honest mistake, though. I meant to block. I mean, I meant to protect. That was silly. We have a different game now, folks. This is a different kind of game now because of my... That wasn't like a tactics error. That was a hotkey, like, you know, Moto hotkey brain fart kind of moment. I mean, granted, I'm the one that tapped it. I'm the one that accidentally put on some sort of a yield. I'll sometimes do this to make sure, you know, like and then click, you know, turn off auto yields just to make sure if it's something that's kind of pivotal. They're going to Ranger. Spicy. Ranger animates the Heliod. Gross. But we're up 2 minutes, and that was the whole goal. I wasn't necessarily looking to win this first game. I'm looking to, like, hold on. But yeah, and some of the comments you're making, Jade, I totally agree. It's some of why I've gravitated away from even decks like Thopter Sword. I've gravitated away from. So they just want to animate Helia, but they don't attack. Okay. Alright, the fairy going up. Playing Thicket, playing big walker, right? I don't need to take damage to do this, right? I can tap this way. Done. Now, with only 2 givers, though, they have 3 relevant attackers, right? They got a 4/4, they got a 6/6. They're spreading the love, spreading their damage. Maybe I can't crack Walker just as a X3, but I don't know. I feel like I want to keep Teferi. Put the Sprawl in the garden still. Okay. Apparition. What are we going after? Teferi. I think that's correct. No swingage. Okay. So what are we looking to do? Neo this. Go for it finally. Okay, cool. We have a plan. Oh, my man is awkward for it though. Whatever plan that is. Blue. Neo the Spyro. I guess I could have shocked for Breeding Pool. No flying blockers over there, so we can pretty safely just attack with Bird even. We'll start there. Entity is interesting. I'm going to grab Spyro. Oh no, Spyro's not all that great here because I'm not making the tokens. We'll grab Entity. And like, opponent knows what they're doing in this situation, right? They let go of the infinite life because they realized that their clock was more important. They're doing what you're supposed to do, I feel like, if you're playing on Magic Online. Right? Because, yeah, the life is more important. I mean, I need to break this up. Like, I need to also grab the Heliod somehow. Ballista. So my window to break up the combo is gone. Now, still thinking about my sideboard now. Oath is also good. Stops Ballista. They do play the playset. Yeah, but Linvala, Teague. Okay, Teague for company. Ferocidon. Linvala. Magus of the Moat's funny. They actually don't play flyers, my opponent anyway. Meddling Mage can also function as Teague. You also name company. I think we did what we could. They're down to 15 minutes and some change. We still got 18. So those. The benefit is my sideboarding can be a lot quicker because I know more or less what I want. Vandal hits quite a few things in this matchup, actually. You can hit Heliod even. Other than that, there's not a lot. There's a lot of creatures entering the battlefield. So like Auric Champion's tempting. Spellbinder can stop a company, potentially, buy us time to get to the other pieces. I don't love running these the same time as I run Collector Oath, and it's not really a Walker Spellskite matchup. It's not really... Like, they do have some paths, so I might still want some of these, but that's not really what this match is about. Shouldn't be able to moon them. The Teferis are okay. They can bounce things and break up the Wombo. Okay. We could cut Rangers a little bit. I feel like I cut them... I mean, like, there's some matchups where they're just so good, but I feel like I cut them in this matchup. I think I'd rather have Teferi. I don't think I want the life boost. I do want all of our other anthems, including the First Strike Trample. Well, mostly the Trample from Loyalist I am interested in. So let's run it back. Let's stay bursty. Let's have all of our mana. Yes. This hand is not that bursty, though. It's a little better. I think I could tuck the... let's see. Although we cut Magus of the Moon, so actually I'm going to tuck this Plains. Tuck the Plains. Done. A little greedy, I know. I have Ranger in my hand, so I think I want Temple Garden here. Name of the game is get Linvala protected. I mean, like, the thing is they'll have their paths and such, right? So I can't really do that. Did I cut all the givers? I should at least keep one as a tutor target in this matchup. That was dumb. That was not the best of me. It was not my best thinking. Let's go get our haste. We did bring in Loyalist, though, so we'll grab Loyalist here. Because next turn I can crack the Ranger, play Loyalist, start getting triggers. Or I could just go get Linvala. It depends on what their board state looks like. Like, if their board state... It just depends. That's another reason why you can't cut all the Rangers, is I need a certain density of X, 2s, and 3s. And I'm heavier on 3s in this build because of Neoform, because Neoform can't make 2s go into 3s. So we're a little heavier on 3s than usual. Prismatic... Heliod. So do we want to... I think I should just go for Linvala since they have half of their combo. Sure, they could have a path for Linvala, but they could also have a path for Winota. We should certainly attack first if I'm going to go get her, though. So let's attack. Yeah, and I think we just go get it. We could stop company as well by going for Teague and not give up the Ranger. Well, we already attacked, so I've already made the decision. I think it's Linvala. If they have path, so be it. Our hand doesn't have like a lot more gas, though. We pretty much just have Entity. Like, Linvala isn't lights out because they're also an Apparition deck. That's why you don't see, like, some builds. Like, if there's the playset of path, but like, the deck just naturally has all of those Apparitions, too. So. It's tough. It's tough because like some of the hate pieces I'm using, like Deicide is best. Like if you really want to gun for Heliod, which I kind of like gunning for them a little bit. I used to have a Deicide in my board as well, but I've cut it for the tutor targets. Feeder, okay. Path, yes. So they did have the path. Forest. Go ahead and F6. I mean, the ultimate scum, which I don't plan to, is like you turn off your auto yields and you click through everything that they're doing. You don't. I don't tend to do that sort of a thing. Now, will this game take 13 minutes for them to actually fight me with their deck's main, like their deck's like damage plan? I don't know. Last time it took them how many minutes? I mean, half their clock is used from game one to grind it out to get to the board state of they could have killed us with damage. They did also finally get to the board state of I do think I'm supposed to go for Linvala there. Like I could have gone for Winota. Winota also gets pathed. So I think going for the hate piece is better, especially since it was only one Winota trigger. But 12 minutes. Like when I play things like Thopter Sword, etc., like I'll tend to I'll pick something on my clock, and I think we boarded okay. Oh, they're passing the turn. Okay. So there's a Spyro. I don't think I want to miss the opportunity to put the entity on the table. I also don't want to open up to losing bird to like affect my mana, but life is at a real premium right now. All right, entity, Spyro, go. We've drawn a Teferi. So Teferi breaks up the combo. I mean, I need to do more than just break this up. Like, I have to have a follow-up as well. Ooh, they have the Ballista, though. They have Ballista with plenty of mana to pay for it. Grow, put a counter on Ballista. Yep. Give Ballista lifelink. All right. Yeah, if we wanted to be more effective in the matchup, I think we need... That's still only our first loss, though. We could go back to running the Deicide and such. Like, we have some relevant threats. They had to have the path there. They had to have something there, right? Maybe I shouldn't have gone straight for Linvala. Maybe I should have led with Rampaging Ferocidon. That would have let me keep the Ranger. Because Ferocidon, I could have... What did I have? Neoform? Or did I have Evolution? I think I had Evolution, right? So I could have evolved our bird into... Or no, I can't. Sorry, you can't Neoform. Oh, no, yeah, I had this, not this. I could have evolved our bird into the Ferocidon and then gone for Linvala later. Maybe that's what I should do in the future, because they're both... if they can't gain life, they can't do the stuff with the Ballista either. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Maybe I'll get this first. And then if they remove it, save Linvala for a second, because she's the real prize. I don't know. I think I also maybe took out too many Givers. I should have at least kept one as a tutor target. That turn where I could have had Giver, been setting up Giver instead of the Legion. This is a bit of a greedy keep, but I kind of want to. All right, last match of the league. Let's try for the 4-1. Yeah, I think there are a couple different things I could have done differently against our Heliod opponent. So I'm not necessarily chalking it up to our dex build. I think I could have sequenced, grabbed a different target first. It's just so tempting to go when I have the ability to get Linval. It's so tempting to go for it, but maybe I could have and should have waited. Ooh, is this gosh, is this the rack? That's horrible for us if this is the rack and I kept a one lander. Well, please give us some more lands, deck. Oh no. Maybe I should have led Giver or played Giver even right here. Okay, that's not what they're playing. Oh, they're playing Waste Not combo. All right, land please. Land would be nice. Didn't. I'll take it though. It's kind of a land, but them having a turn with this is terrifying, and I have lots of creatures in my deck, so they'll probably make lots of zombies. I can go over the top of the zombies if they don't make a cajillion. I would really, really like to Apparition that Waste Not. Yep. Make lots of mana. Actually, they're just making tokens. Well, Apparition's down. They have Unearths, but they did not hit something to do with it. Oh, I'm terrified. This is an awesome engine. I love this card. I feel like I need to be brave enough to play it. They're not playing a Luris build of the deck, just so you guys also know. So they're gonna bolt this. It's down. It's a lot of zombies. Okay, I'm excited that this is something that's happening right now. It stinks, but it's awesome at the same time. Okay, maybe we should scoos into Pyro. Like, yes, they just showed me Unearth. Like, yes, there's things I can stop, but I feel like I just need to set up and draw to my combo. It stinks that I'm not going to actually be making though, but I just need to draw to the combo. I think to our synergy. Things to think about. I mean, I don't have another main deck. Right now I'd be trying to tutor for the Skyclave. It's already in the bin. Don't want to take a lot of damage here. But at the same time, yeah, is my plan really to scoos Neo away both of these lands? Just hope they don't kill my birds. I can't really afford to take damage. Alright. Scoos, Neo the scoos. Yeah, Spyro. It's awful that it's making me no tokens. Yeah, you make a ton of mana. Hopefully they don't have something to do with this. They did not. Thank goodness. Spyro blocks a zombie because it comes in with the extra, which is not irrelevant. It's just awful that I wasn't making the elementals. I shouldn't have said this is setting me up for Winota. Really, it's just I'm just trying to cycle to relevant cards. Block one. Arcanist, that's terrifying. That's their combo. They're going to go for the Inquiry. Alright, Evolution. Though we draw our Wombo. Sweet. Thank goodness. Alright. Well, I mean, in before, like, Dismember or something. Just hope they don't have anything, chat. That's where we're at, folks. I'm not going to deploy the Giver. I'm just going to try to get 2 triggers here. Or not. Oh, yes, I am. We got to go over the top of them, which is hard when... Like, do I need the blocker more than... No, we just need a jam. We just need a jam. Here we go. We're jamming. Give me the double striker, please. Yes! Yes! Peasy or double striker? No, double striker. This is a lot of damage. This is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, unless they have a weird way to, like, give their creatures haste. I feel like they can't let go of the Dread Horde. So we're going to drop down to 5. You guys like how I got pretty excited when we saw exactly... Like, I was a little disappointed about Winota on the first trigger, but the second trigger, being Blade Historian, was kind of sweet. All right, what do you got? Ooh, Witch. Okay, that changes things. Hey, what's up, Mortal Kill Zone? Yeah, we had we finished up our league earlier today as a 3-2. We're currently already 3-1. So even if we lose this wonderful, wonderful matchup, by the way, so now we know why they're not on Luris. I love it. This is totally like a build of this deck I would maybe consider. I might even, like, if I was them, try to do like some sort of smallpox thing. So they're going to cast the Burning. They're going to do all their things. And we're terrified. They're going to make lots and lots of zombies. They're going to make lots of pests. And I don't know if I can go over the top anymore. We're not main decking the Legion Loyalist, and this is where I really, really need it for the trample. So they're going to make... they're going to draw a card because I pitched an Evolution. They make a zombie. Swing for 1. It's fine. Yeah, this card is like really cool. It stinks that I couldn't take out their Waste Knot. Oh my goodness, another Burning Inquiry. I think now it's just like how can I... Is my other... Nope, my other Anthem isn't down. I could kill them with the birds if I draw the other Anthem. I mean, I don't want to draw it. I need to hit it off of Winota. I don't even think I can attack with these two. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, like, they have lethal on the kickback, but I don't have the trample effects anymore. I don't want them to be able to kill off the pests. I want... Yeah, so we're just attacking with the flyers, and our out is... We hit exactly our Anthem. One-time dealer. 12 cards deep. Oh, wow, we hit it. Oh, we maybe win. We maybe just won. I mean, in before they show me Bolt. Fatal Push. Oh, they needed a block with both pests there, I think. Well, they might have a card in their hand. Oh, also it's a trigger effect. Never mind. Even if they block with both pests, they're toast. Wow, we did it. We hit exactly the what? We hit exactly the right cards. Loyalist is not mainboard. We really needed it to be, but we won anyway. Oh. All right. Ranulph says came in just to see the finish. Loved it. Yeah. What are we doing here? So they're like a combo deck. They showed us Unearth. How else do we get there? That was sweet. Frostodon seems good here too. Maybe. Magus of the Moon, no. Walker seems kind of slow. Like, they're kind of just like comboing off. I feel like I cut that here. We want the Spellskite. They showed us plenty of removal. Teferi could go too. It's not like they're a blue permissive deck. What am I doing? Bouncing Waste Knot? I mean, they just play it next turn. Speaking of Waste Knot, did I bring in the... I did. I brought in Vandal. So, I mean, we need all of our outs to that card. So all of our tutors need to stay in. Rangers could get trimmed. They don't seem that great to me. Well, I guess their deck is like a sorcery speed combo, though. Maybe these are great, actually. Spellbinder is a flyer. Spellbinder came back in because I'm running Magus of the Moat again. Oh, Magus of the Moat works here. They have to attack. Pretty much. I mean, their deck can still do silly things, but let's play the Remorseful too. So, Skoos. Do we want Clothies? I can't run all these cards, guys. I have to cut something. It feels weird to have Ferocity in the same time as Ooze, but I think it's fine because we're just trying to turn off their stuff. Why don't we cut a couple Rangers? Now, the Magus of the Moat is dangerous if I don't have enough flyers, and the only flyers I'm running right now are my birds. Granted, like Ranger tutors for them, but let's just keep that in mind. I didn't bring in Linvala or the Spellbinder, and I usually do when I bring in Magus of the Moat, so just something to think about. Turn off the light game, make them take damage for the pests and the zombies. Yeah, I think this is sweet. I think this is a good call, Killzone. Oh, Killzone, I had some thoughts for your mill list. I sent it in Discord. It was just a little something at the beginning of the stream. I showed your list briefly, and um, I felt like the abrupt decays might want to be in the sideboard. Anyway, let's run it back. Um, and maybe you play. Maybe that's how you squeeze in the fourth drown. Um, all right, let's see. Hopefully you know what I'm talking about. I'm hoping I'm getting your names right. I believe it was your build. I believe that's you. Abrupt decays mainly you kept playing as E-tron with Chalice. Oh, okay. And you want to turn off Chalice on two? All right, let's see. I think this hand's fine. We see two sideboard cards. Let's go. We have a fetch. We can go get our tri-land. Well, maybe we can't because we want to turn one giver. Well, yeah. This hand's a little awkward for the tri-land because I really want to go Canopy, Cleric. So it's going to be Canopy Forest probably. Thoughtseize me. Take my Evolution. Maybe take Vandal because it kills their build around card. I can't believe that we hit like exactly the right creatures. I mean, granted, we were digging pretty deep. We had to dig 12 cards to find the double striker, and then we had to dig, and we had to hit that one first, and then we had to dig another 12 cards deep, right? Whoa, Super Saiyan ran off with the sub. Thank you so much. Tier 2 for 6 months in advance. What? What does that even mean? I've never seen that before. Hold on. I mean, like, I'm going to keep playing the match, of course, but hold on. Oh, can we go get basic planes now instead of the canopy? I might, because we just drew another. But, like, hold the phone. They took evolution. Hold the phone. Watched you a few years back, and then you changed your time zone, so I didn't get to see you. So now I'm happy to subscribe. Thank you so much for the support, friend. That was huge. I think it means I'm a sub for 6 months total, and I paid you 6 months up front. Ranulf. You didn't have to do all that. Bolt my giver? Okay. Thank you so much for the support. We'll talk later, friend. We'll talk later. Maybe I could do something like if you have a deck you want featured or something. I don't know. For when we do, like, when we have subs on the channel, I like to try to do at least one thing for you guys. We used to have a system. Jade, do you remember the once a month thing I was doing? Maybe we could bust that back out, because I feel like I'd like to do something. I mean, I know you're probably gonna say something like, "But Bruce, you're entertaining me. This is my entertainment. You don't need to do anything else." But I kind of want to. Okay, let's just play Remorseful Cleric. Like, it's tempting to play Giver. I mean, the other line I had is play Windswept, go get our Tri-land, even though they might be a Blood Moon deck, by the way. I would be playing this deck as a Blood Moon deck if I wasn't on Lurrus. Bolt my Cleric. All right, we will exile your bin. Frollo says, Bruce you're just entertaining me. You're my entertainment. You don't need to do. Aw. Well, that's really sweet to say. Ooh, crud. Drew the Pyromancer and I went greedy with my fetching. I mean, not greedy, but greedy. Oh, shoot. All right, give her Windswept. Give her Windswept. I mean, maybe I was even supposed to crack the canopy. This is not good. I mean, they're kind of have a slow start over there. Oh, they're gonna take my Pyromancer. Oh no. I've been blessed personally in life lately. I just wanted to share. If you want to do something special, it'd be fine. I just like watching you play and love your kind personality. Oh, thanks, friend. I try. I feel like when I was younger and was streaming, like back, especially at the beginning of college, I feel like my heart would sometimes. Ooh, we drew Neo. I might switch out Vandal for Neo to go get Spyro anyway. I'm sure that's frustrating for my opponent, but I think I'd do that. I think I Vandal for... Like, we have no resources. This is what we do, right? We go get the unless there's something spicier. They're on like no mana. Is there something better? Ooh, I could just go get Clothies. Okay, if we Spyro, it's because we want more gas. But if we Clothies, it's Clothies. I'm just thinking about the possibilities, folks. I mean, I think it's Spyro. Thanks so much for the support, Renoff. That really blows my mind. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, what are we doing? Pyromancer, right? I'm out of gas. Like, Clothies, don't get me wrong, is sweet. And I do want to attack their graveyard, but I think I'm going for... I'm gonna get Spyro. And we draw lands. I don't think I would protect Pyro from a Bolt, even if they had it, right? Because I don't have enough red. Never mind. No, I would protect it because I don't have second red source, and I didn't just draw into one actually. Bolt my giver. Yeah, Bolt my giver. I guess I give Pro Black because this is second Bolt. They're more likely to go land Fatal Push. Or we just hit lands. Never mind. Yeah. All right. Well, can't win them all. All right, let's add the Bastion. So, ooh. Entity. Awkward to play Entity out. I think I do, though. I'm always so nervous to put this card on the table in this Lightning Bolt format when it's not, like, indestructible from Winota and everything. Well, we have a plan. They've spent a few removal spells. Hit you for 3. That's our plan. Hit them for 3 a few times. All right, just for the record, I kind of want our opponent's deck to win. Like I want to do the winning. Oh, we got the 4-1 with the 4-color build. We did it. We did it. Let's open some chests. How about what do we used to do with chests? I used to have some... Oh, man, we're building up some points. We're actually, like, winning more consistently with this nonsense, and I feel like it's starting to get more and more tuned. I don't even know what cards we would change. Like, we used like, the whole apple, right? I don't feel like there was a matchup I never brought a bullet in. Like, I actually used the whole... At least that league, anyway. Like, I think each of these things came in different matchups. And again, like I kind of wish Loyalist was main, but it is best when both the First Strike and the Trample is more relevant. I'm kind of glad that I just went double main deck Teferi. Originally, I was a 1-1 split. I think the deck can support 2 Teferi. I like that this is kind of a toolbox deck. It's not something you'd expect. I've been really enjoying this. Let's just open these chests to celebrate. Let's just do it. 160 play points. Super pretty. Dragon's Guard Elite? A Pithing Needle. That card sees play. Of course it does. Beacon of Destruction. Oh, Cosmina. People thought this thing would do something, and then it never did. That's a cool card, though. Garrick's Harbinger. What? Hexproof from black. If it deals damage to a player or planeswalker, I look at that many cards. I may reveal a creature card, or... Jade, you got to build around this card and, like, protect it or something. And, like, give it trample. That seems like your kind of card. oh, I have. 160 points is pretty good. Yeah, Dragon's Guard Elite is a sweet card. I've seen Abzan builds of this card. People trying to, like, do stuff with it. Yeah, this is a cool card. This is, like, deceptively powerful. It's like a much improved Quirion... What is it? There's a Quirion card that's similar to Dragon's Guard. So hold Dragon's Guard Elite in your mind, folks. Oh, old Tolsimir. Too bad not new one. Yeah, I'll take a Pithing Needle and a bunch of points and a pretty Dragon's Guard. What is it? Quirion Dryad? Quirion... I think it's a Dryad. Thema says it's Quirion. Yeah, you're right. Quirion Dryad. Play God's Willing and Snakeskin. Yeah. This is a cool card too, by the way. I feel like there's like a build around for Dina. We just haven't figured out. Like where you can make the sacrifice legit. When we gain life, they lose life. Like, I feel like there's some stuff you could do with this card. Anyway, like an Aristocrats deck. Here it is, Quirion Dryad. Yeah, so it's just a better Quirion Dryad. It starts as a 2/2. Um, it's not as scantily clad. I mean, there's many reasons why it's better. That's just... No, I'm talking about the stats of the card. Goldfish did a brew around Dina. Really? This card had me at the art and the fact that it's a watermarked card. Okay, let's maybe change one card. I really, really like the 4-color build. I'm really, really liking the fact that we're back on birds. Even though, yes, it's vulnerable. Yes, we're very sad when we run into prowess. It's going to happen. We're going to get gut shot. But, like, I really like how that league went. We played Eldrazi-tron a bunch. And we went over the top. Like, we are kind of a weird combo deck. We are, of sorts, right? The Neoforms, like, yeah, they're not as good as Evolution, but I liked these tutors better than the other tutors we've been trying. Our human count could go up. That's a criticism I have for this 4-color build. Also, the fact that I'm on 2 Teferi and this many tutors, like, I would even be interested to cut 1 Neo. Perhaps. And maybe not play Walker. But let me show you where things stack up. So things that are humans that are also non-humans. Things that are just going to be humans. Things that are just non-humans. Dryad Arbor gets to go in this pile. So we got 15, 8, and 7, and then 9 other stuff we're trying to support. I feel like this package is so heavy, but I love the 2 of Teferi. Why don't we do 2 Teferi, 4 Eldritch, 3 Neos? Sleeping says, deck is spicy, just caught the tail end of League. Ho, buddy, never would expect a 4-1 from a pile like this. Thank you, Sleeping Wolf. It's not our first 4-1. I'm not trying to brag, I just to say that we have gotten it before. But I will be perfectly honest with you, Sleeping Wolf. We also tend to mostly get 3/2s with this deck. But yeah, we have gotten... I don't think we've gotten the 5-0 yet. Did we? I think we've come close a couple times. I want to be honest. Like, I'm trying to be. I'm racking my brain, and there are a few people that have been watching the development of this deck the whole time, so I don't think we've done better than 4-1. I think that was our second 4-1, but I think most of what I've gotten is 3/2s or worse. I think we've gotten 4 3/2s. No, we did 5-0 once, basically, but we punted. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, that's right. We had, like, the other 4-1 that we did get should have been a 5-0, but I made a mistake. But the deck gave me all the things I needed, and I made a mistake. Love the blue splash because we get access to Medley Mage. Is there something that's in the sideboard that's a human that could be main deck? It's Heron's Grace. If we want to be better against the beatdown decks of the format, we should just main deck Grace. We should just main deck Grace. I main decked Heron's Grace a lot because if we're on the draw against the aggressive decks, this is really our only hope. Is while we're going off, we hit this, we draw, we gain like 6 or more life. It can even gain more than 6. Sometimes we've gained 9, 10 life from the Heron's Grace champion. This card looks really unassuming. It looks really, really weak. Sorry, let's switch interface so we're on brew mode. The card looks really weak, right? It does. It just is. On paper, right? This card looks really weak, but it's not. It's deceptively strong in the deck because it's both serving the function of an anthem, but it's also giving us that coveted lifelink. But actually, the best thing about this card is the fact that it has flash. If I draw it, it's not as dead as some of these other bullets because I can wait until I've already got a bunch of Winota triggers and I pulled out of the list like some Rangers or Seasons. They're attacking my opponent's block. I flash in the Herons, pump my whole team, gain the life. And it's actually a combat trick, which like combat tricks are pretty rare and modern in decks that aren't things like prowess and things that aren't, combat tricks are just rare. They just are. So the fact that like Teferi gives us like some of these weird pseudo combat tricks is sweet. There could be like a weird like universe where I have Teferi, I have an Eldritch, I go to combat, and I flash in off of an Eldritch or a Neoform, I flash in Blade Historian. All of a sudden we have double strike because it paints attacking creatures. This doesn't need to be on the table when combat happens. So I do think that the Teferi with these tutors adds this other element to the deck, and both Blade Historian and Grace, to a lesser extent, maybe even Entity, they actually become combat tricks. Okay, Randolph says, I think Heron's Graves is good main deck. It's another Lord effect for some of the cards. I think it's reasonable. Yeah, and then we have to figure out what our new sideboard card is. We've played Veil. We've played Justice. We've played Rip Apart. I kind of like Rip Apart. I think Rip Apart's really flexible. I think it's just this really good sideboard card in our colors. I like Veil. Rip Apart. I keep seeing more. Yeah, there are board states where I just really wish we had Rip Apart, right? I'm sad it's not a creature, but I'm all for... I feel like we've started to figure out which creatures the deck wants. I kind of want to run my meme Magus one more league and keep our flyer count high. If we're not a Birds build, if we're not a Gilded Goose build, or like even like a Hangerback Walker build, I'm not playing. I feel like we're at the bare minimum to make something like Magus of the Moat work, right? Our flyer count is what? If you want to count Walker, because with the extra Neoforms, we have a reasonable chance to sacrifice it ourselves. So we have 7 flyers, technically, main deck, and then we have 2 more flyers in the sideboard. I'd love for this last card to even just be a flyer to make the Magus plan better. Lynn Valiflies, we can bring it in when we do this plan. The Spellbinder. I've really liked Spellbinder. I've even main decked Spellbinder before, but I think we're going to keep it in the side. So you guys think Rip Apart? Is there a creature that would give us essentially Rip Apart? I don't think so. I don't think there's a creature that does, well, besides more Skyclaves, right? But Skyclave is also 3 mana. This is only 2. Since you have some Hate Bears in the side, have you thought about Thalias? Yes, I have. I also like Either Sworn Canonist. Thalia is a little bit awkward sometimes for our draws because she does tax us sometimes. We've played Thalia on and off. I like the card. I've even main decked it before since it's human count. Okay, so Thalia is on the. So come on, chat, participate. Ideas. This is idea mode. So Rip Apart. We have room for one more cyber card. So Rip Apart, Thalia, Veil, Justice, just because I love that card. Makes sense. Yeah, I think Thalia is good, though. We could even play Ethersworn Canonist if we wanted. We could play Archon. I like Archon even more, maybe. As like another way for us to fight greedy mana bases besides just Magus of the Moon. Archon is a really good sideboard card in Modern right now. Mind Sensor, right? A Fiery Justice is what I was thinking. Justice. What decks are we weak against? We just lost to Heliod again. We could even just play a Deicide. Move chat a little bit. You guys are getting covered up by some of my card ideas. Deicide, we could play Fiend Hunter. Actually, in this deck, I tend to like Fiend Hunter. Don't get me wrong. Fiend Hunter might be the better piece. I do like that it's got a watermark because we're kind of a defensive deck until we combo. So like, but I think Priest might be better because it wields the double strike of Blade Historian slightly better and the Heron's Grace lifelink better. It's a toss-up between those two. Yes, we could play something like that. If only you could play Palace Jailer in Modern, right? I've even considered weird stuff like... what is the name of that card? It's a legendary human. It fulfills a similar role as Magus of the Moat without being as niche. There's the one it's like a human that makes them have to pay more mana for their attackers. What's the legendary from Kaldheim? White with flash and human. Oh, what about Caustic Caterpillar? Caterpillar doesn't, it's a fun one. Caterpillar doesn't, I don't mind it though. I like that it's lower to the ground than Night of Autumn. Now, Night of Autumn, of course, has more play against the burn decks of the format. But Night of Autumn is something we've played before, too. Oh, Sigrid, yeah. Maybe we even like Sigrid more. It's just, he's more specific. Same, sorry, she. Excuse me. Yeah, Flash, First Strike, Pro God. The First Strike, of course, being relevant. Of course, she's more niche than Fiend and Banisher. So the weakness would be if we pull her out of the deck during like a Winota attack, we have to hit something that's already blocking, but it doesn't happen during the blocking phase. So I think actually this would be bad because we're pulling our humans out when we're during declare attackers, not during declare blockers. So this actually doesn't work. Ooh, Gem Razor. Now we're talking. No. That was a good idea though. We thought about it, right? We did. So there's Gem Razor. There's a bunch of cool promo versions of Gem Razor. Let's just go with the normal one. So why would we play Gem Razor? We have to mutate. It's not a tutor target, but this gives us trample. Yeah, I mean it just wouldn't be a Neo or Eldritch target. We're already moving to just 3 Neos, which I think is correct actually, because it's the more awkward, weaker tutor. I'd rather make more room for Teferi. Gem Razor's a good one. Stands on its own. Can hop on a flyer, be a serious threat. Why not just play Toski? We were playing Toski for a bit. Toski's great. It almost takes a similar slot as the Clothies, but they do different things. Toski? Yeah, Toski's a good one to consider. There's so many fun cards to consider for this deck, as you're seeing. I'm going to go with Banisher over Fiend Hunter for the things I just stated. I think the stats on Fiend Hunter, yes, they're better when we're not doing our thing, but if we're not doing our thing, we're losing anyway. What about Linvala? I do have a copy. I do stand by her. She's very important in the meta. What about a Questing Beast? Beast. I like Beast. Beast is deceptively strong. Yeah, Vigilant Death Touch. Haste is good for our deck. Can't be blocked. Combat damage that you would deal by creatures you control can't be prevented. When would this be relevant? Hang on, that second clause. Combat damage that would be dealt by creatures you control can't be prevented. When is this clause relevant? Is that clause relevant against if somebody blocks the protection creature? When is it relevant? No, it's relevant against fogs. Flaxen Intruder? What? I like you guys going deep. I'd like to play something that's new, just because we're a tutor deck. Flaxen Intruder. It would push past protection, but I'm not sure. Aurak Champion? Oh, Intruder, because... Yeah. That's a fun one. Yeah. We have considered this card before. Yeah, it's a human, but it's here to... The problem is it has to deal combat damage to remove the artifact. Well, what are we replacing? We're not replacing... Oh, we're replacing the 4th Neo. That's what we're doing. Right. We cut the 4th Neo form, and we main decked the Heron's Grace. So what do we need to replace? It can be anything. It could be anything. Phyrexian Revoker is a great choice. Yes. Revoker also would be another hate piece for the Heliod combo. You can just name Heliod. You can name also... you tend to name Heliod, but you can also just name Walking Ballista. You can also even name... you can name any of the 3 pieces. You can even name Spike Feeder. It just depends on the board state. Yeah, we've played Phyrexian Revoker before with some success. I do like having more 2-drops that are powerful since we have a bunch of dorks 1-drops that can be neoed. So maybe the thing that we're looking for needs to be a 2-drop. So maybe we should decide between these 2-drop options. Is Mila any good? Oh, we've played Mila. We cut her blue magic guy. I like this card. The league that we had a 3-2 with this card the first time we played Mila, Crafty Companion, we actually used the Luca side. We actually never used the creature side of the card. Believe it or not. When we saw the card, we only used it as the Planeswalker side, and we actually used the -2 to get back a Winota, which was sweet. Yeah, this card's reasonable. We've played it before. I thought it wasn't reasonable, but it was. Honestly, I'd lean towards Revoker. If Heliod's a difficult matchup, I think it's one of the better options. Yeah, it would give us a triple threat of we have Revoker, and we have Ferocity, and we have Linvala. We have 3 relevant hits. They're all tutorable, unlike the Deicide, which I think Deicide's a great option if you're a white deck and you're not built around tutors like this. So let's do that. These are some great ideas, though. But let's go with the Revoker, because that is what we lost to in our main match. And let's run it back. Awesome that we're playing leagues with I burned so much tickets and cash and points on this deck initially, but I feel like now we're actually starting to get to the point where the 3/2s are more consistent, and I'm starting not to blow as much capital to, which I mean, like you guys know me, like I'll brew all day. I don't care so much about I don't care too much. Yes, I would love to play first. Look at us winning the dice roll, but no lands. All right, hey, smiley face, good luck, and have fun. We're going to mulligan this no-lander. We could keep this one and put the Heron's Grace back, because, again, this is the most matchup-specific card in my hand. Teferi's more flexible than Heron's. This is really... And we'd rather pull this out of the deck with the Winota triggers, because it makes it cheaper. So we'll keep, and we'll bottom. I have Bastion, but I have Teferi Neo. So this is that awkward spot where I know we have a lot of red requirements in this deck, but my hand is 2 blue cards. I think I'm actually going to get the breeding pool and just hope that we can fix our way into more red sources. Because there's no guarantee that the Gilded Goose is going to live. I do think this is finally... I rarely get the breeding pool, but... which again is like, okay, Brews Spy, should we even have it in the deck? I think so. What about Kytheon? I've tried Kytheon. The problem with Kytheon is it doesn't actually flip. If you... The word... I tested Kytheon. I did test the card. Because they're going to Fatal Push my Goose and make me shad. Alright. We're shad now. A little shad. And then we draw the Spyro, and deck building is horrible. I mean, in fairness, this being stomping wasn't going to help us. We would need a second red with a filter land. Oh, deck, please give us a third land. That would be so wonderful. I'll take it. Oops. They're not a Luris build, whatever they are. Have I thought about playing the red? I actually am playing it. That's a great question. Equinox, I'm on both filters because this deck is so greedy. I have Firelit Thicket and I have Wooded Bastion. I have them both. We used to also play Reflecting Pool, but it wasn't as consistent. It wasn't doing what we wanted. I know it's stupid to talk necessarily about other playing Esper Control. It's silly, I should say, not stupid. It's silly to maybe I should attack and see if I can stick the Teferi. That's really one of the only ways we're going to win this. Unless I'm trying to play Ranger. If I'm playing Ranger, they're going to have interaction. But I don't really want to get... I'd rather they fight over the Ranger than the Teferi, though. Could always just Neo this and see what they do. That also feels really bad against Permission. Let's... Well, now that we know they're Esper Control... I mean, they're probably sitting on Archmages and they just want to steal my Giver. Honestly, I think that's what they're hoping to do. So we have green. We have white. It doesn't matter too much. They are a Field of Ruin deck, though, so let's think intelligently here. Foundry complements the breeding pool the best out of all of my different sources. White, please. Let's just play Ranger and have Giver up, even though my prediction is that they have Archmages. They might counter this, though, and then we just attack anyway. Oh, they don't have Archmages. They have something different. Oh, Kaya's Guile. Interesting. Okay. That's one way to deal with Giver. All right. Do we want to silence them? This could also be land drop. I don't think I should go with land drop, though. I think this is a spot where I go get birds because I need red for Pyro. Like, Hangerback's good in this matchup. Giver is good in this matchup. I can't cast my spells, though, folks. So let's grab a bird. Do you even like... I feel like so much of their deck is instant speed. I'm not going to crack Ranger. We'll use Ranger to stick the Teferi. Sticking Ranger is a huge game in this matchup, potentially, because I do have a Teferi in my hand. If I can stick the Teferi, things change drastically. Winota the draw. Okay, I'd rather just stick the Teferi here. I mean, yeah, I know they run like that 2 mana. They run Eliminate and stuff, but... Yeah, let's sacrifice Ranger. That's why it's in the deck. No, let's attack first. What am I doing? Sorry. That was almost a bit of a puntsies. Here you go. Attack. Second main. These really do help our control matchup. So we sacrifice this. We're going to play Teferi. I think we're just ferrying and plussing. You could get greedy. I don't think that's right. I think we plus and force them to have something. Could be Esper Charm since they got planes. That mana would have cast an Esper Charm. I mean, it's very tempting to bounce the token. I'm not going to. We're more interested in the being on the table side of Teferi in this matchup. Castle. Teferi. Tuck my Teferi. Taps them out, though. So Teferi is 2 cards down. We don't necessarily... Oh, shoot. All right. I don't want to tutor. Even if I did tutor, what would I get? This is so awkward. This is where it's so sad. All right, so let's filter here. So, okay. I could birds. I could Neo the birds, but what am I even getting? Skoos, right? Skoos grab the Fatal Push. I don't have the mana to do that. Oh, boy. They have 3 cards in hand, and they have a Teferi now. I think we're losing this one. I do tend to lose this matchup game 1. It's okay. Like, I don't think that the 2 of Teferi and even the Rangers is enough really to win this matchup. We kind of got clumped. We got clunked. We got clumped. Clumped up on... Like, it might literally just be play birds, say go. I don't really want to shuffle away the Teferi, but I also don't think the Teferi is resolving. But I need the mana from the birds. Yeah, I need the mana from the birds. So let's just play birds and maybe crack the food token. Oh, this is the pits, folks. This is the loss right here, most likely. There's a small chance that they are out of gas. Their deck's not designed to be out of gas. Yeah, the draw was awkward this game. And I think that's why, like, going to the 3 of Neo, like, just because this is the tutor that I really have grown to like, doesn't mean that it doesn't have its drawbacks, right? We felt like we needed to grab Breeding Pool this game off of the foothills, but then we drew a Seasoned, and the Seasoned ended up being important, as it usually is. Push. Yep. I might just crack this food now. I know I do have one other copy of Gilded Goose. I'd rather just be efficient with the token. But I do have one other Gilded Goose in the deck somewhere. All right. Another Neo. Let's go ahead and scoop it up. So that was all 3 Neos. And we got a little behind. We could cast them. But we fell behind my opponent's removal. Givers can help us there. This is like where I wish I had my... like, the control matchup is where I wish I had Toski still. We'll play Colothes and Gaddock Teeg, but I don't even mind Mage, necessarily. You name Push. You can name... There's a couple other things you can name with Mage. That was awful. That looked really poor, didn't it, folks? Our matchup's not unwinnable against them, but it's not the best. Tend to like to dodge Esper Control. It's not a huge presence in the format, but it does get played. All right, Spellbinder, Glyph Weaver for Damnation, or they play Verdict usually. We'll play it for Verdict. Walker's good. All right, 5 cuts. What's weak? Entity, Historian is weak. Majesty of the Moon stays. Apparition's kind of hit or miss. I actually don't know if I love this card. Like, what I really want to hit is Big Teferi. They tend to gravitate towards Big Teferi more. And I'm not fighting a permissive war. 3 mana Teferi. Their 3 mana Teferis, actually, I'm not, like, looking to Apparition them, so I feel like that goes. Skoos stops Snapcaster Mage. I mean, maybe keep it. I mean, sometimes I like to trim a little bit on our mana. Dried Arbor is a real liability in this matchup, but it's awkward to cut any. You can even in this matchup cut the Double Striker. Like, it's weird to do that because, like, we close so much more quickly. But I've found that against these decks, if I can just keep chaining into Ranger Captain of Eoses off of Winota triggers and just consistently silence them 2 or 3 times, we usually just beat them down. So this would be the type of matchup where I cut potentially all of our Anthem effects and just try to value them out. Just be on the value plan. Yeah, I don't think they have Apparition targets. I think it's a clean cut. Yeah. Yeah, draw was awkward. We literally did see all 3 Neos when we kind of didn't have the cleanest colors. I also didn't have the opportunity to get our Triome. I think if we had Triome, that's a different story, right? If I had maybe gone one turn slower from the very beginning and gone with Triome instead of the breeding pool, I think that was a different game. But anyway, that's one of those situations where it's like, did we lose to Esper Control, or did we lose to the new? This is like the second league that I've taken this, the mana base. Yeah, Neo Pyromancer again. But I mean, it's gonna happen. I think we keep this. I don't tend to like mulliganing in this matchup. This also gives us the opportunity to, speaking of which, to go get our Triome. So our mana's going to be nice and clean this time. Nice and clean. Eco says, yeah, you lost to Neo. Yeah, like if that tutor had been, we've tried Eladamri's Call, we've tried Cord. If that tutor was different tutors, right, instead of getting glutted on... Oh, by the way, I am supposed to cut a few... well, maybe not now that we're on Teferi. I may have wanted to cut some number of Neos just because my opponent's a permissive deck, and they do have a real drawback against the permissive decks in this format. They're important to our deck, though. That was not good. I think now we maybe just lose again. And I did cut the Dryad, but Dryad's not really a mana source. Gust, bottom. Oh boy. It's okay. It's one of those things where it's a tough matchup. We can win it. It's tough. The matchup's actually only going to get more difficult as, you know, cards like... I think we go Peasy. I think Teferi's the prize. They probably counter this, right? Spyro resolves. All right, let's go cut. Well, Neo's more mana efficient, and this can get Winota. I feel like I'm not on the tutors, though. Like, if I had my choice against a permissive deck to dump these and keep this good stuff, I probably do dump the tutors. Next game, if you guys can think of one of these cards that maybe should be in, like Cleric could be in, let me know. I may make the switch. Or even Blade Historian might be better than third Neo. Yeah, that's fine. I can see trimming one Neo because it's so soft. Yeah, but both of these tutors are soft. Firelit, okay. Go to combat. I'll leave the sideboard up for a moment so you guys can think. It's not taking up the board state yet. If you guys have ideas for me, I'd be interested. I think we just Spyro again. And yeah, Spyro in such a way. I'm actually going to leave the breeding pool open. Spyro in such a way that we could still play birds if this gets countered. Resolves. We're going to ditch birds, and I'm going to actually ditch this other Spyro. Drew extra Winota. We should start casting them now. Frostom would have been fine. It can't be blocked by the spirits from Guile. That's true. And it also stops. Yeah, that stops their life gain. They do have some life gain potential. That's very true. Let's start casting these into their counterspells, shall we? Wooded Foothills can't go get Giant Arbor. I was tempted to play it and try to... I mean, I might still want to play this in thin. Oops, I needed to tap for white here. Let's do that. White is what I'm in most need, but I have a white source in my hand. Let's start just slamming these into their counterspells. If they gust it, I bottom it, actually. Or we'll fetch it away. They probably have Path for her. Could also have the new 2-drop that Esper's may be considering. Banishing Verse. They're pushing a token. Wait, is this Winota good? Oh. Yeah. Giver. Giver? Giver. Giver. Just making sure I have another white source. I do have another fetchable white source off of Wooded. It's the Sacred Foundry. So Giver. Vanishing Verse is pretty neat. They are letting it happen. They must not have had an out. Ooh, we could moon them off of their white and blue right here. That means I can't cast Giver. Totally worth it. They've been mooned now. Oh, we did leave this in. They scoop. Okay. They didn't have the ability to make the Fatal Push hit the Winota, which does come up. Like Fatal Push, it is a great removal spell. It is. Our decks are designed to do the revolt thing, right? We've got fetches. Fatal Push is better a little bit in the Mishra's Baubles decks, just because they have fetches and baubles and other things to cause revolt, right? And Esper Control does have some things built into it to cause the revolt, besides just the fetches, right? You can block with something. Thraben Inspector could be a nice idea for Ranger. That's a cool idea, Equinox. Hadn't thought about it. Thanks for the suggestion. Okay, so what was it? You guys said cut a Neo? Yes. What do we run instead of the third Neo? Apparition? No. Oh, Ferocidon, you guys were saying, is good because it turns off their life gain. Yeah, I do think that turning off their life gain is actually kind of smart. Meddling Mage also might be better than the Neos. I would name Fatal Push or Path. Kind of acts like another protection. I mean, like, we could also name, like, Cryptic Command. Like, you can name Teferi. Like, there's a lot of things I could name, and I am going to get a peek at their hand because of Spellbinder potentially before we Mage, maybe. Like, I can already think of several cards I would name. So I do think we can trim down to just a single Neo. 2-mana spells seem better also for multi-spelling. You already have a ton of 3s. Yeah, no, we do. Our deck is really loaded up on the 3s. Like, tremendously so. We're top heavy, I know. 3s heavy. Is there anything else out of the sideboard that strikes you guys as something we want? I don't know if I want to cut all my tutors. I feel like once we start cutting below... Certainly I shouldn't cut the Evos because they're more flexible than Neos. But we could... If there's another card that strikes a fancy... I mean, I don't think I want the Anthems. I think I'd like to still just be on the grind plan. But if I did, it would be Blade Historian. So we don't want these Anthems. We're interested in maybe this. Maybe the extra land. These, no, maybe? So maybe these. Looks good? Yeah, let's do it. Maybe those, but they're really not doing what we need. Opponent never got above their third land. Now, Esper Control can thrive at 3, because that's when, you know, Esper Charm and such are turned on. This is a greedy keep if I was to keep it. I'm not going to. This hand is more... this hand is less vulnerable. I know I have Magus of the Moon in, but I don't think I keep the basic planes. We're not going to be able to get the basic planes, though, any other way. I could put back Temple Garden. A little greedy. Because, like, if I don't draw a turn 2 play, the best thing I can do is go get our Tri-Land. Well, but if I was going to get Tri-Land, I shouldn't have kept Breeding Pool, though. Yeah, actually, that was maybe the wrong land to put back. Okay, we draw Spyro, now it's different. Oh, no, it's not. We could still go Giver, Tri-Land, Red Shock. Yeah. Okay. We know what you're doing. That's the thing. You add the 4th color, and then all of a sudden, like, fetching is so different. Much more complex. I do like having the backup blue source because they're a Field of Ruin deck. It's fine. Drew and Evo. Okay. Dangerous. I'm not protecting anything. It's not like I'm going to go get Arbor. Swing. Show me Snapcaster block. No. And again, this matchup's tough, right? Like, we got it last time, but they kind of got clumped up on their lands. So, you know. River of Tears, that's a sweet one. Let's go get our Tri-Land. Unfortunately, the Tri-Land does what? Does not give me second green. Well, Evolution I'm not doing for a bit. I'd rather sequence these other things out. Ooh, we could try to stick the Meddling Mage instead of the Spyro. I'm more interested in Spyro resolving than I am Meddling Mage. Mage name push. This gets countered. Ooh, actually it gets worse than that. It gets spell snared. Ugh, there's some stank on that spell snare. Wow. Huh. Card's good. What's more important? Spyro is more important to resolve than the Winota, I think. We can also get... We have white already. We want green. I want Stomping Ground. Alright, so yeah, I'm more interested in trying to resolve the Winota, even though it means shocking. Here we go. What do you got? This might even coax a removal spell on the Giver, if they don't have a way to, again, Fatal Push this. Like if they don't have the Revolt. I imagine this getting Cryptic or Archmages. Yep. Continue to pressure them. Take one. Giver's not really pressure, let's be honest. Another land to Fairy. Yep. But we get to play Spyro. Could also Moon them. Like, they might not have the 2-mana counter. I don't have to go for Spyro. Like, if they don't have 2-mana counter here, we just maybe... Well, we don't win... Oh, I wish I could double spell. We have to make a decision here, folks. Attack the Fairy. Go grab Magus. I don't think I do that. I don't think we're that desperate, actually. Like, surely they had the counterspell, right? We play Spyro. Dump these. Yeah. It's not over. They didn't have the counterspell. I should have gone for it. Should I keep the evolution then? Magus will just get bounced. Oh, yeah. Duh. They'll just minus. Let's make tokens. Spellbinder. Canopy, I might draw a card. Attack the Teferi. I know you're like, but Bruce Spy, you gotta protect the Spyro. No, I'm attacking the Planeswalker. Okay, we rebuild. We rebuild okay. Let's not forget that we have the... Do we have white even if I crack the Canopy? We do. But I could double spell next turn if I draw a land, though. I don't think I'm supposed to crack the Canopy. Because I would anticipate that one of these gets countered. What do we got here? Sweep. This looks like Verdict, maybe. Guile. Okay. I think I'll sacrifice token. A token. They're tapping out? They're tapping out. They have path. But they tapped out. Well, they didn't. Sorry. Teferi. What am I saying? Teferi's so good in their deck. Card's great. We do draw land. I can double spell. We'll also play around Leak. They don't tend to play Leak, but just in case. Is Spellbinder the real prize, or is it Ranger? Ranger giving us 2 threats. I think let's spell... They also have so much mana now. Let's Spellbind first. You're gonna let me take a look. Guile. So now we know that there's another Guile. Huh. Wish I'd attacked first, because this gets blocked by this. I didn't know they had double Guile in their hand. My goodness, right? Doesn't matter what I get here. I'm actually going to get Forest, I think. Oh, no, I should have gotten Plains still, even still. All right. Ranger. Go get Walking Ballista. Guile. I'll sacrifice Elemental. Gaining a lot of life off these Guiles. What modes do they do again? Gain life? Yes. Like, I think every threat is important at this point. Let's go get the Hangerback Walker. I can't really... So attack the Fairy. Maybe they double block. I doubt it. Maybe single block? Double block? Yes, please. That's fine. I mean, this is terrible because they have an active Teferi. And they also have Castle Vantress. They have one more Guile. Granted, it's a more expensive one. Jace the Mind Sculptor. Better than all. Maybe I should have silenced them. That was like worst case scenario that they draw something like Jace. Ugh. Jace the Mind Sculptor. Better than all. You guys know the song, right? I think this is the end. And it's fine. Like there are certain things that we are weak against. Esper Control is just one of the things on the list that we are weak against. Wonder if we could have... Yeah. We've played Hex Drinker before. Hex Drinker's sweet. We've also messed around with Mist. Hex Drinker, yeah. Mist also. But like, I'm not really... I feel like the sum total of our deck is just weak in this against this archetype. I don't necessarily want to even spend one slot. Like Toski, you'd think Toski is good, but it gets pathed. You'd think Hex Drinker is good, but it tends to get answered before. Gosh, and we're up against a Go for the Throat deck, and like we have all these hangerbacks. Or we have hangerback as an option. All right, Evo. All right, so we try to hit the Jace, but they don't let us. All right, anyway, that's what I'm trying to do. Maybe I should just Evo this instead. But try to punch the Jace. They show me something. They let me kill Jace the Mind Sculptor. Toolbox can always be bad against control. Yes, I think so too. I think I just make a big Walker. Do I silence them and just make big Walker? I feel like I really, really want and need this to resolve. Well, no. They just bounce it. That's dumb. Don't do that, Bruce Vi. Don't do that. I could just Spyro. That's the boring line. I think it's maybe better. What is this? Archmage's Charm? They'll draw two. You'd like to keep pressure going? Yeah, but I think it's just makes Spyro. This is clearly a spell. And like Hangerback's okay. It could be Hangerback Cycle the Canopy. Like, what does that look like? That looks like this. Hangerback for X's 2. You just don't... You meant don't sack the Ranger? Yeah. Okay. We get the Walker on the board. They don't do anything. I'm surprised they're not Vantressing. I mean, they must have something if they're not Vantressing, right? They must already have something if they're not doing that. Isn't this where you Vantress? Because you have this extra mana from Teferi. I feel like I would Vantress here. Let's see if they do. They don't. Because Teferi pays for part of the scry. All right, anyway. We have less time on the clock, so we'll talk after the match, right? Show me kill Ranger. Archmage's Charm, take my Walker. Yep. Gross. That's the danger of going with Walker, by the way. It's got Summoning Sickness. Ooh, Teferi. Okay. They have one card left. I feel like this... I have to get this back. I feel like I should attack. I don't think they're going to block. Famous last words. I think I attack. The problem is if I attack Teferi, though, they might be tempted to block. But then the problem is kind of solved, sort of, anyway, because they really want to grow this. Or we just have the Kaya's Guile that we've been waiting for. All right, so I'll sacrifice this. Oh, no, but this is their last spell. So it doesn't matter whether I sacrifice or not. They're going to be tapped out for the other things I want to do. So I can bounce the Walker, replay it. Okay. It's fine. Technically, if they had two cards in their hand, because of force, I actually should. Did I leave up the right colors? Hang on. Let me fetch first. Right? Yeah, I think I'm just going to Teferi the Walker and play it. You think they'll block? They did not. They made me sacrifice. Braveler. Bounce Walker. Magus them. I want basic Forest because my hand is sweet, sweet, sweet. We're doing the things. Magus of the Moon, but they can bounce it. But at least then they're minusing Teferi instead of plussing. Go ahead and F6. I know I'm sitting here saying like this is like a really tough matchup, but I mean like how are we still playing Magic despite them having this on the board for so long? And Jace. Yeah, so they Teferi minus. They kill my Teferi. And we're back to where we were before. Kind of. I don't want to fetch away our Teferi. I may still play this land up, but I don't intend to. Do I just get this, like, Archmage Charmed again? Go ahead. I have 2 Spyros. Let's start doing Spyros. Yeah, let's start doing our Spyros. I think I should have Spyroed before. That this line almost got us killed. Yeah, now they're scrying too. Oh boy, oh boy. Spyro, try to play Teferi. Teferi gets countered. We play Walker. Maybe there isn't an Archmage's Charm. Okay, they had an Archmage's Charm. I think this is way far gone. Unless they draw like every land in the deck, right? I think even if they draw a few lands here and there, like we're still so far behind. Used to sideboard Word of Seizing. Oh, take their Teferi. That's funny, Frollo. That's great. We could play like what is that card? Zealous, whatever, 5-drop human. That but this isn't the prevalent deck. I think that Esper Control will be more prevalent, or other blue control decks will be more prevalent once Counterspell hits the format. I think we will start wanting to tweak our sideboard to actually have a reasonable plan for this matchup. Yeah, they get to scry so much. I love it. That's the synergy right here. Scry again. Tail's End. I mean, like, I don't want to start, I think, skewing the sideboard to fight a matchup that we're already having trouble against. We could Spyro into the Teferi depending on what they do with these elementals. Let's go after their Teferi. They probably have a second Teferi in their hand at this point. Don't they play 2 or 3? All right, I try to Spyro into the Teferi. Aether Gust. I'll top that. I'll play a small hangerback. Like, yeah, they could have another Archmage's Charm. They're 3 Archmage's Charms down. So they would need to Snapcast these, which I mean is possible for them. They just push it and make a token. Sweet. Tells me that they don't have another or Snapcaster. Are they not running snaps? Super good against Dart. We have Magus, not Teferi, in our library. Teferi was tucked third from the top 2 turns ago. But we just had... they just topped Pyro. No. They killed Teferi with a Spirit Token. I had second Teferi. There was another. We saw both. What is this big silly Make Angels card? What is the name of that card? It's like a land. I've seen some lists play it. Big silly. No, we're not doing it. Gear Hulk. Snap Kaya's. What are we doing? Seems grindy. Yeah, they are. I was like, they gotta be playing snaps. But they're doing something else. Oh, they wanted to get the Entwine. Gross. That is awesome. They had enough mana for the Entwine off of Snapcaster to snap Entwine. Gross. We really shouldn't be playing this anymore. I'm literally just playing this for the love of Magic in the stream right at this point. Because like we're like 0%. I think we were 0% a while ago. I just think these tutors are just so bad against the blue decks. If you're wondering, and it's like, why even bother with Teferi? We'll scoop here. Like, why even bother with Teferi? Because it doesn't actually yes, it does. It does help some of the blue deck matchups. And I do think that if we're going to splash into a color like blue, this is something that we want because it makes the tutors instant speed. It does help us against the blue decks, but against the pure control decks of the format, I don't think 2 Teferi does enough. I also, though, don't think us skewing the deck to... I also don't think it's worth... move the chat room. Yeah, I also don't think it's worth, like I feel like how many that match looked terrible, right? So how many sideboard cards does it take to actually make that matchup feasible? Not to mention those archetypes are going to get even stronger with the next release, right? Counterspell, a few others I think are happening. It's quite difficult. You could even run a playset at Teferi, and I think you wouldn't be favored. Yeah, I think that's the price we pay with cards like Neo and Eldritch, is the Aethergust decks in the format that are also playing sweepers. We're just like, if we get a lucky draw, awesome. I feel like we'd have to run a substantial amount of cards to, like, we would need, like, also Toski. We would need 2 or more Veils, which I like Veil. I've played Veil in the sideboard before. We would need Veils. We would need Toski. We would need like, maybe we even start playing like Hex Drinker and or Mist, right? So all of a sudden it's like third Teferi, Mist. You guys get what I'm riffing on, right? I'm saying, like, I feel like it's like 6 cards. All right, the Blue Splash seems weak. Eladamri's Call seems better. I've played Eladamri's Call for a long time, though, Equinox, for several leagues, and they were not nearly like maybe it was a flash in the pan, right? The Blue Splash does make our mana inconsistent, right? Because we're also a Sacred Foundry deck. I don't know. Like, I'm telling you, I've played Cord, Coco, Fauna Shaman, Eladamri's Call. Glittering Wish was maybe my favorite build of this deck, but I just like that card. Glittering Wish. What other tutors did we try? There's got to be a few more that we've tried. Eladamri's Call, I like. I like it. I do. It does staple 2 more mana to the cost of Winota, but Neo is awkward because it needs to be 3 drops, so we run heavier on 3s. Speaking of heavy, this is a mulligan. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend. I might actually put back a Forest instead of the Arbor. I don't have any information on my opponent, but we have 2 protection creatures. But even still, I think you might be right. Why not play a 1 of Omnath? It's a good question. We're in the splash colors now for it. Maybe that was the other card we were supposed to play, right? Just for the fun of it? I don't know. Can we really leverage that card efficiently? Card's just powerful. I would maybe play Pretty Omnath. Mortal says, I don't know. I don't know if this is really the deck for it. It is funny, though, that we're in the colors for it and yet maybe not going to play it. Is that Teferi in hand? This is where I would need Hallowed Fountain, by the way. I considered a Hallowed Fountain. I'm not playing it. I might even just want to take it slow and just play the Triome. I feel like this is the kind of hand where I probably shouldn't go for Giver because I feel like I need the help of, since I have 2 single color lands. Let's just go Triome. I was considering playing the Giver turn 1, but I changed my mind. Whoa, Jeskai, actually. I'm kind of glad I didn't maybe just... Shock. Oh, this is something very different. This is the Felidar. Well, but there's no Yorion. Is this a non-Yorion build of the Kitty Cat combo? Kitty Meow? Kitty Meow Cat combo? Skygo. All right. Based on testing, does the deck honestly need more than 4 tutors? I'd be curious if it works with just evolution or does it lose consistency. So a lot of the Winota builds that are on Angraths, Renoth just play evolution. Yeah, it is the Soul Herder deck. I thought it was. I might just want it to Teferi their Soul Herder. But it doesn't really slow down their value. We should just move to get our combo going. They don't have a ton of interaction. I mean, it might still be right for me to play Teferi though. Nah, I feel like I'm better off just going wide and setting up and yeah. Like I might even just play Arbor considering my opponent's not really well. A and B. Let's just play all the threats we can and hope to spike Winota. We could even Neoform the Skite to exile the. That was the other thing I could have done, by the way. I didn't think about that. I could have Neo'd the Spell Skite to go get our main deck Skyclave to answer the Herder. That might have been the correct line. I mean, I'm thankful that they're a value deck instead of a combo deck. Don't get me wrong, but the Soul Herder deck tends to also be on the Felidar combo. Ooh, Skyclave hit my Spell Skite. Skyclave, try to go for my Giver. Oh, okay, that's fine. Well, it's not fine because I actually kind of needed that 2-drop. What's my target? I can't get to it yet. Well, now I kind of want to, because Giver's going to be online, I might, they're still bouncing wall. I might Teferi their Apparition because I get the token. And I also, I mean, they're just drawing a lot of cards here, folks. But I have Giver to protect myself if they want to replay the Apparition. Or we just draw Winota. Excellent. What do we want here? Another basic forest, not take 1,000,000 from my mana base. That doesn't cast what I need here, though. What's going to complement the Ralgren best? Stomping Ground? No, I have Forest. What's going to complement Forest best? Foundry. There you go. We did it. Oops, not blue. You fast tap for blue? That's weird. Winota. The Gilded Goose attack is free. We'll start there. I'd love to swing with both, but I think that's stupid of me. Ranger. I mean, not Ranger, Spyro. Ooh, we draw the Skyclave. Nice. We've got protection from their Skyclaves. They can't set up their combo in one turn if they are on the combo. They do have a nice block here. They just block like this. It's indestructible. They can block with whatever they want. We can go over the top of their value. They have a lot of value in that hand, I'm sure, at this point. They've drawn 3 off of wall, 4 off of wall, something insane like that. Glass Pool. Glass Pool, the Skyclave. Skyclave, try to get Winota. Give this protection from white. Show me path. They don't have it. Sweet. And Winota's going to retain that protection even once the Soul Herder. Like, now they get to grab my Giver. They might even grab Goose, by the way. We'll see what they do. So much value. I love it. That deck seems like so much fun. I feel like that's my kind of deck too, maybe. So we're going after Giver. I think that's correct. The other good thing to grab could be Gilded Goose, because I think this turn we just smash, right? Like surely I'm gonna finally Apparition their Soul Herder, maybe. But we'll make that decision after we see what we get off of these triggers. I don't think I throw the Spyro under the bus. I think I just want the triggers. Let's max on the triggers. We'll even throw away the Arbor. I mean, it's not a throwaway. I'm exchanging it for potential human. So there's Magus. Magus does cut my opponent, but it also cuts me. It might be correct for me to just take the Double Striker. Like, yes, it cuts them pretty hard on their colors, but they've already got their engines going. That's tempting, actually. Because I still have Spyro. I could maybe not take them off. Okay. No, they get to next turn Soul Herder my Winota. I think I should take Historian and not Magus here. All right, Soul Herders. Soul Herders is fun until you run into Esper Control, right? Like we just did, yeah. Ranger, sweet. This is where I wish I had Loyalist main, but it's okay. It's a sideboard card now. Let's just work with what we have. We could go get Hangerback Walker. I think flying over is important, unless I have enough white to get the Giver on the table. I do. So let's actually take Giver over Hangerback, but Hangerback Walker is a consideration there. But I do have enough white to do both of these. Winota or a Spyro. If I Spyro, I have to give up Giver. But I think I should Spyro. I mean, we could smash with Winota, but they'll block just fine because they have the Soul Herder. So let's take Spyro and let's ditch these. We do draw something I can cast in addition to the Skyclave. Okay, we have the option to Magus again. Do we take it this time? It would take me longer, though, to get the Apparition onto the table, and I kind of want to make them not take my Winota. I don't have a tutor. Let's go Ranger again. Now this time we can get Walking Ballista. I know we decided not to take Magus twice, even though they only have one basic. Opponent concedes. The value deck has seen our value. Speaking of value matchups, Clothies can be good in these slower games. They do play 4-drops, right? Magus of the Moat's interesting. They don't have flyers, right? Anybody know? Revoker, no. Alright, hang on. I should probably look at this list. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired, folks. There's a lot of different styles of the deck, though. So, I'm just trying to think if there's something we need to be thinking about. Why is Loyalist in the side now? It's really at its best when we know we get to be doing blocking, or sorry, when we know our opponent is doing profitable blocking. Like, it's really at its best when the full combination of, and we do bring it in this matchup, by the way. I've found that it's at its best when, oh wow, this is a non companion build, potentially. But it is on the Guardian combo, and I think that's normal. So we don't cut them on anything with Teague that I'm aware of. All right. Avalanche Riders, that's sweet. Do they have stuff that Linvala stops? I don't think so. Not really. We want to stop their Saheeli, so let's run yep. Mage can cut them on their combo. Spellbinder might be fine. The matchup seems slow enough. They don't have a lot of flyers, right? I didn't really see any. Nah. So Moat could work. They are an Aethervial deck, potentially. They don't have a lot of removal. Well, but they do have... Nah, let's not play Skite. 30 seconds. Oh, boy. The Rangers are weak. I'll run 2 still because we want to find the Loyalist. I feel like this matchup isn't fast enough for Heron's Grace to be as important. They're pretty slow. Magus almost worked. Skoos, they're not really about the yard. And these Teferis, I don't necessarily... Let's do that. I'll play the first Teferi. Alright. I think there's a couple wrong cards, like Ferocodon probably should have been in, but I only had a few seconds left. Yeah, so Loyalist B-Boy is in the sideboard now, but it was main. I think this hand's fine. It's missing green, which is scary, but we have the right mana for Spyro. We have the right mana for everything else in our hand, pretty much. Oh, we need 4th land for Magus, but... Also, Clothies feels good when we switch to Magus of the mode. We bring this in. It's another way to kill, despite... And I don't think we cut any tutors in this matchup, right? Like, just because we saw like force a negation in their sideboard doesn't mean play. I didn't show them any spells last game, right? This is a slower matchup, so we can kind of set up shop. Oh, or they draw the Aether Vial and it's not as slow anymore. Did I bring in the... I did. I didn't bring in Oath, though, but I brought in a way to snipe this. I think Oath would be overkill, but we did know that we're potentially an Aether Vial build. Almost certainly. Let's not shock here. Say go. Yeah, I knew that they were probably on an Aether Vial build, even though we didn't see it game one. What am I ditching here on this? Well, we think this Spyro is what we're doing. Shock to play Saheeli? No. It looked like it was Saheeli. Yeah. Oh yeah, they could win next turn. I didn't have a 1-drop to Neo, like and even if I drew a 1-drop, let's just do our thing. Just hope that they don't have it. Yeah, just season ditch the Teferi's really not that great in this matchup. I want to guarantee that I have the 4th land for the Winota. I'd rather not pitch these things, but I want to maximize the number of tokens. I think Clothies is really slow, and Magus could be the ticket, could actually stop them from killing us. We just have to hope that they don't have their combo this turn. We did take game 1, and one linear combo deserves another, right? One creature combo deserves another. If they have it, they have it. And we'll go game 3. Maybe we'll make some different changes. Like I could, you have it? It looks like they do. I am aware that this is an infinite combo. I'm sure my opponent is aware too. All right. So let's take out actually even the last Teferi. I just don't think it's really great in this matchup. And let's play, I think Saheeli is U control, so I don't think Spellskite breaks up the Wombo. Let's play the Collector Oath. I know it's a non-bow for my Hangerback Walker, but Hangerback Walker, if I draw Oath, this could just be a big creature, which is not the end of the world. I also don't have to run Walker if I bring in the Oath. We can make this something different. Frostnon kills, then they can't combo through it. Thank you. That's what we will cut Walker for. Because I'm probably searching up Legion Loyalist. Yes, I'd like to play first. This hand looks phenomenal. This is one of the best hands I think I've seen in a while. I feel so confident that we can just start on Bird. This hand wants Temple Garden, right? Looks like wants to lead on Temple Garden. Yeah, I feel confident enough again in this matchup to just play turn 1 Bird. They don't tend to remove the Bird. In before like Bolt. They had snow-covered lands. Maybe they're going to be playing in thin ice. On thin ice? Nah, Aether Vial. Okay. Rampaging. No, I think I just... Well... I think I'm going to go Giver. I might greedily go get our Dryad Arbor. Have I tried Vial in this deck? Yes. The very first build of Eladamri's Call, I played Vial. It made the card so much better. Yes, I have tried Aether Vial. The problem with Aether Vial is it's not a creature for Winota, which was kind of an issue. All right, in response, I will go get... I think I just go get Arbor and just hope for another land off the top. Because if we drew Arbor, it's a tap land for Winota. So I think there's multiple reasons why I should just go grab it, hope for the 3rd land. I don't get it, but I have Spellbinder. I think Spellbinding is better than... Well, Frostnon turns off the life gain of the champion, but I think I'm going to Spellbind them. Let's go ahead and just always yield that. Let's Spellbind them. It could really slow them down. Aether Vial actually doesn't work when it comes to Spellbinder because this exiles the card. It's no longer in their hand. Aether Vial needs it in hand. So we have some choices. Probably take them off the Wombo. Could also just take their interaction. Or make their interaction a lot more expensive, rather. I feel like because my hand is like a bit stacked, don't I just take the interaction? Like yes, it would stink if they have the combo, but Ferocidon, as you stated, stops their combo. Yeah, let's just take the apparition. I mean, I'm not taking it. I mean, granted, maybe I could leave it alone because I have Giver. Maybe I'm supposed to take Soul Herder. Actually, wait. I was supposed to take Glasspool. Their mana's awkward. Oh no, that's not true. They have Walker. Oh, they drew land anyway. I could have maybe taken the Glasspool Mimic because I didn't see third land or blue source yet. Fetch for Triumph. Nah, we're going all in. This is Soul Herder. Okay. They can flash in Watcher, so let's be aware of that. They're going to do it now, actually. Yep, Soul Herder, the Watcher. Great synergy. They have tremendous synergy. I thought about breaking up this synergy instead of taking the grabbing the Skyclave. Skyclave, of course. Let's put it over here so I remember that it's 2 extra mana. This card's so good. This card's very good in Soul Herder decks too. Like, I feel like this card is pretty phenomenal. Go get a card. Exile another card. Gain a life. Yeah, like now I'm kind of wishing I played Ferocidon, sort of, instead of the Spellbinder. Get another card. So good, so good. Yeah, Skyclave is insane, isn't it? Card's quite good. Legacy playable. Taxes was very happy when this card happened, I imagine. Sweet, we drew the land. We do the thing. We try to not take a lot of damage. They're probably not going to get rid of my bird. And we have white here, red there. Winota. Now, here's the issue, though. Spellbinder attack is fine. I actually shouldn't have gone for this yet. I should have played the Ferocidon or the Entity. Because that's not true. I think I'm still supposed to play Winota. But all I get to do is attack with Spellbinder. If I attack with Giver, I'm sacrificing the Giver to this. And it might be correct to do it. I don't think I should. I'll set up for a big turn. Unless they draw their combo, which is possible. Well, no. So Vial's only on 3 this turn. I know that they have a Guardian in hand. Yeah, we should try to maybe play out the Ferocidon instead of attacking with Birds of Paradise, even though that's going to be very tempting for me. Skyclave. Skyclave targets what? Skyclave goes after Giver. I'll give Pro White to Winota. Even though it's maybe not relevant. They had another Skyclave. Okay. Go ahead and F6. Whew. All right. Thanks for tuning in, folks. This has been a lot of fun. This has been a fun stream. I don't know if we're going to do nearly as well as we did last league. Right, we faced Esper Control round 1. That's if they're doing what they need to do, that's pretty tough to win. Is this Glasspool? Glasspool copy the Skyclave? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Take my Winota. Take my birds. Oh, okay. They decide to go for Watcher. So I don't have red source here. Maybe I should have fetched more greedily, because I didn't think they were going to get my birds, and they did. Famous last words. Oh, they can't take Winota? She's got Pro White. But, like, thank you. But it's also kind of awkward. You saw it, and I didn't. That's funny. Ranger, I can't cast you. I can play you. Do I play you? Do I go to combat first? I think I would exchange the Arbor for a trigger, wouldn't I? Awkward. They would just block with Soul Herder. I might want to pull this out of my deck, though. Even though it gains him a life. Ah, it gains him a life, though. Maybe I shouldn't. I should have maybe just played Entity. This is bad. This is bad on my part. I think this is stupid. I think we're losing this one, folks. I think we're losing this match. But like last game, they gained a lot of advantage off of This is game 3, right? Yeah. I think we sideboarded a little bit incorrectly, so I'll chalk it up to they also have their combo. I couldn't have played Frostodon. I think what I should have done was fetched more greedily, because I could have played Frostodon, and then our next draw would have been, well, it's irrelevant because it might have been a different shuffle, but I think I could have played that differently. I don't necessarily think it was the deck's fault. I know that's like especially as a brewer, that's like very tempting for me to say. I really do think that that's the case, though. I really think that that was a brew spy mistakes, and not necessarily like the cards that we were dealt. I'll take that. I think that was a mistake for me. Yeah. So I saw it after the fact. She was still pro white. Yes. Quite like the Esper version of Soul Herder, plays Inverter of Truth. Nice. They use Shelldock to hit a combo piece. That is really neat. All right, let's play the rest of the, use my words. Let's play the rest of the league reasonably. Oh no, and then we have the one lander. I'm gonna go to 5. Hey. This may just be an episode of, well, they're also mulliganing with us. We'll mulligan one more time. Gotta keep here. Gotta try and keep here. We actually could put a land back. It's a little greedy, but I could put Temple Garden back because Bastion filters us here, and we could go get Tri-land instead of turn 1ing the Giver. Oh no, I'm putting 2 cards back. Okay, we need to make a choice. I might actually put back Pyro, because I think this hand is going to healthily do the thing. I think it's a different story if I have different mana. And like I may still go get Sacred Foundry, chuck this in, even though that hurts. Oof. Thoughtseize so good when your opponent mulligans to 5. I think it was your fault, but on the other hand, I have no problem saying it's my fault, Equinox. That does not bother me in the slightest. I will take full responsibility. And of course, as a brewer, like I'm happy to take full responsibility. Bastion is the better filter for our Triome, by the way. They work well. They work really well together. Chandler. Is this the Unearthed deck again? We played against it last league. Is this popular? It's like a thing people like doing. It's a fun deck. I don't know if it's any good, but it's fun. Yeah, so we'll go Foothills. Depending on what they do, I might even go get the Triad. Oh, that's so ambitious. No, we can't do that against their deck, right? You're crazy, Brew Spy. You're crazy. Yeah, it's the same kind of a matchup. Sedgemoor Witch again. Unearth the Sedgemoor. Yep. It's the same archetype we played against earlier today. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I feel like one or more of us could go back and watch it and figure it out. My YouTube community could also figure it out for us. So there you go. There's your challenge, YouTube. Rewind 20 minutes or so or less. Figure out where I made the mistake. And tell me in the comments. I will read it. I do read my YouTube comments. But I feel like I'm tired enough tonight that I'm not going to figure it out tonight. And maybe I'll figure it out myself as well on the VOD. I really don't like going and getting Dryad Arbor. We're just getting hammered here. I mean, it really was the mulligan to 5. I would make the argument. Let's get either Foundry or Ground is good to get here. Red. I think we played last league. You looked familiar. How'd yours end up? I went 4-1 last league. So they're saying they're the same opponent, yeah. Oh, they are on Waste Not. Thank you for telling me, opponent. I wasn't sure if you were. Thank you for telling me, opponent. I mean, once I saw the Sedgemoor Witch, I was suspicious that they were my same opponent, even, or just the same list. It's weird to run into the same person. Indeed. I meant to ask you for your list when we played. Would you be interested in sharing it after our match? My stream probably would like to see the tech. I'm sure you guys would. I would like to see it. Like, I'm asking for myself, not just you guys. But, I mean, you guys do come to mind. Oh, man, I'm going to play a 2-3. This card on the defensive is horrendous. Oh, our hand is just not working. Oh, boy. If I draw, like, anything else, I should probably cast it instead, right? Like, what's a 2-3 going to do? Block this? I did say if I draw like anything else, I should probably play it instead. I could play Gilded Goose and eat the food. Nah, I'm going to play the Historian. Like, it's bad. Like, it's really bad. But I actually do think it's better than playing the Goose, though. Alright. 4 mana 2-3 against my Lightning Bolt opponent. Here you go. I would guess it was Dried Arbor Fetch with the Foothills. I wanted red, though, at the time. I think we can safely concede. Yes. No, maybe it was too soon. We did beat them the last time we played against this guy. That was very kind of them to tell us that they were on the Wasteland deck. I don't know if I would have connected that they were the same opponent from earlier. Just simply because I'm tired. Melee Mage on the play, just name their build around. They do have... Which is not really what I'm most afraid of. Let's bring in our Graveyard Hate. Let's bring in Tender. Loyalist, because we need to punch through. Somebody said play Froston the last time we played against them. I can't remember precisely why. I think it had something to do with all the zombie tokens they'll make. Glyph Weaver is interesting, but I think we can't run it here. All of their creatures don't fly. Champion has protection from their deck. That's pretty good. Their deck's kind of grindy, though, and slow. Maybe we don't want Heron's Grace. Magus seems really bad. Raveler was weak. We could cut some Neos, but actually I don't mind Walker slow. I don't think we need to. We'll cut some Rangers. To be honest, half this list is spicy, the other half is just good stuff, is what my opponent just said. Interesting. Makes them stop getting life, makes them take damage. Yeah, I think it hits all the different... Yes, I think it does all the different things we want. Maybe I cut Gooses, slim on Gooses. I think the Dried Arbor is a little weak, just in the matchup in general. Like, as a fetch target, it's fine. Let's cut a Ranger or two. One more cut. Let's check our human count before I cut anything else. Human and non-human ratio. I think our human ratio is actually really good right now. I think I could even cut one more Ranger, even though it's like, but Brews Spy, Loyalist. I know. I want to come out of the gates quickly. Note the fairies are in right now. These are all non-humans. 18 non-human, 16 human. I don't want to cut any more humans. I was going to quickly cut a Ranger, but I think I cut, like, Goose or Bird. I think I'd rather, if I had to cut something, it's maybe Goose. All right, let's jam. Yes. We got him last time. Will we get him again? I think this hand's okay. I also haven't seen if they're a Blood Moon build yet. So, sure. And please don't go there until after the match. I trust my opponent. I trust you. You're a fellow deck builder, innovator. I can't imagine they would be the type to snipe us. I would be baffled. Like, they're literally a fellow deck builder, innovator. That's what I said to them. Innovator's a strong word. I like what I've seen. And the bird's dead. Why am I surprised? We'll go get our Triome, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm happy to go. Like, if the Teferis and the Neos aren't doing what we want the deck to do, I'm happy to go back to just 3 colors and try a different different angle. I wish there were just different tutors, right? I mean, like, we've even thought about bad tutors too, like or we've also played the deck. I'll show you another few builds, right? We've tried to do what was one of the most recent things I tried was something really bad. It was Elvish Visionary actually is something we've tried. So we have tried a lot of different weird things. I do miss the clean mana of the purely Naya build. I do. Eldritch, the draw, awkward. We cut Dryad, right? Yeah. How did the Vengevine build work out? I only played it in some I did like it, Killzone. That was the build that Killzone was working on with me. So it was a Fauna Shaman Vengevine build because we actually have a lot of 1-drops now thanks to Ranger. So like I was main decking the Loyalist in that build. Oh boy, are we gonna lose to this Arcanist? I think so. Card's so good. They get to buy back the Bolt. Oh my goodness. They're doing the things. Alright, let's cloth these even though it doesn't remove the Bolt immediately. I can't justify, I think, doing anything else. What do we need to fetch on this? We may need red. We won't need white. Plenty of green. We've got our blue source already. I'd rather just play the clothies with the Horizon. Abandoned Legacy, it has to be good. It was just okay. It's a very different deck, I'll say. It was a very different deck. The Fauna Shaman build was very different. I mean, that would look like you cut blue. And again, like I don't think that the Teferis really made a huge difference in our blue matchup. You play Fauna. I mean, maybe that's what we should do. Maybe the blue splash was just a meme, just a pipe dream. We don't have to play as many wooded foothills as well. We have to play the Triome. So it was Faunus and Venges. What we were doing, we had like Insolent Neonate as a singleton Ranger target for if we get the Venges stuck. And the thing was, I don't know how many Venges we were supposed to play. We started like sideboarding these. Yeah, it turns into, we'd have to retool the numbers, but I did like this synergy. Fauna to find Winota, and if our board state isn't ready for Winota, we can set up a Vengevine along the way. It was an interesting take on the deck. Oh, we're just so screwed. Nah, I trust you. Even still. Spyro also putting in the bind. Yeah, like there's other synergy, right? Like Spyro, Fauna, Venge. Like there's almost like a deck here, by the way. And that's where like I was like excited to see this, and then it's like you sideboard like the life gain, you sideboard the Walker that's grindier. I don't know. I feel like I fall in and out of love with like things like Walker, and Heron's Grace can be sideboard. You probably would main deck Loyalist since it's a 1-drop, and then you have room for like a couple, and like all of a sudden it's like, whoa, like maybe this is the deck we should have been playing all along, chat. Maybe this is the deck we should have been playing all along. I also feel like I'm not just because we're losing this, and like I feel like the Esper and some of the other matches kind of fatigued me. So I do think, oh wow, we actually drew a creature, thank goodness. Oh, what am I doing? No, I should have. I mean, I feel like I need to gain the life, but it's tempting to take Thoughtseize because of Arcanist, but maybe I needed the mana there. Anyway. All right. Basic Forest. I'm just trying to not take a lot of damage here, I think. Loyalist, attack them. Evolution, go get Spyro. Right? Attack you. This game's not over, maybe. I'm sitting here like I am fatigued though. I do think this is the last game of the night. I'm happy to brew a little bit, guys. I'd be interested to do the Vengevine deck justice, maybe with some more minds besides just you, me, in the Discord, right? You as in, I mean you, Mortal Kill Zone. All right, let's evolve. Too bad you can't evolve Clothies, right? This also gets us closer to, I think that's what I go get, right? I need a rebuild. Make a token, draw 2 cards. Yeah, you draw a card though. Maybe that's wrong. Waste Knot's so good. Maybe I should have just tried to get rid of the Waste Knot off of the evolution. Like, I'm sitting here thinking we have to draw cards, but now all I'm doing is cycling the Horizon Canopy. Oh my goodness, now they're just going off. Now they're just popping off. Oh my goodness, maybe we should have taken the Waste Knot. No, it's such a good synergy. Holy double Croxa, Batman. Holy guacamole. But yeah, I do think that there might be a suite, and it's like you play Neonate, and you play, what was the other suggestion you had? The 3-drop human. You were saying maybe play the Madness, the Adventure, draw, discard human. That was your spice Mortal Kill Zone. Yeah, maybe we play Merchant. I was gonna play a fancy one. Yeah. That was your suggestion. I liked it. It says it's human count, but it's also discard count. And so then, what's the human to non-human count in this build? I think it's still healthy. Because we're going up a human even though I sideboarded a human. So it's, oh, these aren't humans. So this deck would be like 21 non-human, which is great. Vengevines trigger Winota. I mean, like it seems like the logical evolution of the deck, right? It does. Do I need more mana? No, I need to exile the Croxa for sure. Opponent says also Magus of the Moon. Oh, Magus of the Moat, yeah. Yeah. But you made me discard it. Oh, yeah. I think the main thing is being able to... Well, but, like, each copy of Ranger does. Vengevine doesn't say they have to be 1-drops. It's just if I cast a second creature this turn. So this is 2 creatures stapled to 1 creature. We can double creature in a turn. Easily. In this configuration, I would think so. Maybe it's not 4 Vengevine, maybe it's 3, but I feel like we should be able to double creature. Oh, Skyclave, sorry, that's a non-human. I missed it. So we actually look like this. 22 non, 8 both. These make non-human and are also humans, and then 8 only ever human. Only ever count as human for Winota. I was going to die anyway, but I respect the hustle. Ferocidon first or Giver? Can't do both. Guess we play Ferocidon. I need one more life trigger from Clothies, don't I? This blocks better here. I don't know. I think this is just, we're just toast. It's like... Right, I think it looks solid. I'm here for it. I would maybe play some practice games. I'm done. I'll say this much. I'm done with the league games of the night. Down goes my Ferocidon. There's the Witch. Opponent's engine is working. Opponent's engine is a-working. Dread Horde's doing the things. I think we can pretty safely concede, right? We're not going to catch up to the Arcanist. Has a lot of food. There's Croxa. Yeah. Definitely drop by. Love to see your list. Good luck with the rest of your league. All right, so yeah, this looks like this would be the version to maybe pull off even a play set of Venge. How the game's been going tonight? Oh man, so we finished the league with a 3-2. Then we got the coveted 4-1 with a greedy 4-color build, but I think I'm moving away from that. Oh, you know what? No wonder this looks like so many lands. You know what I just realized? we're not playing as many lands as we should be. I didn't replace the breeding pool in the Ralgrid Triome. So we actually need to whoops. So we actually need to trim two things to play. I think Merchant is weaker than Neonate just because Neonate's a non human that also I think Merchant's a cool idea, but maybe that's in the no pile. In the nope pile. Evan with the host or the raid. What's up, folks? Also, Stompy, thanks for coming in. Stompy has a really sweet deck for us to talk about. Evan with the raid. So much generosity from the community tonight. We had that super generous Super Saiyan J or SSJ Randolph 6 month subscription. We had, which is just like it sounds, Evan. I've never seen that before. Speaking of Evan. Yeah, I did promise Stompy we'd look at their list. So let's actually feature Stompy's list real quick. So Stompy was playing, and we've won and won, by the way. We ran into the leagues together, didn't we? Let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see this deck better. So this is a sweet, really cool Waste Not deck. Talk to us about the deck, Stompy. I'll give you some thoughts. I love a lot of what you're doing. I wanted to play a Waste Not deck that wasn't necessarily the Luris build that I've seen floating around. I think that you have tickled that fancy. I think the only difference between what I would be doing and maybe what you're doing, and maybe it's totally wrong, by the way, I would maybe try to do some sort of a Hollow One build, but that's just because I like that card. Other than that, I really like what you're doing. These cards seem good. It seems like you're playing lots of reasonable cards. I love the synergy between Unearth and Sedge. Only one Chandler. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's right. Sideboard looks solid. I thought you might be a Blood Moon deck. Yeah. Okay. That answers my suspicion. Ooh, Plague Engineer's pretty good against us too, kind of. Name Bird. Well, Elemental actually is a better name in a lot of cases. Very cool. I'm surprised you're not on Pyro, PZ. I feel like Pyro would also be really good. If I was to play Hollowed One, I'd be playing Pyros. Which is so nuts, though. I've tested the Luris list. It felt very threat light. To be honest, this is just a derivative of Dylan's list. Oh, okay, well, I appreciate you telling us where you got it from. I'm thinking we might move away from the Neo build. So the build we just played you with was this build, was the Blue Splash build of Winota Castables version 2.7. This was our second 4-1 build. I like this build. I think Hangerback's a little slow. I felt like often Ranger was getting Givers or Mana Dorks or even Arbor before it was getting Walker. Post board, it's often getting Burrington or Legion Loyalist for the Trample. So I feel like if moving forward we're thinking about doing some sort of a fauna. I like fauna. We've used fauna even without Vengevines. I think Vengevine might just be some incidental value. By the way, I don't know if I want a bunch of copies. Oops, wrong cards. I'm thinking. Maybe we try the deck without the Blue Splash. Maybe we put Heron back in the sideboard because it really shines when... gosh, I thought these Teferis were going to be the thing, and they just weren't. We had to clean up our mana if we... we get to make the deck a happier Magus of the Moon deck, basically, is what happens, which is important. We don't necessarily have to play all of these as Wooded Foothills. We could actually run a few Arid Mesas. Single White's really important because it lets me cast Winota. Lets us cast some of our sideboard cards. So we're cutting these blue cards, cutting Walker, cutting Mage. Maybe Merchant of the Veil isn't strong enough. I saw a version of this play Enigmatic Incarnation. Gosh, I've tried Enigmatic as just like an Enigmatic deck before where you're like, where that's the build around. Not Winota. That's spicy. Do you play like humans that are also enchantments? So by the way, if you guys don't know, this card is super spicy. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice another enchantment. If you do, search your library for a creature card that has value equal to 1 plus the sacrifice enchantment's mana value. Put that card onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So you would want to play creatures that are also enchantments. It would be a 4-color deck. Maybe that's another way. If we try blue again, maybe that's a cool way to do it. It's a cool suggestion, Stompy. That is a tutor I hadn't really considered for this archetype. But hey, if we're already considering like Neoform, dipping into blue anyway, maybe this is another build of the deck we should give it a go. I'll log that in the back of my mind. Yeah. You play Utopia Sprawl Arbor Elf. That seems sweet, actually. You crack the Utopia Sprawls in the late game. You'll try and find the list. Please do. I want to see it. So if we're doing... Okay, version 2.8 very well might be a Fauna Shaman build. I'm not convinced it's a Vengevine build yet. Fauna Shaman is nice. It's a little slow to start tutoring. But the cool thing about it is it's both a creature for Winota simultaneously. And maybe you don't play a playset. Because the second one, unless I'm all in on doing something weird like Vengevine. But anyway, before we do any of that, let's belay that thought. We need to run 2 more lands, I think. But maybe not. I mean, maybe in the purely Naya build, we're not as pressed. Let's cut you. Arid Mesa. I think I like 2 Mesas in the Naya build. We've done like 1-3. I think I'm going to do 2-2 for now. Let's still run our filters. They were good. Now that we're only 3 color, we could also run Reflecting again. Reflecting Pool. We don't have to necessarily play fast lands. We could play Pool. It makes the red, white, green a little bit happier. Doubling up on what we already have. It's awkward though as a 20th land. It's best as like the 20th first land, I would argue. This kind of an effect would be, but it's kind of functioning as another filter is what it does. We also could play Cavern of Souls again. If we're only Naya. Should we try to add in more token generation, says Groaning? Maybe. So yeah, Cavern of Souls could be considered. Reflecting. We could play our Anthem land. As much of a meme as it looks like. It's very unassuming, but it's actually quite good. It's a tap land, though. Like, what are lands we've run before? Okay, Cavern, Pool. We've played even things like Castle. We've played Gavany Township, although it's colorless, but maybe we don't care now that we're only 3 color. Trying to stay away from the colorless lands. Colony Garden. This one played Yorion. Oh, yeah. Okay, now it's starting to make more sense to me. A Yorion build of this deck. Gosh, this seems like so much fun. Well, wait. Where's the Winota? I thought you said it was a Winota deck. I'm really disappointed now. It's just an enigmatic incarnation. Is there any way that you could blend an enigmatic incarnation into a Winota deck? Look, it does play it. Where? I don't see it. Oh, no, you said, look, it can't have everything. Ah. My deck just reminded you of this. Okay. I got you now. It has Uro. It's a little out of date. Yes, if it has Uro. A little bit out of date. No. This is sweet. This still makes me happy. Kurnos is also maybe out of date. I like Yixila Jailer, though. Yeah, this seems like a spicy brew. I'm trying to also stay away from Yorion unless like I'm convinced the deck needs it. But maybe that deck does need it. I guess, yeah, there's a lot of synergy for Yorion in that. What should our 21st land be, chat? 20th and 21st lands be. Castle I've liked. Colony Garden's fine, but it was better when we had... I don't know if I like it for this build. It was better when we had the 1-drops. Oh, you know what? We don't necessarily have to be a Bird Goose build anymore. Although actually I've liked them. They've kind of grown on me just because they fly. Is there a chance you could turn your list into a collective company list? We've tried company before with this build. It's not normal. Winota decks don't normally do company. You could. It would look a little different, certainly. Be like instead of this nonsense. Maybe you'd still play some number of faunas, but I'm trying other tutors. Yeah, you play company. You could. If we added more mountains, we could play Dwarven Mines for tokens. It's a cool idea. The Dwarven Mine build would definitely... Then we would favor Wooded Foothills, and we would play more... We would definitely play Castle Embereth. I guess, I haven't thought about Dwarven Mine too much. Mostly because I'm like playing 2 planes, at least 2 forests, maybe 1 plains. A lot of that has to do with the fact that I'm a Magus of the Moon build. I don't know if I want to play a Dwarven Mine. I like that suggestion though. Yeah, I think we're very toolboxy. I feel like, and I would love for Fauna Shaman to like want to discard things. We don't currently have anything in the deck other than like Pyromancer is okay being discarded because it's got the flashback potential or the exile potential for tokens. I'd be interested to try a full on Venge build. Seriously, I might be interested to just try it. I don't think I fully committed to it. Mortal Kill Zone when we talked about it, you and I don't think I fully committed to trying it. We've also not main decked Apparition before in the past. And like this build would very clearly just be like, all right, this is what we're doing. We're making Vengevines against like the removal the decks that are going to have enough removal for Winota. We're just making Vengevines. That's what we're doing. Against certain decks, maybe we'll get Magus of the Moon, but against most decks, this is what we're doing, or this is what we're doing. And I like that the two plans kind of blend together over both Fauna and Seasoned, right? Both of these are good enablers for both of these plans. What about Pyre of Heroes? That's a spicy tutor enabler. Pyre has some issues because Pyre, I have to crack. I think we did try Pyre of Heroes. Pyre I like also if we have some cards that want to be sacrificed, like Walking Ballista, or sorry, not Walking Ballista, Hangerback Walker. Yeah, we've considered Pyre of Heroes. You have to make sure that the creatures line up though. Like I'd have to have a 1-drop elf or shaman. You'd have to have a 1-drop elf or shaman that wants to turn into our 2-drops, and then that 2-drop can turn into 3. Yeah. We'd have to, might just be too much mana. Fauna Shaman's a lot of mana too, and it doesn't do anything if they just kill it. I mean, like this is a dangerous tutor to be on because it can easily just do nothing, right? But it's an essential enabler if we're trying to do Vengevine. Maybe we don't need Mirror Entity anymore if we're on the Vengevine plan. Like maybe this is enough just power, you know? Like maybe we just play Historian and maybe we move away from some of the weaker anthems. I don't feel like this would be a Magus of the Moat build. I feel like we're just like all in on this. Maybe this is just the better deck. You have to make some serious changes for Pyre. Yeah, but I think the serious change that I'm considering is just even something like Heron's Grace that I've kind of sworn by, I'd be okay to... No, I'm not cutting it. I'll cut Magus of the Moat before I cut Heron. And as much as I feel like Entity has like saved our butts, maybe we still run it. That's tough. Let's cut all this. Let's try to see if we can't make a Naya build out of this. Play Karizev. Karizev doesn't quite work with Winota. Embarrassingly, I tried it. And that's not me calling you out and saying, oh, that's a stupid suggestion. That's not what I mean by that. I'm merely saying, oh yeah, Caverns works with Reflecting Pool. I've seen that function before. Kind of want to run it. Kind of want to run all the utility and just play one less fetch overall. Just have like nicer mana. It doesn't, but at one point we thought that it might, and it doesn't. I love the Neonate as a target. That's sweet to bin the Vengevine. It's kind of cool because it bins the Vengevine and also counts towards my creature count for that turn. So like I literally like check this out. Hang on, let me show you something neat. Here's a line I just saw that I didn't realize until just now. So let's say we have a Vengevine stuck in our hand. We have 4 mana, 2 white, 1 red. We tutor for Ranger. That's my first creature of the turn. And then oh, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Never mind. I was trying to see if that line worked. We'd have to set it up the turn after. It would have to be... Oh, that sucks. I see it now. It'd have to be Ranger, pitch Vengevine. Sorry, Ranger, go get Neonate, pitch Vengevine, then 2 other creatures. Yeah, it doesn't quite... Like, we could make it work. It doesn't quite work like I thought it. It wasn't quite Magical Christmas Land like I thought it might be. What about Mantis Rider? Are there any tools from humans you want? Reflector Mage we've messed around with before. Those are both blue though. I'm trying to move away from blue. Could play like Huntmaster. Let's keep it tight though. Let's stick with the mirror. Stick with the mirror entity. Let's cut one card from the sideboard, such as... and we're not main decking Apparition or Ooze now. We just cut them both from the main deck anyway. Could cut Clothies. I haven't been that impressed with the card for a while. I like it. It's grindy. Tries to help us in the mid-rangey control matchups. We're just bad against those decks anyway. So we're just kind of a toolbox deck. And maybe the Vengevine is going to fix us in the ways that Teferi, the blue splash for Teferi and such, couldn't. Been feeling like I want to cut this. I'd rather test the Revoker first. I feel like this just... We also... Our deck isn't the best at animating this. Maybe it's better at animating this now that we have Vengevines too, but I feel like we have a lot of white. So like we're just not working towards this card. I'm going to cut it. For all the reasons I just stated. And we're going to go play some... we'll save this league for next stream. Let's go ahead and play some open... Or sorry, not open play. Let's play a little bit of tournament practice. Actually, let's goldfish it once. Let me see if I still have enough of a brain. Yeah, it's midnight, so... Alright. Yeah, because we're doing pretty horrible in our latest league. We had some really great runs. Like, I wonder sometimes this late at night if it's just my brain. I don't necessarily think it's the deck. Alright, 4 lands, but a goose. I'll keep it. Yeah, we're moving away from blue, I think. Again, which I think was a good decision. I don't know, I keep waffling between maybe the 4th color, maybe not. We're not in a league. I could leave the characters on. You guys want characters on, characters off? I mean, they're never off because I put them underneath my head, my cam, but... Alright, we've got white, we've got red. See, look, our colors are so happy here. I can get the basic forest, and it's not a big dealio. I just feel like... if I want a Spyro, though, I do need a shock. That's fine. Yeah, I just feel confident that... Spyro, we ditch Windswept Goose. But then I don't have 4th mana for Winota. I'm not going to regardless. I used up the food on the goose. Yeah, it's like, why not just... Goose is loose at this point. Although now I don't have green. I should have actually ditched the plains. I was greedy to keep castle and plains. Vengevine. Okay, can we make it work? So we've got... So we can do a little bit of setup this turn. Right? We can... Loyalist... maybe I shouldn't play the Loyalist because it's an enabler for the Venge, though. Maybe I wouldn't play this out unless the first strike's relevant on the table. So that's maybe a mistake. Like the deck changes drastically with this Venge plan. So unless this first strike was relevant, I shouldn't have played out my Loyalist. Because now I can't ditch the Vengevine and also... Actually, maybe I can. Hang on. Check this out. Ditch. Pay green. Vine. I don't have enough mana to do this. Never mind. This is wrong. I mean, I can get the Vengevine on the table. It's either I was supposed to Winota here or Venge, and I guess it just depends on what my opponent's doing. It's cast, by the way, so Dryad Arbor doesn't count. What am I playing here? Could get Giver to set up for this to make it protected. Oh, I don't have green source for this bird. Never mind. This just doesn't work in general. I shouldn't have kept this plains. I should have kept the fetch. I'm trying to make the deck do something that I don't think I know how to make it do yet. That's disappointing. It's okay. That's why I'm glad we're goldfishing, because I'm still learning. You certainly can see that I didn't give the Vengevine build enough playtesting if I'm making simple mistakes. I mean, we would probably still win from this board state, but it's awkward, right? It's like, do you hardcast the Vengevine or do you just sit on the Castle Embereth? Or I guess I could Fauna Shaman up the Winota too. That's cool that we have all those different angles. All right, let's play another game and I'll sequence better. Vengevine seems hoops to jump through. In a sweet deck that already makes you jump through hoops. Hey, what's up, Blaze? Oh, you already posted it. Cool. All right, submit. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's Fauna's a tutor. Maybe it would mulligan this. No 1-drop. It's a 2-lander. It's got 2 chunkers. This hand's kind of worse. Put the Vengevine back. Maybe not. Maybe I shouldn't be so quick to put these back, because like that's what I want to discard to go get the Winota. Maybe I keep double Shaman. Let's see if that works. All right, windswept into stomping. Yeah, so we're more likely to draw the white naturally. Birds. Well, let's just we're testing it. I'm not convinced either, Blaze. Just for the record, maybe I play fauna instead of giver. It would depend on the matchup. Like if the protection is relevant, I play giver. We'll play fauna. Ditch the vine. Go get another 1-drop. Yeah, okay, I can make the Vengevine happen this turn. What 1-drop do we want though? It needs to be a green 1-drop or red. Could be a loyalist, but I'm not attacking with the benefit of it yet. It would just depend on which. Maybe we should just go get bird though. Okay, bird, giver, get Vengevine back. Yes, we're doing it. This is turn 2? No, turn 3. This is turn 3. Attack. Another birds need mana for Winota. Okay, now we go for it. Now we do Winota. Hang on a second. Hold on. Like, we're all sitting here thinking to ourselves. I'm thinking to myself, like, isn't this like win more? I don't know. I like that this could be the way that we fight the blue decks. Or even just the removal heavy decks. Like, Vengevine's resilient. Do we just attack all, or do we hold back the... I guess it would depend on what the board state is. Let's just attack all, because I don't know. Maybe it just results in a kill this turn. Like, if I knew... Actually, they're at 12. Well, we're at 12. We're only... You are your own opponent. I think I still would go for Spyro or Ranger, though. Let's go for Spyro, since I have the full token potential. Gosh... You guys are making me think that the Vengevine build is actually kind of sweet. And then it's like, okay, what do they bring in? They have to have Graveyard Hate Force, and they have to... Yeah, I kind of like this extra angle. You would have gotten Goose there. Oh, yeah, Goose was maybe better because we get the Blade Historian because we don't have the mana open for the other. Kill them. -3 first strike damage. That was turn 4. That was sweet. Let's do it again. Cage hoses us even more. Oh, that card's good against us regardless, Blaze. I get what you're saying, though. You're saying it's even worse for us. You can name Cleric on... I'm not going to keep this hand. I'm just saying you could name Cleric on this Cavern. You can even also name Shaman, because both... I'm not ready to give up on the Cavern of Souls, the Singleton Cavern. These are both Shamans. This and this, these are both Clerics. Giver is a core Cleric. Blade is a human Cleric. Anyway, just saying. Whoa, where'd the extra Blade Historian come from? Huh. Alright, let's mulligan this, though. Can't keep it. This hand's good, maybe. Put back second Shaman? Maybe? How many people play Cage these days? Oh, there's a reasonable amount of Cage. We played against, like, a... Wooded is the worst fetch. Then Windswept. Yeah. People still do. Let's play Temple Garden since I drew Ranger. Bird. Bird is the word. Plains. Fauna. Fauna Goose. Seems good. Land. So I could go get Winota here. Yeah, I guess the problem is here it would depend on the board state. Do I just go get Winota? Do I evolve for Winota? I probably just go get Winota. I don't think I want to... I might even just try to do it as painlessly as possible, which would be Forest, Ditch, Ranger, or Giver. Probably Giver. But again, that would depend. Go get Winota. Cast Winota. But, like, the problem with this line, though, I should have gone for Evolution because I'm not getting any attacks out of it. Evo was better. Shoot. Evo was better. I mean, now I'm seeing that it was. I didn't think about it. Because I'm not attacking that turn. Let's concede. That was a mistake. It's okay. We'll get it. We'll get it. It's a little different. Deck's a little different. We'll get it. We'll get it. Evo the bird. No, you can't Evo bird to get Winota. I messed up. Mulligan. Keep. Put back Ranger. Or actually put back Spyro. Well, Spyro's so good. Hang on. Keep put back Evolution. No, last game Evolution was faster. Put back Winota. Crazy that I would do that, but let's do it. Oh, wow. Second season. Kind of glad I did. Birds. Spyro. Well, unless the silence is relevant, but let's Spyro. Spyro's just so much better for getting us started. Our deck. Then we Evo. Right? Yeah. Evo the... Oops. Tapped wrong. Sorry. Green. Evo this. Go get Winota. Because why not? 3 triggers. Spyro? Make tokens. Magus of the Moon if it's relevant. Or we could attack hastily. It's not that much more damage. I should get Magus. We really should test with Magus more. It's like I have Bird in play. I have another Plains in my hand. Swing is a lot of damage. They're dead this next turn. Attack again. 5 triggers. Ranger. Go get whatever we need. Loyalist. Neonate. Whatever. Entity. I mean, it's that they're just probably very dead at this point. We could attack with an indestructible Winota. Ranger again. So we have some silences too now. And I think that's the interesting thing about the list, or the deceptive thing perhaps. I'm going to grab Neonate, actually. A whiff? Oh, that's okay. We've pulled most of the humans out of the deck at this point. Entity for 4. Big damage. -32. But, like, that's turn 4. I know this counter in the bottom left corner says turn 3, but I think it's turn 4, right? Because I had my 4th land in play. The turns counter isn't correct when you goldfish. Just keep that in mind if you're playing something linear like this. And I don't tend to play linear decks. This is the most linear, like, toolbox deck I think I've ever played. Mulligan this hand pretty easily. Put back a Vengevine. Most likely. Unless, like, Magus isn't relevant, but let's put back a Vine. We just need to see more awkward draws, right? I'm going to greedily get basic Plains here. Maybe it's not greedy because there's a Magus in my hand, but I'm going to go Giver. I want to name Human on this Cavern, but I also want to play my Neonate this turn. It's a little painful, but let's... Stomping Ground complements the Plains the best. Like, our mana's cleaner. Like, us being Naya already feels good. I don't really need to protect Neonate. I would maybe swing with the Giver here. Neo the Venge. I don't have Neo form in the deck anymore. Shoot. It's so tempting to maybe set up this Vine. Right, okay, well, I said I was going to play Magus this game, so let's just do it. Human. Make it uncounterable. So you want that red to be what pays. There we go. Swing. Couldn't you have Neo'd to... Oh, Neonate. If I Neo'd and Giver turn 3, it could have gotten the Venge. Ah, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. So I messed up. Okay. Now, I see it now. I mean, it's too late now. Yeah, it's too late now. I didn't see it. Whoops. Have a good night. It was fun watching. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. We play a few more games. This is like a very different beast, and I'm making some mistakes, and I don't think it's just because I'm tired. I think it's just this is a different beast. Let's keep. I mean, I shouldn't keep this hand normally. Oh, Spyro, that makes this hand a lot better. Best card in the deck. Best card in the deck is Spyro, if you're wondering. Let's go basic Fauna. They kill my Fauna Shaman. We're sad. We wonder why we're building this meme, but maybe they don't kill it. Birds? Okay, cool. So I can ditch the... Nope. No, it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Maybe I couldn't have gotten basic for it. Oh, no, the Sacred Foundry wouldn't work with the Fauna. I feel like our mana base is a lot more green now because of Shaman. I guess it's just Birds attack. That's sad. I didn't see a line where I could ditch the vine and set it up. And okay. I can this time. Bin a vine. Go get... No, I can't. I still can't. Maybe we would get Giver to kind of set up some defense. I think I should have just Spyro'd. This is a mistake. Maybe I don't play Giver because I'm trying to set up these Vengevines. This is all wrong. I should have Spyro'd. Spyro would have put both the Vengevines in the bin. Let's concede. I messed up. I should have just Spyro'd. You can Vine next turn if you keep Giver. Yeah. We could here, by the way. I could get one Vine out, but I think I had a line that would have gotten both Vines onto the table, and I missed it. Gosh, this is kind of exciting. This is like it's like breathed a lot of new life into the deck. Like I feel like it's a different deck now, for the better. We just have to figure out how the two plans like go together. And I think the key is some number of Neonate, because Neonate is part of it's a tutor target for Ranger that synergizes with gives us a discard outlet. What am I casting here? Fauna not get oh, I don't have the Vengevine in my hand though. I feel like this hand. Yeah, okay. I feel like this is maybe Fauna Giver or Giver Giver. Maybe Giver Giver is better. If my opponent has a lot of removal, Giver Giver is better. Shock, Winota. And again, I don't know if I'd be able to attack with both of these. Maybe we only get to attack with one. That's more realistic. Spyro, ditch these two, which only means one token, but I keep the Fauna because I'm maybe want to try to get that engine going too. Because like that's the thing, like there's two engines here now. And sometimes the Winota side actually isn't enough. I mean, rarely. Usually it is. Let's not attack with either of these. Attack with these. Get 3 triggers. Go get Spyro because my hand sucks. There's more setup. There's different lines, but the opponents can see what lines you're going for. Okay, now we're off the Fauna Shaman plan, maybe. Maybe not. We do whiff, but we've already pulled a lot of the humans out. Smash. How much is that? That's lethal. Sweet. What about Eldrazi Winota? Yeah, you play Eldrazi Temple, and then you play the 2-drops, and we play Eldrazi Scions and stuff. You're actually not crazy, by the way, Blaze. The problem is Eldrazi Winota doesn't give me more tutors, though, right? Play Thought Not Seer and Smasher. No. I thought you meant like little. I thought you meant like these, like the Eldrazi Scion creatures. I thought that's what you meant. Well, the best one's blue, though. One of the better ones is blue. I thought that's what you meant. Like play cards like this. There actually is one. It's not in the right colors at all, really. It takes us completely into another color. I like Catacomb Sifter for this deck quite a bit. I've played it before. It's the 2/3 Devoid. When it enters the battlefield, we get a 1/1 that we can sack for mana, and then whenever creatures I control die, we scry 1. Like, this is another direction I would maybe consider taking the deck instead of doing, like, Vengevine stuff. I do like that this kind of creates, like, almost like an Aristocrats feel. The Catacomb Sifter played really, really well with... We've actually tested the card when we were doing a Black Splash. And then we play, like, Plague Engineer. You get Beetle for Heliod. Yeah, you play Nest Invader. All right, I feel like with the Vengevines, this deck honestly just wants like Thrilling, Discovery, Cathartic. We would play Thrilling first. I don't think we'd play it though. I think what I'm discovering is maybe it's not playset of Vengevine. Maybe we're okay with it taking 2 turns to set this up. But anyway. We think it might be because we have Seasoned Pyromancer. So this is a hand where we have the combination of Pyro, Venge. It's a little slow. And since I have Pyro... Well, I just drew Evo, though. What land would I get? Maybe this hand can't afford to get any basics, which is so painful. Like, Foundry takes us so far away from Eldritch, but it takes us towards Peasy. Okay, and we drew Birds, but now... I mean, this, if they have removal, I could get away with the basic forest. If they don't have removal, excuse me. Oh, wait, we have Giver online. Giver can protect birds here. Giver's ready. Yeah. We could get the basic forest, maybe. Okay, then now we try... Oops. Green. No. Yeah. I was tapping correctly. Spyro the Venge into the bin and an evolution. We've drawn a Winota, though. So, like, I feel like this board state just would rather what? We just would rather Winota, right? I can't imagine... Yeah. Second forest might actually be correct. My hand has 2 evolutions. Winota, we've got 2 Givers ready to go. Swing, though. The whole team just get this over with. But, like, you would probably hang back 1 or more of these Givers. Moon them. Mirror Entity or Ranger. The silence might be nice, depending on the matchup. And I'm not pumping with our meme of a card yet. Loyalist, maybe. Ranger. Okay, we have 2 silences. And they're just dead. Does Winota cast the humans? No, it doesn't. Does not. They are pulled out of the deck. So Grafdigger's Cage, yes, stops both sides. Actually, Grafdigger stops all 3 sides, right? It stops evolution and it stops fauna and it stops... I mean, like, it's just... It's a little greedy of a keep, though. It's a very greedy keep, actually. If they kill my birds here, we're actually very in trouble. So let's say they killed birds. Right here we lost. But let's say they didn't. We'll play on, but I shouldn't keep a hand like this at all. I can't Spyro. I could Ranger. Ranger for land drop. That seems bad. Might be correct, though. Well, that's only good if I'm going to be playing, like, the Shaman next turn for me to get Arbor. Maybe just draw a different source. We drew birds anyway. This hand did not work out. Like, I had all this good stuff that I couldn't really do. Maybe I should play Neonate instead of Bird. No, I play Bird. Like, I had enough time also with the Fauna Shaman on the table that I could have set up at this point, I could have set up a Vengevine. I think I misplayed. I think I was actually supposed to be, because my colors were weird, I think I was supposed to be setting up at least 1 Vengevine. I was thinking more that Winota can trigger Venge. Venge does trigger Winota. It's a non-human. This hand's so awkward. It does Spyro on time, it just doesn't do it faster. This is where the Foundry is so bad. And filters and arbors and everything is so awkward. I'll keep this, though. I think there's a universe where, like, okay, they take a bird or whatever, but we can go... It's better for me to thicket. Filter green. Bird. Kind of burst open with our mana there. Could put this on the table. That seems wrong. I think I'm supposed to Spyro. It's always Spyro, right? This deck just always wants to cast this card pretty much. We'll ditch the extra Spyro and maybe a land. Keep the Winota. Drew a Vengevine. Drew another Vengevine. I think we go for Winota here. But only 1 trigger. I think I played the wrong... Can't talk. I think I played the wrong land. Let me go get the Neonate. I think I got the wrong land there, folks. Another Winota. Can I get these in the bin somehow? Should I just cast them? Should I just be casting them? They have haste. They'll trigger the Winota. Is that what you were trying to describe earlier? The fact that they have haste is relevant? Haste is relevant in this deck. Let's get a Vengevine going. Why not? Attack. Maybe hold back? No. No holding back. Yeah, I don't know. We'll concede here. I think I made some mistakes, and I didn't even notice. Have I thought about Wall of Roots? Wall of Roots doesn't attack, though. We're better off with Nest Invader if you're thinking of like a Wall of Roots. we've thought about wall, but it doesn't attack, and therefore it doesn't have synergy. All right, what if you bend one and then use the other? If I bend one with Neonate, I could have used the other to return it. Oh. Duh. Keep. That would have meant tapping my birds, but it was totally worth it there. Thank you. I did not see it. Depending on this matchup, it might be correct to lead Giver. Let's go Stomping Ground. Bird. I think this deck's just happier 3-color, honestly. If that's the only improvement we've made to maybe not go Super Greed, here we could Evo for Magus of the Moon if it was relevant. I'm kind of tempted to just like do that just so that we can all like witness how bad this can be, because like I don't have like a lot of the rebuild potential, because it's good food for thought to think about. Like, I know I'm not testing the deck in the way that we wanted to, but it's like it's interesting to think about. Okay, then I would Giver, attack them maybe, hope this didn't die, which is again why this is anemic. Don't hit the land, attack with Moon. Bird. Nope. Still doesn't work. So, like, again, this would have to be a matchup where the Moon was just devastating, right? Because, like, look, I never actually got there. I might start discarding these because I'm so far away from them. Yeah, we'd have to spike, like, literally the other basic planes. So this was probably a loss. But I just wanted to show you that, like, it's tough sometimes for me to go get the Magus of the Moon off of the birds and such. Like, okay, whoopee, like we drew, this is turn, what, 6, 7, 8? I think it's turn 8 because this says turn 7. And it's 1 off. It's like, yeah, you would start playing birds, but it's like way too late. And our fetch was what, for planes? No, our fetch was for stomping, but we needed the red to cast the Magus. So we can Eldritch. That's probably wrong. Probably Winota, even though we might want to hold not attack yet. Spyro. Yeah, go to combat, swing everything but Giver. So like that's the thing, like, and we whiffed. So like that's the thing is like when we moon, it's tough for us, right? I have improved like the deck substantially when it comes to moon. Like we've added extra basics. We've added the goose copies. Like I've done a lot to try to make the deck like play better when it comes to moon. Lotus Cobra, play to maximize the turn through Winotas. That's spicy. Just play the Cobra. Gosh, I remember when this card used to be like a thing people were into. This card's still like interesting to think about. I'd have to run more fetches, but yeah, there is always the Lotus Cobra. This thing makes so much mana potential. Has so much mana potential. I don't think we've thought about Cobra for Winota before. What about Elvish Evolutionary? Yes, we have played with Elvish Evolutionary before. I'm starting to feel like, as cool as this is, I feel like I was more in love with the deck when it was more about just tutoring. Or sorry, Fauna Shaman is a tutor, but I mean, I was more interested. I think I liked the deck. Okay, I'll save this Fauna Shaman Venge build. I think that's like the beginnings of what it would look like. Let's open a new copy, and let's look into a different engine than Fauna. We've tried Eladamri's Call, but maybe we just weren't playing Call with the right engines, right? Maybe we weren't playing it with the right engines. So cut those, cut the Neonate. This might be in the sideboard for this build, depending on what it's trying to do. There's so many different ways you can build this deck. Everybody, like, I know we've talked about how maybe the Engrass is just the best, but Terran Terror with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Yeah, I mean, like, so a Lotus Cobra build would want a lot more fetches than we have, but we could do that. So that's a thought. I haven't tried before. There is the Eldrazi, there is the Nest Invader build that we've done. I like that Nest Invader goes wide. It's also a 2-drop for Evolution. But like, again, like the Elvish Visionary build was also really good. Well-ish. Card's just also really weak. But we were trying to draw to the Winota. We were trying to draw to the evolutions if you're playing this. Um, you can see I was already trying to place it. I have the little fancy ones. Promo ones. So yeah, I mean, like we've tried. Like Visionary was actually 2 iterations ago. I like Visionary. I like that it's only a single green, but all these are also single green. Yeah, I mean, like we could play a build that's just trying to natural to the combo. It would be like Visionaries and Charming Princes. Like we don't have to play more tutors because all of the tutors besides Eldritch have kind of paled in comparison. Like we could try to scry to the combo. The cool thing about a Charming Prince build, I don't know if you'll run that many, but the neat thing about a Prince build is the deck actually has a lot of hidden synergy. You would main deck the Apparition again. You could main deck even the Heron's Grace again, just because you can keep flickering it and you can keep getting the lifelink again. So there's things to think about with a Charming Prince build. Visionary, Prince, try to draw and scry to the combo. What about Awakening Zone? We've also played like goblins, like Goblin Token. We've also played creatures that generate Goblin tokens. Groaning Phoenix. The 3-drop ones. There's the ones at Legacy. Sometimes Legacy, like yeah, Rabble. Although I actually didn't love Rabble. I actually migrated to Warboss. I like that Warboss gives me a little bit more control. We've had this discussion before. I don't want to belabor it, but yeah, Warboss is sweet. I've played as many as 2 copies of Warboss, but we'll put Rabblemaster on the stand just to plead its case. It is the one that just straight up, without interaction, will deal more damage. But Modern is a format of plenty of blockers. It's a more creature-centric format than Legacy. So I found that the Rabblemaster, let me get this art. The Rabblemaster, the problem is the first clause on the card is the weakest part of this card, in my opinion. The other goblin creatures you control attack each combat if able. I much prefer... Ooh, you know what? The Charming Prince build would play the Magus of the Moat better. Hang on a second. Maybe this is a brain blast moment. I'm sad that we cut that card because I was just starting to really test it. I can Charming Prince my own Magus of the Moat. No love for Packrat. We're not playing black at the moment. I'm trying to make it a Naya build. And maybe we main deck Herons. Or Auriak. You can main deck Skoos. I do miss the main deck Skoos more than this. Like the main deck bullets that I really have been the most happy with are Apparition, Ooze, Moon. They're the most flexible, or the most impactful game one, which is Magus of the Moon when they don't know we have that. Yeah, I do like the idea of a Charming Prince Visionary build. Like this might just be the cleanest build the deck has. This would also be the right number of humans. Hang on, maybe we're onto something. I did try a few copies of Prince when we were on Visionaries. Hold on, maybe this is a thing. I don't know if we've ever tried them together though. I certainly didn't play a playset of each. And Charming Prince has a lot of synergy for the deck. It just does because you can flicker the Rangers and keep getting givers and such. This deck kind of wishes it had. The Charming Prince build of this deck kind of wishes that it had. I like that we have a lot more 2-drops for Evo. That's more normal. That's more akin to the other Evo builds. Let's look at the split of humans to non-humans now. It's the last check I think I want to make before we test it. And I'll buy some Charming Princes in a second here. This is a non-human. These are tutors. These are kind of in the middle. This is always a human. So, like, our human count is maybe the healthiest it's ever been with, like, just play 4 Charming Prince. Maybe we only play 3 Prince and we squeeze the Heron in the main deck. Maybe Modern... Yeah, Modern Horizons 2 will give us Imperial Recruiter. We can dream. Yeah, I don't know if it's playset of Prince or... I mean, like, Prince is so flexible. Maybe you don't play playset of Visionary, right? I mean, like, I just don't know. All these Visionaries and Princes also make me think we could be greedy with our mana again. I don't know. I'd like to main deck all the different things that we have or can main deck. That would be Legion, Auriak Champion. Like before I just load up on playsets of both of the Visionaries and the Princes, even though that's what I need to test though. But yeah, like this would be a build where I would consider main decking the Loyalist, the Champion, the Spellskite, maybe even the Spellweaver to a lesser extent. I kind of like Spellweaver out of the board. Like when we know their mana is mana intensive. Princess. Princess? No. We would maybe play the playset of Visionary before I load up on the Princess, right? Even though there's synergy and there's plenty of creatures worth blinking now, right? Check it out. So the number of creatures that are worth blinking has certainly gone up. It is this many. These 16 are happy to be Charming Princed. Pyro, Ranger, Apparition, Herons, Visionary, Goose. Thanks for the follow, Jesse. I think maybe we're onto something. We have done a Charming Prince build of this deck before. Let's try to squeeze in, what, Loyalist? Is Goose worth blinking? You would blink something else in a heartbeat. Maybe not. Maybe I should take that off the list. Yeah, you probably would be better off with the Scry 2 than blinking that. Yeah, good point. These are maybe all worth blinking, though. I'd rather draw a card. Rebuying the lifelink on Herons is sweet. We've done this before. We've played Heron in a Charming... It's better in a Charming Prince build because you get to reuse it. Apparition's better because we get to reuse it. Vandal gets stronger because we get to reuse the Enter the Battlefield trigger. Spellbinder is stronger because we get to reuse it. Why not play Wall of Omens? Wall of Omens can't attack, though. That's a great question, though, and it keeps coming up. And I think we keep having... It's also late in the night, so we have some folks joining us after we've maybe discussed some of these things. Certainly you guys can hear in my voice I'm starting to peter out here. All right, so let's maybe do a Visionary Prince build. Version 2.9. Still just Naya. Hey, what's up? You haven't played Modern in forever? Oh, yeah? Herbie, were you here when we were playing some Pauper? Were you here with the Pauper? How many Charmings do we play? Just 2? Like how many do you play? Is the next question. And then do we main deck the Loyalist for the trample? Because those are really all the things that I'd like to have in the main deck. I'd like to main deck... What would I like to main deck? I'd like to main deck Grace, especially with a Charming Prince build. I'd like to main deck Apparition and Magus, certainly. Oh, and Skoos. I'd like to get these 4 in. You might just stream your all-in red deck. Oh, yeah, Groaning? You should. Let's play against like actual opponents. Hang on. I think I'm confident enough. Let's bring back the Magus of the Moat. That was sweet. Oh, I already brought it back. Room for 2 cards. Rip Apart. Veil. I mean, they could be creatures. They don't have to be Rip Apart and such. Rip Apart's just so flexible, though. You thought about playing Red Force? Is Vulnerable Warsinger an idea? It triggers Winota, reanimates almost everything in your deck. Whenever this deals combat to a... Bleh. Venerable Warsinger. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, I may return target creature card with mana cost X or less to the battlefield, where X is the amount of damage that the Warsinger dealt. I have to hit them with it. Oh, you know what we could be running? Hang on. Thank you for suggesting that card because it sparked another card that comes to mind. I do think that the Charming Prince build could actually play Eternal Witness, or better than that actually would probably be the Revolt creature, and then we go back to playing a few more fetches. We could play Witness. We could also play Rallier, Vigilance Trimmel, Rallier. There's also a Human Knight that enters the battlefield to blow up something. Gain 4 life. You're talking about Knight of Autumn. It's not a human, but it's a great card. We've played it. What about Giant Killer? Yes, it is tutorable. We've played Giant Killer before. Let me look at Warsinger again, though. I mean, like, we get to keep doing it. We are a giver of runes deck. We could protect it. 3-drop for 3. It's vigilant and it's trampling. And when it deals damage, they have to block it. But if they can't block it, we just get to keep getting things back. I feel like I'd still rather play Renegade Rallier. So this is the 3-2 that when it enters the battlefield, if a permanent that we controlled left the battlefield this turn, we get to return a permanent card with mana cost 2 or less. Is this mana cost? It's creature, right? Return target creature. Rallier can also return lands, which is not irrelevant. These two kind of fulfill a similar role. I'd love to get a Witness in this deck too. A lot of the things though I want to get back, like, I don't know, maybe we should play both of them and try them out. And then just sideline Loyalist Grace. I mean, like, if we're going to play fewer tutors, having Witness and or Rallier does make the deck a lot more resilient, which I'd really only want to play these in a Flicker build. And maybe only 2 Princess is not enough Princess to justify playing these cards. Played War Singer in a Mardu Stoneforge desk. It was always great, but it's a different shell than this. Okay. Let's go like this. Let me get the cards I'm missing. Let's try that. Let's try that. Thanks for tuning in, folks. There's been so many, a lot of subscriptions today, guys, and a lot of the folks that said they were subbing, you guys were saying you just like my content. A few of you, like, that really warms my heart. You weren't saying, you weren't like, Bruce Spy, give us stuff, or, you know, that was a stream model that I've done in the past, right, where it was like I was trying, maybe trying too hard is the word, but I was like, you know, when you sub, like, we'll do like a deck tech or something. I might still be interested in that, by the way. I actually do still like that idea maybe, but I just need to add some structure to it. I think that was fine. And I'm talking about like a full-blown deck tech where like I could even maybe pull it in a moto and we could like do what I do with my own decks where I like add cards, cut cards, like that kind of a deck tech where it's more than just, I would, if we did do that, I would want to do more than just, oh, look, here's this deck. Like, let me show you what I mean. Like, if we did do that again on stream, I'd like to do more than just, oh, here's this deck. Like, I'd like to like actually export this into Moto and like play around with it. So it might be the kind of thing where it's like if you have like a text version of the deck, or can I share it from here? Just a thought. Oh, export. Here you go. Export text or Magic Online file download. Cool. Good to know that has that. Yes, I'm ready. We're back on Charming Prince. We used to love playing that card because it just was more redundant. Like you get to reuse the Seasoned Pyromancers and such. It was pretty good. Also scries us to the combo. Scries us to lands. I think we ended up cutting down to just a singleton eventually, but let's play 2 because I think there's enough flicker targets. Groaning Phoenix with the subscription. Ho. He's charming, I'll give him that. Yeah, it's a bit of a meme card. It's a human. All right, let's see. We did the count, right? Humans to non-humans. So these definitely like make our human count go up significantly. And maybe it's too high, actually. I know that might be crazy to think about, that we could have too many humans in this list. But we do whiff a reasonable amount in the later builds that we've been working on, especially like the 4-color builds, like whether we go black or... especially when I was going blue because we're playing Teferi, I found that the deck was just whiffing on the Winota triggers, and you really don't want the deck doing that. So 19 humans, 8 of which can tutor for a non-human. I think, yeah, 17, 19 split. This actually looks good to me. A good starting spot. I'm not saying this is correct, but like, yeah, maybe we should just be like, just pure Naya. Try Visionary Charming Prince. Do some stuff with these. Like do things. Be able to reuse our bullets, right? Be able to reuse the bullets, because that happens often, a little more often than I'd like to admit, where we have the bullets. I don't get to reuse them though. Like, that's the thing, right? Is we have all these sweet tutor targets, and I tutor for them, and they do something, they're impactful, and then it's like, oftentimes are like, I kind of wish I could just use it a second time. Hey, good luck and have fun. You know, this is an easy mulligan. Luris. Gosh, we have not played against a ton of Luris tonight, but here we are. Keep and tuck the canopy? Tuck the canopy? A lot of Luris decks are aggressive right now. Not all of them are. Some are playing a control build. Probably should tuck the canopy though. And let's go Stomping Ground here, I think. Spyro in hand. Makes sense. Let's lead birds. Maybe I should lead goose, but I have no information. Yeah, let's see if this... I have tried Elvish Visionary before. Alright, let's see if they're the Splash White Prowess build. There's even like a Niv Magus build floating. If I was to play the deck, that's what I would be doing. Swifty Spear. A very innocent start for my opponent. No blocks. Pool. Could go Goose Goose. Funny enough, they're good in this matchup because of the life gain. I think I'm still supposed to Spyro, though. We can keep a Goose. We can keep a Goose. I might rather keep Goose than Visionary in this matchup, anyway. Draw another Visionary. Deck really wants us to... Well, I think it's fine for this to be a playset of. Yeah. Yeah, I think between that and Charming Prince, we want that to be the playset, right? Yes? Yeah, because early game I want to be playing non-humans. Yeah, this is clearly... Yeah. It's not like a 3-3 split or anything weird. I think it's 4-2. All right, Metamorphose. Yeah, so they're playing the Lumimancer build. Yeah. I mean, that's what I expect when I see Inspiring Vantage these days. I don't anticipate, like, a classic... There we go. Classic take. I would anticipate what's happening. Yeah, they're playing the Niv Magus build. We're going to die next turn, easily. Unless I can, like, interact somehow. Maybe I should block. If they don't have the Storm make my creatures unable to block spell, we might be able to... Oh, or we just win. Wow. What? Guys. Or maybe we just win. Oh, you got 5 points. Nice. In this game. I can drop some more stars. I didn't realize you guys were playing. I'm sorry. I would have been dropping some points. There you go. I didn't realize you guys were trying to get your points. Get your points on. Alright, let's attack with my 2 elementals. They get eaten. It's fine. Alright, Charming. But what do I flicker here? It's not time. It's not time. Probably Ranger and silence them so I don't die. I'm gonna get Ranger for the silence. Jade with the clutch bomb. Look at you spending your points to bomb other people to get other people points. That's so kind, Jade. Look at you. Oh, this is where I wish we had the hasty threat. Oh, you know what? I haven't played my land for the turn. Let's get Dried Arbor. This is where Arbor could be sweet. I know that seems like a weird get, but it's relevant here. Peasy bounce the... No. We Spyro this time. Charming Prince is interesting. Still better to do these other things, though. Has me wondering. Kaboom. 2020 got 15 points just now? What? You guys are crazy. You're trying to get Idle Champions to a spot. I've played Idle Champions, Jade. Myself. We keep the mirror entity, right? Maybe it's not about that. Maybe I should bin both of these and keep the Goose and the Arbor. I feel like we don't have enough mana development to keep entity. So it's between Goose or Visionary. In this matchup, we keep the Goose, right? Yeah. Oh, of course we draw. Well, I'm still going to play Dried Arbor. Do they block a token? It's free. It's free. You can block a token. It's free. That's all that they block, actually. You have 3 different idle games going? My goodness. How does your brain could shock in the goose? Their deck's kind of all in. Anyways, we're gonna. You don't want to play more? My opponent is a little salty in the chat. I don't know if I should show the salt. Some people like the salt. I'm not much for salting, though. I don't tend to salt myself, and I don't know if... I don't tend to feature it, but, like... Opponent was clearly angry with us. They said... Here's what they said. So I said, hey, smiley face, good luck, have fun. They say, sure. And then they scooped and said... Before they scooped, though, they said, Jank gets lucky, comma, I get it. I don't tend to read salt on chat, but okay. I do like the Niv Magus builds, though. I don't think what our opponent was on was necessarily jank. I do think that what we're on is jank. I'm not disagreeing with their statement, but I feel like that's a little angry, little something. All right, good luck and have fun. But like one deck that's trying to just go out in one combat phase deserves another, right? That's what we're trying to do too, in fairness. Keep. So I've got Magus in hand. I kind of want to go turn one giver off of basic planes because of Ranger and Magus in hand. So let's go Windswept basic planes. All right, to be fair, I've played my fair share of clicker games. The most recent clicker game I played wasn't really truly an idle clicker. What was it? You saw me playing it even on stream, Jade. I can't even remember the name of it. It's been too long. Oh, something Hero. Can't think of it. It was fun. It was fun for a time. I'm kind of sad that they didn't add more classes. Maybe I'll come back to that game when they add more classes. Loop Hero. Yeah. I actually really enjoyed it. I think I'm supposed to Visionary and not play second giver. Debatable. Like 2 givers is quite defensive. Let's go giver because I might just shock in the Magus. Yeah, let's go giver. They protect each other, potentially. I could have attacked, though, because it's vulnerable either way. Oh, well, like, Moon doesn't matter. I thought they were going to play a non-basic. Nope. Shock in Ranger? Elvish? Let's play Elvish. I don't mind if this gets countered. Yeah, double givers. I mean, like, but if they're playing mono blue, like, these should just be attacking, right? This like turns, like mono blue turns. It's mono blue devotion. Mono blue do nothing. Okay. All right, Ranger. We do need second green source now that we've done this. They don't counter this either. Let's go make sure we get our land drop. You guys are seeing the other mode on Ranger come up quite a bit. Yes, I will go get and make sure I don't miss my land drop. Sweet. Combat. Swing the Visionary. I mean, I just wonder what they're on. I'm kind of even tempted to sack the Ranger. I don't really want to find out. We need to save Ranger though for the turn that I go for Evo. Well, so they are fish. Thought they might. Thought they might be. Fish with no... Tap my giver down. Do you have a dismember here? Alright, Legends of Idyllion is one I wish I knew about years ago. It's great. Legends of Idyllion. Do you think that'd be up my alley? So they want to try to return giver. I mean, I can respond. Let's give it pro blue. It's kind of cute. I don't know if Fish is doing all that well. I haven't played against it in forever. I haven't played it myself in forever. Second Harbinger. Spreading Seas. Sure. So, like, I mean, unless they have force. I mean, if you want to play around force, you could crack the ranger. Do we want to play around force and negation? It looks like their budget though, but I will. Me literally playing around force and negation. All right, crack the visionary. I'm just doing it for the sake of practice. I really don't think that they actually have. I'm just going to swing one giver. Hit a Spyro. Sweet. We are very, very far off of this Blade Historian. We should dump that, and that is a dead card basically in this matchup. Sweet. Draw cards, make elemental tokens, do our thing. They decide not to block. I'm fine with that. I think they're supposed to block, though, to force me to tap down my giver is the thing. Maybe I should have just swung with both and let them have them if they want them, but I kind of want to keep this on the table. I think Vapor Snag's kind of popular in Fish. It's a good tempo spell. I do think Vapor Snag is fine in Fish because you can use it defensively in a pinch. It's not great defensively. Reach. Alright. It's a real magic card. Reach and then try to tap my Winota. I guess they're just doing that to try to swing through. I don't know. They already played their land, so I don't think that's vulnerable. I'm not scared of Dismember. You're attacking, and I get to eat one of these up for free? Yes. This is not the You Have Island Walk, Lord. Can I Eldritch for something that just like really amps up this turn? I could. I could go get my Double Striker. Or I could have gone and gotten the... oh, it's not in. It's in the sideboard now, huh? Yep, Loyalist in the bin. I mean, the board. Oh, you know what? I messed up. Blade Historian we discarded. I forgot. I can get Rallier. Get back Visionary or something. Oh, now I'm so sad. I messed up, maybe. I mean, I did. I don't think I should have gone for that. How do I make this not so bad? I can Apparition one of their blockers. The Reach. Go get Entity. Entity only pumps for 1 year. I think I get Apparition, take a blocker, because I do want to take out their Lord. Swing the whole team, including the givers. Should win the game? Yeah. I feel like they didn't really do enough. Oh, I could exile something else if I wanted to with the Charming Prince. Or I could just scry or gain life. I don't know. Well, the whole reason I did this was to take care of blockers. So I feel like I can scry and try to find the things. Usually when it's at the beginning of this chain, though, bottom, I should probably just gain the 3 life because the scry is more or less irrelevant. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to dig to the things. There's the Entity, but I don't think it's all that great now. Not enough mana to make it really shine. Ditch the extra Winota. I don't have white for Ranger, right? Yeah, so ditch the Ranger. Oops. Winota. That's fine. We'll just have an indestructible Winota. Come on, give me... Like, I thought we were running enough... Okay, here's where the scry could be more relevant. I should have gained 3 life. Now this true scry is relevant. Or I could have also... No, I was supposed to bounce the Pyromancer. What am I doing? That was a free draw to make more elementals. I meant to bounce... I forgot that we had hit Spyro. I could have bounced this for all the values. Yeah, I do think Charming's like a 1 or 2 of. I do like it in this shell. I just messed up my modes, though. Both of them. But it's fine. I'll play the card better. I promise. I'll try. Tired Brew Spy. Maybe not the best player Brew Spy. Certainly we brew like lots of weird zany decks, though, as the more and more tired I get. But this deck's already zany enough, isn't it? Do I have a sideboard plan for Fish? I mean, outside of Magus. What do we do against Fish? Heron's Grace when they're on the play? They're an Aethervial deck. Let's play Oath and Vandal. Loyalist for the... Revoker also names Vile. Sweet. That's a nice new addition. The rest of this stuff doesn't seem good to me. None of this really strikes me as for Fish. I mean, Auric Champion can gain us some life. All right, anyway. These are slower cards. Like Witness is way slower than Rallier. Let's play Rallier before we play Witness in this matchup. Rallier is a lot faster to get to the table. Magus of the Moon comes out. I don't think I cut any of my Anthem effects. I'd love to have some more flyers since we have Magus in. But Magus is really just useful if we fall behind. Oh yeah, Scavenging Ooze gets cut here. Maybe I cut the Princes. Maybe I cut Rangers. Cut some Rangers against Fish, right? I mean, they have permission. Maybe Prince. I'd love to test the card, but I think that's what gets cut. Oh, you know what? Giver's actually a little weak too in this matchup. Like, I like the first one as a tutor target. It's really not that. It helps me block though. I feel like I just can't get away from that card. Its usefulness. I'd love to play some of these other flyers, just because we brought in Magus. Why don't we also cut the Rallier? I don't think it's the bee's knees. I think it's also slow for grindier matchups. I mean, I'm glad we're testing them with the flicker build. So what am I flickering? There's things like Heron. I mean, there's still some good stuff for me to flicker. Maybe I should play Princess before I play all these charming. I mean, these Givers. Let's cut a Ranger or two. Cut one Ranger. All right. Yeah, Phoenix. Thanks so much for the support. Seriously. Whoa, wait a minute. Groaning, before you go, I messed up. I did not realize that you did a tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Can we pause for a second? Groaning Phoenix, I did not realize what you did, friend. Thank you. That was very sweet of you. Thank you. I mean, I get excited about any subscription, and I hope you saw that I was excited about your subscription, but I feel like I didn't take the time to... In the moment when you did it, I didn't understand what type it was. I thought it was just no, that is not your run-of-the-mill subscription. So I just wanted to say it. Thank you. This has got to be a mulligan. Woo for 6 subs? That means I got 13 subs tonight, Jade. Which is insane. Ranger, I'll bin, even though I don't have the right colors for Spyro. The card's just so good. Give me the Filter Land deck, please. Alright, this is when we lose, because they have the Aether Vial. Maybe I should lead out the Arbor, like innocently to try to get it killed so that the Vandal works on the... Oh wow, and I draw a Ranger anyway. This seems so wrong to play this out as a dismember target when I don't have enough lands. Because there was another, that was, use your brain, Bruce Spy, come on. It was, our subs tonight were you, Groaning Phoenix, for a 6 months in advance tier 1 sub, which is insane. Terran Terror, now I feel like I can't go on vacation either. I guess that's the drawback, right, to such generosity tonight. My goodness, guys, where did all this come from? We also had we had SSJ, Ranulf, who's been here quite a bit lately, with a tier 2 6 months advance. I've never seen subs like that before. I didn't know that they added that as an option, and I wanted to do something for you folks. I'll think of something. I think a deck tech feature thing would be cool, where I pull apart and rebuild your deck. I don't necessarily need to play. I used to, and I don't think it was the best, because it really bogged me down, and I stopped playing some of my own ideas, which is fine. But as a brewer, I kind of really want to play some of my own ideas. Do they have the combo? Okay, they don't do it. There's I think there's a way they can stack their triggers to yeah. There's cool things you can do with Regery with Tide Runner, whatever the 2-drop that has the potential to flash in. I'd love for one of these creatures to die so I could play my Mass Vandal and get the Aether Vial off the table. I don't think I can do it though. Anyway, we do have Spyro. Let's just set up and do what our deck does. It's a little painful, but yeah, Foundry complements the Dried Arbor. So red. Red, keep Garden open. I still have Givers in the deck. I think that's correct. I'm not attacking with the Arbor into this 2/2 anyway. So I think we have clear reasons why we're doing the things we're doing. Let's not ditch the Vandal. I might use it. Let's actually keep Vandal Winota, which might be wrong. Spyro's just so good. Oh wow, I drew a bird. Sweet. We'll play it. Now you can go. We can wait. You can make better content when you're stress-free. Vacations can do that. Oh, to my vacation comment. Yes. I am going to be going on vacation at some point to Vermont with my girlfriend. Her best friend lives up there with her husband. So yeah, that'll be good. I'm looking forward to that. And then there's another vacation. There's my family on my dad's side is doing a master. What are we doing over here, opponent? Nice, get some New England air. That was the combo I was talking about. I'm pretty sure they can stack their triggers so that they can reach, tap down a permanent, and then I think that's what they were thinking about doing, and they decided against it. Rejury is such a cool card. Gosh, if I was to play, I feel like I would try to do some sort of infinite. I don't know if there's a way to do infinite combos with Rejury, but yeah, they get to bounce my birds. That's sweet. That's cool. I don't need it anymore where we're going, right? Show me Dismember, right? One-time dealer. Don't show me the Dismember. Actually, I'd rather you didn't, opponent. Trickster. All right. This Trickster would have stopped the Winota from having abilities. Rejury to tap this. I float. What are you trying to... If you were going to do this on one of my mana dorks, you should have done it maybe during my upkeep, though, friend. I'm not going to say anything in the chat, though. Well, actually, maybe I should say something, because that might... I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time, like, when you're trying to give productive, like, helpful... constructive criticism, I feel like it's usually taken the wrong way on Moto. Just because it's a medium that lacks it's a text medium, right? So it lacks the warmness potential. Let them think through it. It's how you learn. Yeah. But it's just like at the same time, it's like, but I see it, and they would benefit. By the way, their team's getting big. We attack with everything but Spyro, right? Because we might need a block. They have one card left though. But like, even if I get the double strike here, then I'm sad I didn't attack with Spyro. But maybe I'll hang back because it's only good if I'll probably lose these 3 creatures, but it's worth it. There's Moat. Our board state is good enough for Moat, right? I have a bird. I have another bird in my hand. It's time to Moat. I want you guys to see that this card's actually really sweet. It's usually for when we hit the Spellbinder too. It's usually I use it against Eldrazi-tron. This might not stop whatever card's in their hand, but maybe it does. Oh, sweet. It does. And we do hit a whiff, but that happens, especially post-board. Sweet. We have a flyer. We have Magus. We have another flyer. Yeah, cool. I think I already played my land, so I can't chalk in the bird. Yeah, it's turn 4 land drops. Yes. That's fine. Yes. Go. I don't understand why this deck is so much fun for me, because it's just like on paper, I feel like this wouldn't be a deck that I would gravitate towards, the whole Winota nonsense. Like I literally just made it so my Winota can't attack, but this is actually super tech against Merfolk. They have to get rid of this. They probably forgot to make their stops. Yeah, that's true. All right, in person, it's way much easier, not really possible to not come across as a dick on Magic Online. No land bird. I actually already had my land played. I thought the same thing, Kedler. My 4th land was this fetch, this Windswept, because my Dryad Arbor was actually a land drop earlier in the game. Melfina says no. You love toolboxes, and this gives you a chance to toolbox multiple times per combat phase. No, they drew the Vapor Snag. No. I think we still win, but ouch, this is going to hurt. I can replay it. So we're going to smash. Oh, they're island walking. I can't. I can't block. Stop it, opponent. I just want to do my thing. Oh, no. Oh, no. We smash and we redeploy the Magus, right? Maybe we want to kill their Aether Vial? No, I can't do all that. Yeah. We smash. We redeploy. I think I'm okay even smashing with the Spyro right now. We don't smash Spyro. They could double block my Winota, but I don't know if we care. Do I care? I don't care, do I? I do care. Okay, we care. We do care. We got a trigger. Hey, Entity, are they dead? Almost. That's 12. Well, they can block this, though. They may want to. Why couldn't you block, says Kedler? They had Island Walk. Oh, what am I saying? I just assumed that I assumed I had an island because there's no way they would attack and just let me eat the... Yeah. We're at that point in the night, chat, where I'm just going to make silly mistakes. We should have quit while we were ahead, right? Play the Magus. Think about the silly things in my head. There you go. Your turn, opponent. They have to rip like another Vapor Snag or Dismember or something here, right? Just one of those Naya Islands. Maybe it's because I was playing 4-color earlier. Give me some slack, chat. I did mess up, though. Hopefully you guys can see that I can laugh it off. I tried to. I mean, yeah, that was clearly a mistake, but it's kind of a funny mistake. Yeah, I totally could have blocked Kedler. Yes. How astute. They're trying to cast their Rege. They cast a different Rege. They've drawn a different Regery. Because there's one that's in the exile zone. So we're tapping down my Magus of the Moat. They need to have another Trickster to make this lose its abilities. Can't attack, can't attack, can't attack. Guys, it's Ensnaring Bridge on a creature. I could also Revoker the file. Anyway, we have them dead in the air, right? They're at 13. I have two attackers. It's not lethal yet. It's close. So maybe... Well, no, I should have maybe shocked this. So we're dead if they do bounce this, right? Well, anyways, they're on 0. Let's attack. See what happens. Can only attack with these. Get a trigger. Attack, play Mass Bird. Oh, wow, we whiff. Is there something else I can revoke in this matchup? Besides Aether Vial? I feel like there isn't something else I can revoke her. Anyways, birds. Yeah, birds, Vandal. Let's not forget about the Spyro and the Graith. This is great. This card is great. This is what replaced... well, we swapped out Knight of Autumn. I know the cards do different things, but the fact that this is a shapeshifter, the changeling, excuse me, is awesome. It's almost like we've got a one-sided Ensnaring Bridge kind of thing going on here. It's almost like we're like playing Thopter Sword with Bridge, and then you draw a card and you get to attack with your Thopters. Then you play your card and they can't. Like, we're actually kind of in that kind of a situation, right? Spreading Seas, sure. I think it only works, though, because Winota synergizes with the Flyers with the Magus on the board, right? Like, in a weird way. And now they're dead. Go to combat. Attack with what I can attack with. Get 2 triggers. Make my things huge. Ranger. Prince. Oh, shoot. Like, Prince would have let me bounce my own Magus, and then I could have killed them. It's too late. I've already gone to combat. Let's get Ranger. But that is a cool little synergy I did think about that I like the Charming Prince for. It makes the Magus even more reasonable. We should get Flyers. I'll go with Gilded Goose. I mean, they do have one card, Mystery Card. Do we just like... Oh, now they're very dead. Do I just like sacrifice this just because? They're even going to be double striking, guys. Let's do the correct math. So they're 10. Well, if they're only 2 power, it doesn't kill. They need to be 3. Sweet. Oh, no, actually, no. 6 power was fine. They're 10. 6 power with double strike is fine. Yeah, I'm so tired, chat. I'm so excited, though. Like, I tried Visionary. I tried Prince. Maybe I didn't give it enough playthroughs. And other things about the deck have improved since I tried Visionary Prince. Or I don't think I played enough copies of Prince. So I actually think this might be... this might be the right direction. We may need to decide between Renegade Rallier and Witness. Witness, of course, is the more flexible of the two. It's able to get back our 3 drops. Like, it can get back Magus, whereas Rallier can't. Maybe I don't play Rallier. I'm kind of changing my mind. I feel like Heron's Grace is so much better in this Charming Prince build because we get to reuse it. In previous iterations, this card was strong enough to run even without having the ability to reuse it, right? To flicker it. Well, hang on. When does Charming Prince flicker, though? Return it to the battlefield at the end of the next end step. It doesn't actually work. I feel like we want more flyers if we have Moat. Well, the Moat's a sideboard plan, though. I just answered my own question. I forgot. It's not like this is. It's not like it's a ephemerate. It's a exile a creature you control. Return to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step. So I'd have to do it during my opponent's turn, right? Because it's the next end step. No, the fact that it gives it back to us at the end steps means it can never work with Heron's Grace. But that's okay. This card's strong enough even without the synergy. That's too bad that it doesn't give us the synergy. But we've played this card in the past. You were thinking mainboard? Mainboard this? I do feel like Scooz isn't enough to like... Oops. I still want one in the deck. Whoops. I do feel like Ooze often isn't enough to help us against like Dredge and such game 1. Like some of the true... Like it's useful against like the Goyf, Luris kinds of decks, but if like this is what we're tutoring for, probably losing anyway. I do feel like with only 4 evolution, like we're going to be tutoring. Well, yeah, we'll be tutoring a lot less. You want me to mainboard the Moat? It seems so strong against almost all modern. It also turns off some of my ability to attack. It's good against Eldrazi-tron, I'll give it that. But like against Eldrazi-tron, I'm trying to Magus. Like no. Like you're not wrong in what your thoughts, right? Like. Funny enough, fun fact, this card's actually really sweet in this archetype. It reminds me of like the old Wizards decks we used to play, folks. I used to have a Magus of the Moat. The Magus happened way later into that deck. It was like a blue-red Wizards, had Blood Moon, and we were trying to... we had a lot of blue Devotion. Anyway, it was a weird deck, but it was cool. There was a Persist combo in it. It wasn't an infinite Persist combo. What it was, you would have progressively more counterspells. Honestly, I like mainboarding Loyalist. Deck wants to get him quick. Okay, so mainboard this instead of Grace. Okay. Yeah, and since we cut our colors, we're back on like some of the utility lands like Embreth, like Cavern. Cavern's also a rainbow land for Reflecting Pool. It actually does pull the colors from that, so I actually kind of don't mind them in the same time. Mainboard Loyalists, just get them quick. Yeah, so we have room for another sideboard card. Like I'm with you. I still think it's a sideboard card, but I'm with you, Groaning. Like even though also like Heron's Grace has been really solid for this archetype. Surprisingly, I feel like it's the most unassuming card in this deck. We've liked it. So we have room for another sideboard card, folks. So help me plan out this last sideboard card, and then I'm dead tired. I'm gonna go to bed. What do you guys think it is? We added another card for Heliod because that was our only loss, I think, in our 4-1 league. So now we have Revoker. We also have Ferocydon and Linvala. Against like hyper aggressive decks, we've got Heron, Moat. Tender usually comes in against those decks. Yeah, maybe we should be running Knight even still. Or like Timely Reinforcements is also really good in this archetype, surprisingly. Um, Most of the reason why that's the case, you'll see this oftentimes in Winota lists, is because they're not human tokens. They're soldier tokens. If I have less, you guys probably know what this card does. Obviously, it's a ubiquitous mono card. If I have less life than my opponent, I'll gain 6 life. If I control fewer creatures than the opponent, I get to make 3/1/1 white soldier creature tokens. They're not humans. What about Kitchen Finks? Yeah, I like Kitchen Finks too. Yeah, Kitchen Finks is good. It's a tutor target. See, this isn't a tutor target, right? Kitchen Finks is good. Kitchen Finks just plays well in evolution decks because it has persist. I kind of prefer, well, maybe I'm wrong. I like Kitchen Finks. That's a solid card. Well, oh yeah, Auric Champion is something else I'm using against these aggressive decks. It's like Timely, Kitchen Finks, Champion, Grace, Forge Tender, Spellskite. These are all things that I'm bringing in against like those kinds of decks. What decks are weakest to? Control. What about Strangleroot Geist? Prowess? Prowess, we actually have been doing a little bit better against. I think the playset of Giver was part of that. All right, Mr. Spawn, way past my bedtime. Oh, thanks, Jade. You have nice dreams, too. Sleep well. Sleep well, my friend. Sorry, let's go to brew mode. You guys can't see some of what I'm talking about. My bad. So, yeah, I think I like our main deck. I just trying to figure out the last Cyborg card or two. Grand Abolisher is great. Yes. We have played it before. Ooh, I think we should bring it back. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. That's a great suggestion. We should maybe bring it back. It's also useful against removal heavy decks. Because the turn that we go for Winota, it makes it so that they can't kill the Winota. They have to kill Abolisher instead, which is kind of funny. Obviously, they can kill Winota during their own turn, but they can't kill it the turn we go tutor for it. Grand Abolisher is great to help evolution in our colors, whereas something like Thalia might not protect us. I mean, we could also play Veil, but this is a tutor target. This is also a creature. It's also a human for our human count. And we do need some number of humans, right? Like if we looked at our board, there's quite a few less humans than there are now. Human to non-human count is, I mean, I'm not saying we're going to run all these other pieces, but the human to, yeah, so it's 7 to 9 split. Well, that's too many cards, but maybe that would be an 8 to 7 split of non-humans to humans. Yeah, Grand Abolisher's actually better than you'd think it is in this archetype because the white's not too taxing since we're only 3 color. It helps us against not just counter magic, it also helps us against the removal heavy decks. And decks that are both, right? Which is pretty normal. The counter spell decks in this format tend to also be removal heavy decks. So yeah, I think Auric Champion could be sweet to bring back in. Good suggestion. I actually think that's exactly what we want. I mean, we could be playing like Toski. You could play like these, like a bunch of these like mid-rangey cards, right? To try to make that matchup. Bleh. You could try to make that matchup better with cards like Toski. You could try to make that matchup better with cards like, I've even played this over Scavenging Ooze, by the way. I've played Clothies. I'm not convinced, because like if we want more impactful graveyard hate, it's something like a Remorseful Cleric, right? We just get their whole graveyard. There are a few other cards that do this, but I like Remorseful, especially having more flyers when we're doing Moat. Yeah, I don't know if we have room for the 3 pieces of Yard Hate. Like, we might just want, like right now I'm running 3. We're running 2 right now. Ooze, because it's more main deckable than Clothies. Yeah, I don't know. Bloodbraid Elf. Bloodbraid Elf, because it triggers Winota. It'll cast everything except Winota. We also end up, though, with just like a Gilded Goose or a Giver sometimes. This Witness is greedy. Maybe this should be in the sideboard even. I don't know. There's lots of cards to think about as like the last card or so. Maybe Witness is just better out of the board when I have more bullets. More bullets, by the way. I get it. It's like an extra copy of Winota. It's not an extra copy of Evolution because this gets exiled, by the way. Well, if it gets countered, it is. But the Eternal Witness, like, on the surface seems like the most main deckable card, but like There's also fewer bullets in the main deck. So maybe this is better post board. Just a thought. Definitely have to play Plex. I do appreciate you suggesting Bloodbraid. We're in the colors for Bloodbraid. You would think Bloodbraid's sweet. Bloodbraid does hit evolution, but the Bloodbraid, I don't know, Bloodbraid's interesting. Like, even though it sometimes bricks and hits something weak, like we could, like in this build, we could Bloodbraid into an Elvish Visionary. That's not all that good. We could Bloodbraid into any of these 1-drops, and it's like really weak. But yeah, Bloodbraid's interesting to think about. But then you can evolve the... Well, no, the Eldritch Evolution resolves first before the Winota... Sorry. That's a great question. Cascade. Okay, so Bloodbraid Elf. It would make it a lot better in a deck like this, right? So Bloodbraid Elf has Cascade. The Cascade mechanic is... Oh, these new bordered ones are sweet. Or old bordered, newer art. So it goes on the stack. Yes. So you can actually play Bloodbraid. Sometimes like people will play Bloodbraid in decks that have even like 3 mana or less sweepers. Where like a Kozilek's Return actually won't kill your Bloodbraid Elf. Interestingly enough. I wish we had like one-sided sweepers as well. Looked into that. There's not many. There's like there's bad cards like we could play like there's like Mizium. There's what else is there? Fiery Justice is actually sweet. Yeah, there's like Mortars. This one has a watermark. There's Fiery Justice. Now we're just kind of in Magical Christmas Land. Anger of the Gods. We don't want to play in this deck, but these are fine. But yeah, you can synergize it with Anger. Bloodbraid into Dorks feels bad. I know Green-Red Stompy was doing it for a while, but it's just an awful feeling. Yeah, it is really awful. I don't really want to do it in this deck. I also like us keeping our curve lower to build up to the things. Justice, Mortars. Oh, Settle the Wreckage is what I've actually... I did play a Singleton Settle before. I do like Settle. But, again, I kind of like just playing creatures because we're a tutor. We have tutors. So Blex it is. Oh, Blech. Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean that I'm saying it's not great? I don't know. This right here is a 15. One of these have to go into the main board before I start thinking about another sideboard card. If we want something like... Oh, no, Auric Champion I want to keep. So actually, right, we already filled the slot with Grand Abolisher, and then it's... I have to start cutting Princes to fit more things in. Which is fine. The thing that we really want to test is Visionary, but I think Prince... The first copy of Prince is certainly fine to test. And I think that's where we've always left it, is just like a Singleton, because it's just good fodder. It's just, yeah. It's just what he does. He's just a flexible human. Better in this build because we have more things worth blinking. Yeah, we'll cut it down to a Singleton Prince so we can fit more bullets. Right, so we have to main deck one of these things. So Grace, Witness, Spellbinder, or one of these other cards we're thinking about, but I probably wouldn't main deck them. So probably Grace, Spellbinder, or Witness. Grace is an Anthem. Kill them quick. I feel like we should just main deck Grace because now we're already main decking Legion Loyalist. We might as well just main deck all the Anthem effects. If you're wondering, the deck deceptively has a lot more Anthem effects than you'd think. My build of this list is Historian, Entity. This is also a pseudo-Anthem. Loyalist paints the team with First Strike and Trample, kind of in the same category. We're also playing a Singleton Castle Embreth, which is, it's really greedy, but this is probably like the build of Naya running the fewest Anthem effects I've ever played. I'd love to even just get another one in. We used to play Maja. This would be me foregoing another sideboard slot. But we've played Maja. This is the 2/3 human. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Whenever lands under the battlefield under control, we make 1/1 white human, unfortunately. Warrior creature tokens. We wish they weren't human, actually. What were some other Anthem effects we've tried? We've tried Freylease, Song of Freylease. I don't know. I feel like if we're main decking all these Anthem effects, might as well just max out, right? A Song of Freylease. Play Vexing. Play Vexing Pest. Song of Freylease we've tried before. But like you don't want to play it as a Singleton. because you just won't have it in the opener, and then the third chapter won't go off in time to give you the 1/1 counters. Do you mean like Pest? I've also played Bushwhacker in these decks. You mean Signal Pest? Bushwhacker. I mean, a lot of these Anthem ideas got cut, but we tried Signal Pest. We've tried Bushwhacker. That's the 1/1 kicker goblin. Enters battlefield. If it's kicked, we gain +1/+0 and haste. Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if there's some new anthems that have come out that I just don't know about. No, Vexing Pest. Oh, Blex Vexing Pest. Other pests, bats, insects, snakes, spiders. What's the other side do? Oh. Can't use the other side. Alright. Pests, bats, insects, snakes, spiders. What about Shalai? Yeah, Shalai, or we've even played the new creature that came out. I like Shalai actually just fine. Oh gosh, what is the name of this card? I do like the hexproof. It comes up. You can stop gifts. Hand hate. What is it called? I just lost it. Oh, not. It's another. It starts like bird advisor, bird something, wizard, counters, creatures, enter, play. We were testing this card I'm about to show you. Quantity 0. Bird, counters, creatures, enter, counter. Maybe it's counter. I think it's counter, not counters. I do think it's a wizard, but I'll take wizard off too. Bird, counter, creatures, enter, play. Nope. It's a fun tutor. Raven's Warning. Shoot. What is this card? Dean? The Dean of Radiance. Thank you, Raccoon One. I feel like there's just home somewhere for Blex. But maybe not here. We have played Shale. That's what it is. We have played Shale. I like it okay. It does give us an Anthem effect that's lower on the curve. It's legendary, so I don't really want to play 2. Yeah. We tested this a couple times. I think it's actually better than it looks. It has some synergy with Charming Prince, although now we're just down to a Singleton Prince, which makes me wonder if we should just not be playing any. But yeah, Shield is sweet. Like, our human count's fine. I really do think it's fine. Like, we'd like for it to be a little higher, but I think it's fine. 16 is functional. Maybe we won't play Prince. Gaming says finally got to Diamond and Historic ranked. Nice. Thanks for the follow, the Dirk side. The Dirk side. Well, you know what's funny? And I know you guys are going to laugh at this idea. We have a lot of shamans now. A reasonable number of shamans now. It's like we should just totally go into shamans, right? This is a shaman. What other shamans am I playing? And I know you're like, wait, what? We have shamans, guys. That's a shaman? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. What are the other shamans? Horror, Dinosaur, Angel, Kithkin Advisor. All right, maybe we don't have as many. Mirror Entity is a shaman. You guys have to see this card so you know what meme I'm talking about. So, this is a 3-mana 2/2 in a format with Lightning Bolt. But we're already playing Mirror Entity, so we've kind of, that ship's kind of sailed. We're a Birds of Paradise deck. That ship sailed. Like, Bolt's a thing. When Rage Forger enters the battlefield, I get to put 1/1 counters on each other shaman creature I control. And whenever a creature I control attacks with a 1... Oh, found the synergy. I don't need more shamans. Read this carefully. Whenever a creature you control with a 1/1 counter on it attacks, you may... I don't necessarily need them to be shamans. We just need to put counters on things. Hang on. Let's actually cut the Castle Embereth and go full greed. Gavany Township. Hang on. Now we're just like full-blown meme, right? Gavany Township. Shalai. We did it. Guys, we did it. We made Rage Forger work in a deck that's maybe not. I mean, I'm super tired, so that's why I'm just throwing cards into the deck now. But, like, hilariously, that's kind of cool. That's really, really kind of cool. I think it's bad. I'm tempted to try it. I did not realize it's not whenever a shaman you control attacks. It's whenever a creature you control attacks. Why did we not think about this card before? Play Beastcaller Savant? Why did we not maybe try to do like a counters meme? I almost don't want to play Entity. I almost wanted like just like play a lot of things that just put counters on stuff. Beastcaller for haste? Oh, it itself has haste. That's fun. They can go in the think tank. There are other things that we could be playing that do counters. Kitchen Finks gets a counter on it. No, it gets a negative counter on it. And this says plus and plus counters, right? Yeah. You, sir, are a madman. I'm also really tired. Rage Forger. We've made it. Version 3. Rage Forger. I feel like I'm channeling my inner Caleb D right now. Rage Forger. Come on, we got to try this deck at least once. Now, at least I'll goldfish it. I don't have enough brain to play against an opponent, I think, unless they're playing a bad deck, linear deck. Maybe I'm just Bruce By the Magic Guy. Didn't they say the same thing about Bill Nye the Science Guy? Didn't they call him a madman? He's actually kind of gone off the deep end. Play Clamor Shaman. They don't have to be shamans. I'm just interested in things that do cool things with counters. Oh, that's fun. And it has Riot. They can't block this turn. That's cool. That goes in the think pile. I don't know. I don't know if we need to like play like deeper into the shaman idea, by the way. I know you did some searching for me, Groaning Phoenix, and I appreciate it. I don't know if we need to. I feel like there's enough synergy here just to like get counters on things. Just put counters on things. I mean, I'm not saying to the degree, because we have about 5 or 6 cards worth of flex, right? No, we have to shaman. No, we don't. Well, yeah, shamans are better because I put counters on other shamans, but I'm already putting counters on the Visionaries and the Spyros. I think that's actually might be where I end it. We shouldn't cut Entity. It's also a shaman. We can't cut this card. It's a shaman. So it's the plan, counters, and then play Rhythm of the Wild. I might just want to play Shale and Forger and not play Shalai and just play... I mean, I like Shalai. Shalai could be in the sideboard. I don't know. Like, I kind of like this Anthem effect more than some of these other options. Like, Entity is also really expensive, but just game ending, but also expensive. Like, for it to get the full value. It's a human. Oh, this is not a human. Maybe that will help me make my decision, actually. Like, I feel like our non-human count is huge now with a Rage Forger build. And my human count is... She suffers. She suffers. 15? Yeah, she suffers. She is suffering. Cut like a visionary. Play Grumgully. Oh, Grumgully's probably better. Grumgully just puts counters on things, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, well, no. But non-human creature. Like, a lot of my creatures are also humans, though. Well, maybe you're right, though. Maybe you're right. I feel like Shale is still moving. We could play... You know what we could play? Anafenza. There we go. That's a human. This one. Whenever non-token creators... Like, it doesn't have synergy for the tokens we're making off Spyro, but it has synergy for everything else. There we go. Anafenza. If we're memeing, play Colonian Hydra. This deck's already a meme. I'm glad you asked. You said if, so that makes it almost like a question, right? I guess it's a statement. Colonian Hydra. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. You're making me wish that I was playing Mist, the Mist Hydra. Or like, well, they're not 1/1 counters. Hex Drinker, unfortunately, they're not. Still kind of like Hex Drinker, by the way. Mist Hydra. Legitimately, that was a tutor target we were trying with Ranger out of the sideboard anyway. It wasn't main deck. Mistcutter Hydra. Can't be countered. Haste, Pro Blue. Enters with 1/1 counters. Oh, like, actually, this would be the deck that would finally... Hang on, hold on. Hangerback Walker comes back. That's what we should be playing instead. Play Hex Drinker. Oh, Hex Drinker to shoot Planeswalkers. There's like so many cards you could think about for a deck like this. Seriously. I mean, I feel like if we're playing Visionaries, if we're going to play Forger, we should play the playset of Visionary and the playset of Spyro. Because those are the Shamans I was already playing. And then we definitely lean into Witness instead. I want to play the things that make counters that are... Let's not play Township. I feel like our colors are so strained. I mean, I like that card in concept. But Hex Drinker. Play Walking Ballista? Yeah, you can also play Ballista. Oh, this is what you wanted me to play. I thought you meant Hex Parasite. I'm sorry. I thought you meant Hex Parasite. You're good. What else could we do? So memey. Such the memes. But I think we're starting to like select the ones that... Oh, Scavenging Ooze puts counters on itself. There you go. Synergy. This is such a meme. I was just trying to find other Anthem effects that could work for this archetype. This is all just so wrong. So wrong. Sideboard the Ooze. No, it has synergy. Grace. Yeah. I don't know. Now we're just kind of all over the place. It's a cool idea to do like counters and Rage Forger. I started to visualize it. I started to get really excited about it. You almost just like need to play a playset. Like you almost like need to commit to this, right? Like it would be. Hang on, let's move everything in that we were thinking about that had counters, +1/+1 counters. Hex Drinker has level up counters. That's why it doesn't quite work. Shalai, even the Grum Gully, like all this nonsense, right? You play like Song. It would be like a Song of Freylease build, wouldn't it be? The Mist Cutter would be in the sideboard. Yeah, I mean, like you just go all in and you play like a Song of Freylease nonsense build or something. Interesting. Did like Song in the past. Anyway, Shalai's actually playable. We do need to get another land in this hand. Castle. A lot of the reason why I want Embereth to be the utility land, the Anthem effect, has to be that we're already a little low on red sources. It's kind of the best kept secret here. Magus of the Moon is secretly like an extra red source, by the way. I know it sounds strange, but let me explain. These are all extra red sources. Red sources. We've had a couple times in leagues where I've had to moon myself so we could cast the Pyromancer. It rarely comes up, though. This is pseudo red source. This is at least your second red source. It can't be your first, but it can be your second. All of these fetches are red source potential. The Thicket. Cavern of Souls is a red source potentially for seasoned, at least our humans. I mean, you can name a different if you needed to, but like all the red threats in my deck except for Loyalist are humans anyway. Embereth is a red source. So like it just... We deceptively have more red sources than it looks like on the surface. I'm playing 20. If we cut Embereth, 19. So, and to get red, like you want a density like this. It's much easier for us to get green. Green looks like... What does green look like? Green looks great. Green has... Oh, I didn't mean to include the walk... Sorry, we're at 19 already for red. Excuse me. Red is 19 if you count. If you count Magus, it's like pseudo 20, but I don't like to count the Magus. So it is more or less 20-ish sources. For white, it's cut the Firelit, keep everything else. Add these, add Bastion, add Canopy, add Garden. White is 22. just good. We have things like Auric Champion. We want to cast on time. Grand Abolisher now, maybe. Rangers. Cut these. Our green is the best, though. Green is... It's good to think about these things every once in a while. Arid Mesa still counts. Green is 23. So we have one more because of the other filter being... Both of my filters I chose as green. And I think that's correct since we're an Eldritch Evolution deck. Having green for birds is relevant. Yeah. I mean, technically I have more white than I do green though. I don't know, maybe are we in a universe where I should consider the other filter? The other... Maybe I should have already been playing the other filter. I think I have more white requirements. And then that would give me another red source. Yeah. I actually think I should have run the math on my mana a while ago. Let's play Firelit, and let's also play, instead of Wooded Bastion, let's play, yeah, maybe that was wrong. Rugged Prairie. What about Strangleroot? What about Young Wolf? Oh, I don't know if we're doing the Shaman meme anymore. Now I'm trying to fix my mana base. I should be running Rugged Prairie, actually, I think, now that I've run the calculations. Because I didn't need the extra green. It's only nice for birds, but a filter doesn't help me cast birds. This filter is going to filter us better into Seasoned and Ranger. Yeah, we should have been playing this a while ago. I don't know why I didn't realize that. It's okay. Sometimes you got to do the math and you're like, crap. Or crud. This is not what we wanted. Like, I still think the pipe dream of a Rage Forger build could happen. It's just I don't know what to cut to squeeze it in. Maybe we don't main deck the Skyclave either. That's such a good target, though. Winnin' has followed. Winnin', thanks for hitting that button. Welcome to the show. Trying to figure out a couple last second cards here. Oh, Hangerback is what... Oh, that's what was going on. But I think Hangerback's like really reasonable with the putting counters on things plan. More reasonable. Maybe not. Maybe it's just so slow. We've played it before, and like it's like you want it to be reasonable, and it's just not. So that's a 60. This is a 60 of Magic cards. Anafenza, it doesn't care. It's just non-token creatures I get to bolster. And so what's cool about the bolster mechanic, if you guys don't remember this from Dragons, or the cons block, basically, had a bunch of bolster. This is the Abzan mechanic. You get to place it on. I think the creature has to be the smallest, but that's fine for us. We can pump up the jam on our birds and such. I think bolster is smallest, right? It doesn't actually tell me. I don't think it's like Mentor, right? Maybe it's more flexible than Mentor. But bolster is very similar to Mentor. By the way, that's the other card we should maybe be considering. MTG, sorry. MTG bolster. It is... Choose a creature, least toughness, or tied for least. Yeah. So it's similar to the Mentor mechanic. Mentor Goblin, for example. There's a Mentor Goblin I've played before. Actually, that's what we should be playing, maybe. Before we play like Anafenza or anything else, we should maybe be playing Legion War Bosses. So at the beginning of combat, so this is a Mentor, and it just makes tokens. It's a Goblin Soldier. It's not a Shaman, of course, but I get to make tokens. Now, that first turn, that token does have to attack, but unlike the other... Wow, we actually found maybe a build where I can like totally justify War Boss over some of these other suggestions. And let's either sideboard the Loyalist or... Okay, Grace is already in the bin. Already sideboarded. Cool. We have a lot of cuts we got to do now, but... All right, let's stick to the tried and the true. Let's cut these 3. No. Sorry, let's cut these 2. I'd love to test Witness, but I don't know if we have room for it anymore. I'd love to test the Abolisher too. I like it so much rage. Yeah. It's very subtle. Still like these as sideboard. We could cut Witness. We could even cut the Spellbinder. I've liked them though. but these other things I think I want to test more. I do feel like Witness is just so slow when it comes to Modern. It really is. It's like great because like I have all these bullets. I get it. Like, and we kind of want to preserve them or reuse them, but let me screenshot this pile. Actually, put it on the Discord. For those of you that don't know, we do have a Discord for this channel. Here's a link to it if you want to hop in there, and you can see not just my own lists, but other folks put their lists in there, and people can give you ideas and thoughts. And I'm viewing older messages. Here we go. Pop this in. Mortal Killzone and I have been having like an ongoing discussion that's been very back and forth, which has been fun. So if you want to chat with me more off the clock, off the stream clock, it's 2 in the morning now. Let's get these missing cards and let's play a game. And I'm asleep. I'm so tired now, folks. I've been tired. Let's see. What am I missing? Rugged Prairie. Yeah, these filter lens are deceptively useful in a deck that's like, even though we're 3-color, we're quite like greedy. Rage Forger. Rage Forger also gives me some indirect damage, which the deck has been lacking. It's nice to just like kill them on the attack instead of like need to even worry about blockers. And that's the thing. It's like, okay, hold on, Bruce Spy. Are you saying that maybe Rage Forger fixes the deck in ways that Loyalist already is? Maybe. And maybe we'll move away from Loyalist as a tutor target for Ranger. And maybe we'll just do more Rage Forgering. Filter lens nice with reflecting pool. Yeah. Like, what's funny is you'd think that they wouldn't play nice together, but check this out. Prairie, Firelit, and the Cavern of Souls, they're all tri-lands, actually. I didn't realize that. We had to test that for me to realize that. Sorry, they're duals, excuse me. These are actually duals for the reflecting pool. So, like, you'd think on the surface these are anti-synergistic together, but they actually do work really well in tandem. Funny enough. So I've been surprisingly impressed. Let's go grab the Chalet, the Dean. I do like that this has vigilance and flying. Like the evasion's not like we've tested this card before, and I've felt that it's good. I mean, it's doing 2 things that the deck wants, but it just wasn't doing enough. I feel like certainly if we're testing out like something memey like Rage Forger, where the 1/1 counters are even more significant than usual, I do kind of like that. Yeah, and maybe we'll play the Angel. I'm not sure. Am I main decking Ooze? I am. Oh, I'm main decking Ooze because of the synergy. Yeah, okay, so we're still main decking the trifecta of like, we're sure these probably should be main, which is, we're sure probably. We're confident, I'm confident at least, in these 3 being our not Winota tutor targets. With these others literally, like, if we just need to push through a little bit more damage, Blade Historian's a pretty common tutor target. But I feel like the indirect damage that Rage Forger provides could be relevant. Like, this could be really relevant against like an Ensnaring Bridge board state, maybe. We'll see. These other little like legendary make counters on things, I don't think I necessarily want to load up on those. And again, what's the synergy for Forger? Like how many shamans am I running so the natural synergy of Forger is at work? It's 9, right? 9? Oh yeah, we're going to test a War Boss too. Sweet. Cool. Because of the Mentor. It's just a good card in this deck. We've played it before. Just makes tokens. We're happy. Obviously, that doesn't trigger... What is it? I think Bolster is non-token. So, like, War Boss doesn't have perfect synergy with Shale. Or, sorry, it does with Shale. It doesn't with Anafenza, and it doesn't with Rage Forger. I think that's okay. But, yeah, so we naturally have 9 shamans with another shaman in the sideboard, which is technically Mass Vandal. Okay. I'm winding down here, as you guys can hear. My voice is getting more and more pretty tired. We already have an Anafenza. Cool. So I just need these 3 cards. Rage, Prairie, Shale. Yep. Cool. Thanks for thanks for giving me these ideas, guys. I would have never thought that maybe Rage Forger would work. I mean, granted, we don't know if it works yet, A. B, why didn't we think of this card before? Like, because we had considered doing, like, plus one counter things. Like, we could even do this Song of Free Lease build again, perhaps. Well, no, we don't want to do that. We want the Visionaries to draw us to the combo. I feel like we're going to see... I'm concerned that we're going to see Winota a lot less with just Visionaries. But, yeah, I'm curious to see if the synergies are worth it. My gut says no. My gut says that these other slots like Forger and Shale and Anafenza and Warboss like would probably be better served as more draw or scry or something. That's why we were playing Prince. But we'll try the synergy cards. It's a synergy deck. I mean, if I can't get some plus one counters, though, on my non-shamans, then the Rage Forger just looks really dumb. Like, looks really foolish, right? We're literally trying this out. If you're wondering, if you're just joining us, you're like, why are you trying to make this into a weird shamans deck? Whenever a creature you control attacks, so not specifically shamans, with a 1/1 counter, I just have to get 1/1 counter. I just need to paint our team with 1/1 counter. So, like, maybe none of these are the right thing to do it, right? Like, maybe it should be something, again, like Song of Frey Lease, etc. Which has been good in this deck before. We've played it. Maybe we should just be doing Rage Forger and Songs of Frey Lease, actually. Because, like, these are cute. See, I feel like I'm changing my mind. Yeah. Maybe Song. Maybe we should be playing Song. And I mean, if that synergy works, then we would maybe start to move into just Forgers and Songs. Like, these are all, like, incidentally useful and powerful. I wonder if that's, like, even... Just run it back to see. Yeah, I'll be thinking about that. I wonder if a Rage Forger Song of Frey Lease kind of build create. I'm just going to goldfish this, guys. My brain is mush right now. It's 2 a.m. past 2 a.m. my time, and I've been going to bed earlier. No, not tonight. Let's keep this hand. Let's keep a hand that's not testing any of the new cards. Okay, there's one. Keep a goldfish hand where it's not even testing the new stuff. Hope you guys can forgive me for just goldfishing. I feel like I'm pretty confident we would lose. We would just lose. If I rip a land off the top, no. Don't think that way, Sean. Don't stop it. I was considering. Now I'm kind of disappointed I didn't lead Goose because I could have made a food this turn. I was thinking of playing Warboss, and then just hope to spike the land, but there's no guarantee I'm going to draw the land, so we don't do that. I'm so tired. I was almost tempted to go to the chat and say good luck, have fun to my opponent. That's how tired I am. I almost said good luck, have fun to myself. Okay, we did draw the land, so now I'm sad I didn't play the Warboss, but it's probably correct not to play Warboss. We can just get a basic. Doesn't really matter which. I guess white because I have Ranger in hand. Red. Tap. Winota. Get one trigger. Whoa, my moto is chugging. Trigger. She gets herself. That's kind of disappointing, but we had to smash for 4. With an indestructible smasher, right? Warboss, because it gives haste. Card's great. Although that means I'm not... should we just get Entity on the table? No, Warboss gives us 2 triggers for Winota, right? That's disappointing. So I think we're tapping like this. But like Warboss gives me a hasty threat, and then I can still play the Gilded Goose. Go to combat way before combat, which is excellent. It's when we want to be making our tokens. 2 triggers. A whiff. We check our human count. Magus, okay. I don't think I did. Next turn. Entity doesn't actually add to anything here. Ranger doesn't add because Loyalist is in the... I think we just attack. Yep, make another token. War Boss like can look really good in this deck. And let's do the Mentor trigger at the bottom of the stack. Oh, wait, cancel. They're all happening simultaneously. Interesting. So I just put this on a bird or a goose, doesn't matter. I mean, I'm sure it might matter for the board state, but there's our humans. Pyromancer, dip on those. I mean, they're very dead here. I'm kind of worried about all the whiffing we're doing. Oh, I didn't whiff again. I mean, maybe the humans are just in pockets. That happens from time to time where they're kind of in pockets. I could have actually gotten, it's fine. I could have maybe gotten Dryad Arbor there. Should maybe not cut entity. No hit. War Boss Mentor. Wonder how much damage this is. Negative 12. It was 18 damage. Play the Hex Drinker because of Captain. I do like Hex Drinker. I do. I do think that card is like deceptively powerful. It's not 1/1 counters though. It's level up counters. Just to clarify. We've played Hex Drinker before. We've gone on and off about this card. Like they're not 1/1 counters. Just again to clarify. Sometimes Jank just gets lucky. Oh, are you quoting that opponent from earlier? Yeah. See, like now I really want to do the song build. Like a song Rage Forger build. Let me open a new copy. Let's not throw away this idea. But I kind of want to do that instead. Like entirely. Like to the point where like I think the only Anthem effects I'm going to keep is the Trample, the Lifelink, and the Bladed Story. And I've been meaning to find an excuse to trim the Entity. Entity's great, don't get me wrong. I might be wrong to cut it. But I think I actually want to do this with the deck. I think I want to cut these. Cut the War Boss. Song of Frey. But Hex wins games on its own. It can. Let's do the song build again, maybe. Song lets me tap Visionaries and Givers for mana. I would like you to see this because like it looks so unassuming, but the fact that we've now found like a true excuse to be doing it, I'm kind of excited. I don't know how many Forgers I get to run though. This is just one so far. I mean, if we played Hex, maybe it would just be in the sideboard. We've tested this card before. Maybe we finally found the piece that makes us happy with it. And maybe I can also... Like, Scooz doesn't really do enough against a lot of the graveyard decks anyway. Game 1. I'm almost always relying on, like, the Remorseful Cleric slot. I mean, it makes me wonder about this card. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, Scooz is sweet. Scooz has natural synergy, maybe even with a Rage Forger idea. Let's try to squeeze in 2 Forgers. We'll call it Rager, because it's got more copies of the card. Rager Forger featuring Song. Alright, you gotta get creative with your deck names. Give me another Rage Forger. I should just like pick up the play set, right? I feel like I'm just like moving more and more into this nonsense, but I kind of like it. It's like a synergy, and this is a synergy that like I think is just gonna play out a lot better than, yeah. This is a synergy. I think this is a synergy that's gonna play out better, perhaps. I don't know, but this is like 2 a.m. Sean you're talking to, so. What am I going to cut from the sideboard? I do still maybe want to test the Scooz. It just doesn't do enough against the graveyard decks we found over and over again. But it has synergy. Maybe I don't play the playset of Song. Like, yes, it really wants to be in the opener, but if I top deck, top decked songs are really weak. Like, really weak. They take too long to go off. Well, let's test it like this, and maybe that's what's gonna happen. Maybe I'll main deck ooze or something. And for now, let's cut the provoker. There's so much happening. Sorry. Is that too much? There you go. That's you guys, actually. That's the chat room. Your name's there somewhere in that mess. It gets messier as more viewers are hanging out with me. I'm not used to it being this messy. We had a very generous raid from our friend Evan, Everos. Do recommend his content. I've played against, played with. All right, let's do just some more, just goldfishing. Oh, I should scoop this other match. Oh, this was from like way earlier when we had the Vengevine build. I didn't even realize we still had that going. Concede. All right. One lander. Sorry, it is a two lander, but it's no 2-drop. Sorry, no 1-drop. Well, I'll keep it though. All right, Foundry. Do nothing. We don't want to be doing nothing in Modern though. So Visionary. Check this out. So like ideally, I had like a turn 1 creature, but if I song here, check this out. If I song, I'll tap this way. I get to play the other Visionary. Visionary. Untap. There's the Forger. Not time for Forger yet. It's not. There's no counters on the... Like, okay, yes, this would put counters on the Visionaries, but I can get Winota onto the table here and 1 trigger. That's better. So we're going to do the better thing. Swing. Get a trigger. If I had a 1-drop, I might consider casting it. Well, no, that's not true. The Winota triggers may be better. I have white. I don't have all the red necessary for... let's dump this and dump... it just depends on the matchup what you dump there. No blocks. These are all going to get painted with a 1/1 counter, and then we play the Rage Forge. Oh, I did have a land drop, actually. All right. Third trigger is going to happen, and beautiful things happen. So my whole team is now indestructible. It tramples. It has vigilance. This is a turn... Is this a turn 4 or is this turn 5? Oh, this is turn 5 because I'm playing my 5th land. Yeah, see, maybe it's just too slow. Maybe it's just too slow. Because I'm not really getting the full benefits of the song. Well, okay, we had a slower draw because we didn't have a birds or a goose, right? But anyway, we play Forger and it just annihilates our opponent, right? That's what we're hoping to do. This gets another counter. These get more counters. Go to combat, swing, get how many Rage Forger triggers? Oh, what's the button to put all the things on the stack? Oh, gosh. Hang on. My goodness. Input, count setting, input, blah, 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 blah. Stack abilities automatically. Number 7. That's random. Number 7. It's not working. It's not working. Hang on. Stack abilities automatically. 7. There's another way to do it, isn't there? Always yes, always yield. Yield through this turn. I don't want to do that. No. Yeah, I just want to stack abilities automatically. Number 7. Alright, well, anyway, I should be clicking the Rage Forgers first. I want those to go on the stack first. This is player or planeswalker, right? Yeah, player or planeswalker. Get all our triggers, then we get our Winota triggers. Like I wanted to put the Winota triggers on the stack on the top, right? Or is it irrelevant? I guess this says when they attack, so actually it's not going to cause more forge. It doesn't have that much synergy in the deck. I'll give it that. It's already indestructible and trampling and vigilant and like Song of Freylease. Seriously, like it looks really good right here, doesn't it? I mean, but it's like it's the kind of thing where you top. But we're not the kind of deck that like really wants to be playing the top deck. Like we're just trying to burst people, right? Hit you for 1. Oh, wow. Can I always? Yes, always yield. Beautiful. Yes. Kablam. 1 more trigger. Spyro. And that's the kind of wham bam that we want to do, isn't it? Like, that was sweet. It's like Song of Freylius like looks really big and splashy at -20. No double strike required. We just hit them with big creatures. Sweet. Now, one of the issues, though, is the creatures I'm pulling out of the deck from the Winota, they're not on the table usually when the Song of Freylius goes off. But it was cool for you guys maybe to see. Song also plays nicely with... this is not a keep. This doesn't do anything. Very quickly, we'll mulligan that. Sounds a lot better. And like really, I feel like a Song of Freylius build almost has to consider the playlist. Wow. The play set. I'm actually going to bin Spyro because I want to test these cards more. You should never put that card back. It's so good. I should have like even put a land back perhaps. Anyway, let's go basic. Play birds. I think Song was also really good when we were considering those other turn 1 creatures, but yeah, so if I Visionary, I can't but do we Song now? Nah, I think we Visionary go. Oh, I was gonna fetch for Arbor. Shoot, and we drew it. Oh, gross. I thought about fetching before my draw trigger off of the Visionary. I was like, nah, we won't draw the Arbor. We did. It's like, nah, we won't draw it. We did. So it's gonna be not on time. So we could play the Winota and get 1 trigger. Yeah, this board state would be really dependent on what my opponent's up to. We could also do just Song, Visionary. Oop, tap for the right color. Song, Visionary, Arbor. Untap. Second trigger of Song. This is where we really want to go big and wide because it's going off next turn. So let's shock this in. I can Winota and get 3 attacks, or we have options here. Could also play the Spyro. I think I'll just Winota and get 3 attacks. Go nice and wide. We will attack with her. I think that's fine. Ranger, nice. Yes. Goose or Giver, it just depends. Depends on what we need. Spyro, dump this Song because it's too late for it. And see, now we're seeing... Oh, I don't want to call that synergy. I hate calling that synergy for Spyro. They're almost dead right there. We would maybe silence them depending on what deck they were. Alright, so now we're going to put 1/1 counters on the whole team. Awesome. Pool. Yeah, just attack. I mean, like, that's like, okay, but Bruce By, you didn't have your Rage Forger. That's okay. They're still dead. And that's the thing, though. It's like, well, wait. They're still dead. So, like, what's happening here? It's the song. It's the power of Song. We've done builds around Song before, where I just think that the card's like reasonable for our archetype. And I know I've had some folks talk about how, well, Bruce By, isn't that redundant for the deck? Yes. It is a redundant effect for the deck, right? We already have creatures that have the ability to tap for mana, a la birds, right? Goose. We already have the ability to pull cards out of our deck that actually, if we play Song, I'm less interested in Loyalist, actually. I forgot that this also shored up another weakness of the deck, which is it gives us trample. We don't necessarily need Loyalists in this build anymore if we're going to play Songs. So that frees us up in the sideboard for the Phyrexian. I mean, I hate to cut my little buddy, Legion Loyalist, but Give the Revoker back. We don't need it as much. But yeah, I mean, that begs the question, okay, so what are we doing? We're giving, what creatures are you giving the ability to tap for mana? Quite a few. These. I don't know if I would count Winota, but yeah, sure. I mean, you're giving 26 creatures that normally can't tap for mana the ability to tap for mana, which is not inconsequential. But mostly what's sweet about this, even don't think about the Rage Forgers for a second. This is the meme, and I'm joking around with this kind of. This is Anthem plus also on attack a relevant trigger, which you don't normally think about with Winota because we don't really want on attack triggers because the threats aren't on the board yet. Anyway, there's some real sweet synergy for this card in this archetype. I've played builds that are more devoted to the Song of Freyalise before this. So I do like a lot of what's going on, and I think like redundant copies of Blade Historian don't actually. I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong. We've also played a 2 of Blade Historian because it's arguably like the best castable human that we should be drawing out of our deck. But time and time again, I've gone back to the Singleton. Forgers, I think, kind of neat because it's not just an Anthem. I don't think it would work in the archetype unless we like maxed out on shamans, though. But let's run it back. Let's do a couple more. My brain's not total. I'm getting a second wind though, so I really need to go to sleep because this second wind is gonna keep me up late. Cool. Keep. And you're like, but Bruce, by this is a double song hand. I've got Pyromancer in hand. We've got a Pyromancer. This is painful because I have Arid Mesa. Oh, it's the most painful fetch for my bird. We already have red in the form of Cavern Reflecting Pool. I'm actually going to go Temple Garden. I know that seems really strange, but I'm going to go Garden. Garden Bird. We want to go Cavern first, though. Cavern Human. Could also name Shaman in this situation, but I'm going to go Human. We don't want to play this yet, I think. Maybe I'm supposed to. No, I think we play song. I think we get this song ticking. Nah, hold on. We play Spyro, right? Yeah, we play Spyro. No question. Can I try to keep a song and a Rage Forger just so we can test the meme? Yes, let's do that. Plus, I probably wouldn't get rid of the Reflecting Pool, right? We were still at that point maybe interested. Now, you'll see we get a ton of mana. Watch this. This is actually really cool. This is the other synergy that Song offers. It's not that bad to play after turn 2 as long as I played Pyromancer first. Watch this. This is kind of cool. Green Song. Now everything taps for mana. And like, again, this is a board state kind of a question. Like, okay, do you now Eldritch like this? Do you do this? Or do you play the other Forger? I think we Eldritch. Winota. We're kicking hard. Yeah, right. Now, we could play the bird. I think I just swing. And I know I just deleted the shaman from my board, but maybe we can get another one. This is a wizard, though. These are not. That's okay. Probably get Giver. Does I already have a land? Now remember, Song of Freyalise is still just on Chapter 1, right? Probably consider sacrificing the Ranger. Like, yeah, like if I'm not painting anything with the 1/1 counter, I don't really want to play this, is the thing, right? So that's an issue I'm seeing. It's good that I'm seeing it. Seeing it now anyway, not in the middle of a match. We're not playing Heron main. We're also not... Oh, I couldn't cast it anyway unless I held the bird back. I mean, I have a lot of mana here, right? Like, we can tap a lot of these creatures. Maybe we don't want to swing with the Winota herself. Maybe she should hang back. She's a human, so she doesn't cause a Winota trigger. I mean, like, there's lots of things to think about. Like, maybe I'm supposed to do something weird like this. I could have paid Forgiver off of the plains. Sorry. This does help us with our own moon plan a little bit. So yeah, maybe you're on a board state where you don't want to attack with your humans. Like, what am I hoping for? I guess I don't have to Rage Forge yet, but if I don't, then I'm probably just going to discard it to a seasoned, right? Like a right here. And then it's like, I don't get to test it. I should have just played it. Okay, I drew a second one. Let's try to keep the second one. Giver, so I don't feel so stupid about not playing it off the plains. Ranger, 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 Ranger. So many silences. So many silences. Maybe get Goose. They might just be dead there. They're at 1. I mean, we're at 1. It's kind of weird to think about. Giver. Play the Rage Forger. Yay, we put a counter on our 1 Pyromancer. I should have just played the first one. Alright, Song of Freyalise, Chapter 3, bada bing. Okay, we just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 counters on our creatures. I mean, granted, this is just, we're goldfishing, so this is Magical Christmas Land. So I'm showing you this as, like, the best possible, right? Like, what you're seeing is the best possible. And there are decks that are not going to interact with us at all. They're just trying to do their thing. And these probably wouldn't still be alive. We probably would have turned some of these into a silence. But yeah, maybe the opponent would just die to the Rage Forger triggers. Which, like, is another form of antheming, right? I mean, like, 15 Rage Forger triggers. These are all indestructible. They're all trampling. I mean, yes, this is Magical Christmas Land. This is turn 5. See, we have 5 lands. Concede. Just saying. I feel like maybe we were too quick to jettison. I almost said Jetsons. The Jetsons, right? Maybe I was too quick to jettison from the Song of Freyalise, because, like, I really did feel like this had potential, and I just didn't do enough leagues with it, maybe. Like, yeah, there's spots where it feels like the worst card in your deck. There's spots where it feels like the most amazing thing we could possibly be doing. So I feel like the card has a really high ceiling, but a super low floor, if that makes sense. It's like, yeah, it's either like, whoa, or it's like, ooh, no. Makes our givers better. Maybe gives them another mode. All right, anyhow, we Visionary, we Birds, or Giver, depending on the board. Oh, we drew Rage Forger. Sweet. I think this hand is happy to see it. Should I play Giver or should I play Birds? I guess if I play Giver, that's fine, because I'm about the Song of Freyalise anyway. Let's see how that synergy works. Giver, turn it into a Mana Dork, right? Song. Get that going. It's going to go off turn 4. This is turn 2. Chapter 1. Chapter 2 is on turn 3. Yeah. No. This is turn 3. This turn counters off. This is going to go off turn 5. So we're trying to go off on turn 5. It's a little slow for Modern, though, right? So that's the thing. It's like, if I don't cast this turn 2, it's like, isn't this just going to be too slow? Huh. Well, I think we should cast a Bird. Or I could evolve for Winota and attack. Oh, we should just evolve for Winota. What am I doing? Oh, I can't attack yet. No, we're still setting up, right? This is disappointing. Oh, you know what? I didn't make my land drop this turn. I know what we're doing now. I just realized. I did not land drop this turn. We're just going to go get Giant Arbor and play it. All right, another turn of counters. Or not counters, sorry. +1/+1. Okay, so we played Winota here. We tap Ranger, actually. Funny enough. And do I have any other humans? No. It's just a matter of, okay, which do I not want to attack with into their blockers, right? Giver kind of wants to stay open. Bird's got evasion. Why don't we sacrifice the Visionary? We can hold back on the Giver to, protect if we need to. The Winota, which is typical. Ranger. Roger. Yes. Go get another Giver, perhaps. Maybe Gilded Goose is good there. Oh, the Bladed. Sweet. Well, that's a lot of damage. It's out of nowhere. Sweet. All right, so now we're going to put counters on everything. We play the Rage Forger, and that's all she wrote. But it's like, isn't it all she wrote already? I've got an army of indestructible, vigilant, trampling creatures that just got 1/1 counters, and they're double striking. So that's the thing. Which creatures would we not attack with? Like, we don't have to even worry about that. But I still want to get the Rage Forger on the table. Maybe the weakest thing to swing with is the Dryad Arbor. But yeah, let's put the Rage Forger on the table. Bada blam, bada bing, bada kaboom. The Rage Forger did, though, only put 1 counter on the Visionary here. Right? We didn't have a bunch of Spyros. Its first ability only did put 1 counter on the table. But it gave us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage we can pepper to planeswalkers or opponents. We should stack these first. Can I set these all to the same target? And save targets. Thank you. Do I really have to click through them? Wow. That's okay. Our deck is pretty quick, so that's fine. Another Winota, I will say nope. I'd rather keep this one. Spyro. Dump things. I'm just curious what my last tutors were. Okay, Ranger. I do think Jade was correct. She's already gone to bed, like a reasonable human should. All right, my brain's mush. We've seen the deck do the thing. Maybe there's some sort of Song of Freyalise Rage Forger thing to be doing. I do like that it's an anthem that gives me an immediate benefit. That is one of the negatives I've found with some of the... Just hear me out, chat, folks. Just hear me out. A lot of the other anthem effects I've played don't have also an enter the battlefield trigger. So while this seems like a meme, and I think it is, well, the whole deck's a meme anyway, but I do think that the upside of even just getting 1 or 2 +1/+1 counters might actually make this not total crazy land. I don't know, it's a small thing. A lot of the other anthem creatures we played, all the other anthem creatures we're playing, if they die, except for like the Changeling one, Heron's Grace is an exception because it says other humans you control. Like even if Heron's dies, it did the thing. But like things like Maja was an anthem we were playing. If you guys don't know what that card is, I'll grab it. Maja was an anthem from a human we were playing, anthem effect. This is from Kaldheim. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Whenever a land enters, we make a 1/1 human warrior. If it was a warrior, this card would be great for us. Anyway, like I actually think this is deceptively sweet. This is indirect damage for us. This has synergy with another engine I've been meaning to give another try. Yeah, this 6 is just a much more direct approach, right? We're not waffling. I'm not sitting there tutoring a lot, and we've cut down on our tutors, right? Like this deck is just like go wide, put counters on everything, get a bunch of free damage, right? Incidentally, maybe put counters on stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I do like that this 6 has just a much more direct approach to the game of first 2 chapters, Mana's great for us. We're trying to get onto the board very quickly. And then the 3rd chapter lets me attack with it. The 3rd chapter, the indestructibility on this is nice because oftentimes we are giving up our early game creatures and the tokens off of Spyro to get our triggers from Winota. So the benefit potentially, again, and I said this the last time we played Song, the benefit of Song is that it's painting my yes, Winota gives my human threats that we're pulling out of our library, she's giving them indestructible, but not having protection on my other threats is not irrelevant. Yes, like some of them have built-in evasion, like the birds and the goose, right? But some of these creatures like aren't going to want to get in the fray, right? Like these here, the tokens from the Spyro, the Visionaries, the Arbor, the Rage Forgers themselves, they're all very vulnerable. All right, I got one more in me, I suppose. Just something to think about. I think that the song build funny enough, like as I'm, granted I'm goldfishing it, but as I'm fishing it, like it just seems like it's a lot more succinct, which is a little frustrating. What would I do here? Dryad Song? Dryad Giver? Dryad Giver, maybe. It stinks that I didn't use this 1 mana, though. If we Song here, we can play Ranger. Granted, that means tapping the Giver, so this would be matchup dependent, but this is sweet. So we're making 1 more mana than we would otherwise, because Giver, Ranger, go get... This is where I wish I had a different target, like a board state like this, where I wish I had a different main deck target. Actually, we cut the sideboard target too, didn't we? No, we still have the Burrington Forge Tender. And that's fine. If that's all that Ranger's doing is silencing, it's getting a non-human. Let's go get Goose. Like, we don't need a ton of different choices for Ranger to be good in this deck, I think. I mean, it's nice to have some more toolbox potential, though. Toolbox within a toolbox, but... Do we just play Blade Historian? We actually haven't found Winota yet. So I guess we're just trying to go wide. And again, that's my worry with this deck of just playing a bunch of draw a card instead of tutors. I mean, Fauna Shaman is a shaman. I don't have to play... and I know you're like, Bruce Spice, stop. It's just this board state, right? Where you're just frustrated, you didn't do the thing. It's like, I don't know. We don't have to play Vengevine just because I'm playing Faunus, and just because the deck happens to also have Spires. These are elves. These are shamans. These are an attacker for Winota, and it's also just, instead of me trying to just draw to it, I just have it. I don't know. Kind of tempted by that again. Concede. All right, this has to be the last iteration. I feel like just drawing a card or even scrying a card isn't enough for this deck. Like, we just need to tutor to. We just need to have Winota. We just need to. Let's just have it. Let's just have access to our sideboard cards. Let's just do it. Let's go with Fauna. Keep. Bird is the word. We already have a red source in my hand. Let's go. It's fine. Basic bird. Birds are indeed basic. So we could go Spyro. This is where I kind of wish I had a basic mountain. Fast tap there. Seasons. Maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't need this. Make tokens. Untap. Eldritch this. How? Could get the basic planes. It's funny how satisfying this deck is, even just with a goldfish. I can't imagine this is as certainly as entertaining though for you guys. But anyway, we go get Winota. This is turn 3 Winota attack. Sweet. Triggers. Go get things. It's a whiff. Happens. Ranger, probably. Ranger Giver. Spyro. Keep the Rage Forger. I think. No Song of Freylease, though. Maybe that was a mistake. Yeah, that was a mistake. I think the synergy here isn't nearly... I don't know why I kept this. That was dumb. Right? I made 1-1-1-1-1. I made 1-1-1 counter. Not worth it. I shouldn't have kept it. I mean, I'm trying to test the card. I shouldn't have kept it there. Like, we didn't have Song this draw. So, like, here we're seeing, okay, so this is the floor for Rage Forger as far as, like, how bad it can be, right? Oops, I should put this on the stack first. This is like the bottom basement floor of the Forger idea. Just saying. It's bound to happen at some point. Keep the evolution, I guess. No. Yes. Moon. They're dead. Yeah. I mean, that's why we should play more songs than we play Forgers, though. If we're gonna do this, if we're gonna try this. But that was certainly like the floor opened up that time. Beneath us. This hand's not great. This would probably be Mesa. I mean, if they're a linear deck like Tron or something, we could maybe go get Arbor. Not off Mesa, though. How's that built so far? We get Temple Garden, right? Prairie. Doesn't really matter what duel I get because we have the filter land. This could be so good for us. Just go Temple. Yeah, I don't know. We're trying. I'm trying. Spyro because it's like the best thing this deck is doing. Go get basic forest because we have prairie. Complements that. All right, red. Whoops. Red. But like this is like okay, but Bruce Spy, all you're doing is like wouldn't this have been? Yes, like in this draw. This would have been better as a visionary, right? Except that this is a 2-power creature. That's minimal. We'll keep the Forger. I'll even keep the Shaman. We'll test it, right? No, I can't keep both. Yeah, let's just dump. Attack for 2. So Forger is going to put 2/1/1 counters. But, like, I'm still supposed to just Winota, right? And so that's the thing is like this draw just wasn't conducive to. And maybe it's different if I drew a song, right? If I'd drawn song, maybe there's a different sequence here. But it's pretty obviously this sequence. There's the double striker, whiff, that happens. Spyro, ditch. It should be dead here. And they are. I don't know. I'm kind of missing the blue build. I liked the Teferis. Oh, we can't keep this, can we? I'd have to name bird. That feels so bad. Let's keep it. I'm like when I'm goldfishing, I'll keep. Oh, okay, or we just draw Horizon Canopy like a boss. I mean, like this though would mean that we were on the draw and my opponent was turn 1. In fairness, and I would rather song than spend the food token. Let's name human even still. I mean, I think I'm still Spyroing, though. Spyroing. Let's cast Spyro. Make a food. It's the best thing we can be doing turn 2, for sure. Best thing you can be doing turn 2 in Modern, like in general, right? This card's insane. I don't need to keep both songs. We're going to ditch one. And just for testing purposes, I probably would keep Apparition, but I'm going to pitch it here. Drew another song. That's okay. We have so much mana now. Watch this. This is kind of sweet. Like, and this is where Gilded like really likes the Song of Free Release. So we can cast like our whole hand here, if we wanted to. Colorless, green, Fauna Shaman. Do we want to play Giver or do we want to play Forger? I think we play Forger because we have 2 Shamans in play, and that's the most we're probably going to have this game. Tap, red. Forger. Put a counter on those. Hit OK. There we go. Chapter 2. There's not a lot of setup I can do here. Oh, no, I can. I can just go get... See, that's the thing. This isn't visionary. I just go get Winota. It's so obvious, chat. Actually, let's just go get basic forest. Guys, we just go do our thing. And it's like all of a sudden you're like, well, Bruce Spy, you're just demonstrating that Song is actually a deceptively good saga. It is. It is indeed. We don't need to cast the other song. Let's not worry about it. Maybe I don't want to attack with Rage Forger. Maybe I don't want to bother attacking. Oh, the Spyro doesn't give me a Winota trigger. Maybe this is what should tap for mana. Red here. Get that uncounterability. Go to combat. Attacks. Rather get the 4 triggers than tap those for mana here. Sure, Magus. Another Winota. Okay, just basically gives her haste indestructible. That's fine by me. This one, I don't know if I'd pull it out of the library. I'll say no. I think too often I'll pull the Winotas out of the deck earlier than I should be. And this is a matter of, do we need the silence or do we just want Spyro because it's value? If we need the silence, you can get Ranger, and then I guess we would tutor for... I've already played my land for the turn, so I guess you could get Goose. They didn't die there, but they'll be dead here. And again, like where these elemental tokens would be vulnerable to blocks and such, like, yeah. I do think this shores up a weakness of the deck of, like, we tend to discard the non-human side of the deck to fuel the human side. I'm not going to bother going through all those triggers. Like, clearly I think we probably would have that as a win. This hand's a little anemic. I don't think I would keep it. Oh, wow, and we just do even another land. You would probably lead on Giver instead of Birds, actually. We would try to, like, fetch out all the basics we could before we Magus. Let's go ahead and Magus here just to test and see if the deck still functions. I guess it will because we have Eldritch. So, Giver, yep. Attack for 2, maybe. Forger, no Shamans. Could still play it. I would rather Eldritch this Rage Forger than anything else on my board, right? Unless we want to turn this into a Spyro. And it's like, okay, Brews Spy, if you're literally just playing this just to... No. Like, if you're playing this out just to Eldritch it, hasn't it, like, missed the mark? Okay, we drew Fauna. Do I have enough mana and colors? I don't. I don't have triple green, otherwise I could consider playing the Fauna, going and getting, but anyway, so let's go green. Sacrifice Forger. Go get Winota. I mean, at least it's not 4 mana. I don't think it could be a thing for us. I could attack with 1 Giver, maybe. It's a little greedy. We whiff. Oh, that feels so bad. Oh no. All right, hold on. Let me concede here and look at our build. You guys got to hold me accountable here. I need to just finish the deck, screenshot it, and sleep. Usually Jade's the one telling me to sleep. All right. This is it. This is the last tweak. We're going to look at how many humans and how many non-humans. I think the songs may have put us over the edge on our counts. Because it feels like we're whiffing more than I'm used to. Put these in the middle. Non-human. Humans. Oh yeah, we've totally like ruined the deck a little bit, haven't we? No wonder we're whiffing some. My human count is only 14 now. So something's got to give. Something's got to change. Seriously, like maybe it is the kind of thing where it's, okay, the first Forger is all that we want. Period. I need to get my human count back up. 14 is really low. Don't get me wrong. I really, really like Song. I wonder if there's like a human that also does things with 1/1 counters. Human counter. Is there like proliferate human? They made some, right? Is that a weird idea? Yes. I don't know why my caps lock is locked. Yes, Yogg. So there's, if we splash blue, there's Rollusk. It has to die, though, to proliferate a bunch. Martyr is a 2-drop that needs to die to proliferate. That's an interesting idea. I don't think it's certainly not good enough. Is that it for proliferate on humans? Flux, whenever we cast non-creature spells, we have to proliferate. That's fun. A flying trample 4/5 for 5. I can pull it off of Winota. It's an evolution target. It's blue, though. We'd have to cast it off of specifically birds or goose. Or, oh, we're a Song of Freyleaf deck. I don't even think I necessarily need to change my mana. I have a blue source already. It's Cavern. And I'm sure this is where you're like, Brews Spy, we shouldn't play cards that we can't actually pay for, right? But I can. Kind of. I mean, like, this would probably merit even a breeding pool. I don't think I want to, though. I feel like that's so bad. Our mana base is already so tight. This is a terrible idea, but it's just funny to think about. Funny to think about if we could find other, like, ways to synergize with the 1/1 counters, it would be Proliferate. But I feel like that's just like, we're just like Magical Christmas Land going way, 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 way over the top. Granted, it's a human, so Winota can pull it out of our library for us. But, like, for this thing to do what we really want him to do, I mean, granted, a 4/5 Flying Trampler is sweet on its own. Synergizes with our sideboard Magus of the Moat meme. I might literally go grab this card just so I remember this idea. But how many blue sources do we have even if I don't add another blue land besides Cavern? And Breeding Pool is another blue source if I have the Cavern. But it's really just 11 sources, right? 11 sources to play a fun of that's an evolution target. I mean, granted, I can kill it myself. I can evolution it to get the Proliferate, then Proliferate again. It's interesting. Probably better off just being Martyr if you're looking for a Proliferate. This has to be like so total memery, such memery. I don't know. I'm trying to find a way to get another human into the main deck. Could just be I wish there was a way to just get back Song. Oh yeah, we can get back Song, but then it starts again at chapter 1. It's Renegade Rallier if we want to get this back. I think even without considering blue source, I think this is just weird and wrong, right? A flying trampling 4/5 that lets me put, and I don't even get to split the counters. It's just put 2 1/1 counters on a different creature. You don't even get to split them. And him dying to proliferate and then like, first of all, there's Path to Exile in the format. Everything else that kills this, though, wouldn't stop the Proliferate. But the Proliferate is only useful, what? Off of the 3rd chapter of Song. There's not really any other synergy. Like, there's Skoos. Yeah, there's not really any other synergy for this Proliferate. It's not like we have, like, Planeswalkers or anything. Just a thought. I like some of what's going down. I do. All right, human counters. I'm going to leave this on the list. I think it's the worst choice, though. Human, and actually I add Martyr because it's in our colors. All right, human counters. Something with counters. Something with counters. Isn't there like a human that moves counters? Manifest, that's equal to my hand size. Star Pupil. There's Dragon Guard elites, but I have to cast or copy instants or sorceries. Doubles the counters on itself. It's outside of our colors. Bolster. I mean, there's going to be a bunch of cards for this. I'm just trying to think if there's anything. We've considered not that Gideon, but we have considered other 4-mana Gideon before for this archetype. Like, I really, really do like the first Rage Forger. I just don't know if I like the second one. It's another Saga. They're human tokens, though. Alright, Mikaeus, but that wouldn't work with Winota pulling it out of the deck. Halan is not modern legal. I should have set this to format modern. I know. Can anything good possibly come out of me brewing on an empty brain? I don't know. Channelers, that's -1 counters. Doesn't benefit from Song. I'm trying to see if there's something else besides Forger that's going to benefit from Song. I mean, they do stack on top of one another. So, like, it's like, yes, I'm like, I feel like the second is bad. It's really not, because they do stack. You can have double Rage Forger on top of the Song of Freyalise, painting everything with 1/1 counters. So maybe I'm... Oh yeah, I was doing this because I was trying to increase my human count. I mean, I could do bad things like turn the Apparition slot into like a Fiend Hunter effect, but I think that's wrong. If we want to have the song consistently, and it needs to be in the opener for it to do the thing that we want it to do, we need the playset. There's got to be something. Yisan? They're verse counters, not +1/+1 counters. Oh boy. There's gotta be something. Bloodthirst? No. Human that benefits from 1/1 counters. Mycologist is spore counters, of course. Humans that benefit. Yeah, I mean, there's like these ones. The gain control of target creatures. Well, no, that's only... Remove 1/1 counters. It's a 6 mana card. Yeah, there's like Graft. There's like these creatures from original Ravnica that do things with counters. Okay, we're now at the bottom. Yeah, I need something that's like humans if it has a counter. Human has counter actually was the keyword I was supposed to search, wasn't it? And I searched the wrong thing. Now we're talking. This seems like a lot smaller list. Okay, cool. Yeah, Kenrith we've actually just straight up considered before. Spinner's fascinating. It gives us the uncounterability in a human, but we're better off with Grand Abolisher because it also stops removal. But Spinner's kind of cool because it also has an anthem. Or not an anthem, it makes us... You can animate our creatures, animate our lands. Fathom Mage benefits from the 1/1 counters. It's also not in our colors, but maybe that's more reasonable than Rolusk, because it doesn't need to die for us to get the benefits of it. Fathom Mage. It's an interesting thought. Fathom Mage could grow quite a bit, draw us quite a few cards. It's also outside of our color pie, though. I'd try to keep us in-house, keep us as Naya. Experiment 1, of course, is... That's kind of pretty because it's got the watermark. Does it normally have that? Oh, it does. Yes, it's from Gatecrash. Experiment 1 is a human. Benefits from 1/1 counters. Also has Evolve. I've considered this card for this deck before because it's something that we can get off of Ranger, but it also doesn't hurt our human count. It's certainly no Hex Drinker. But if counter, right, you may remove 2 counters. That's kind of neat. I kind of like this idea. Benefits from the counters of songs in kind of an indirect way. If we splash into black, you just play Falcon Wrath. Right now, I'm kidding. We do have a lot of humans for that card, though. It's kind of a funny thought. It says lifelink as long as it has a 1/1 counter. And remember, mind you, we're just looking at humans. It's flying as long as it has a 1/1 counter. This comes in if I pay red. Riftmark Knight. Yeah, that's a funny one. Not for here. Prismari Apprentice. Whenever I cast instants or sorceries, can't be blocked. Put 1 counters. Only if it's 5. Knight. Oh, we've thought about this card before, by the way. The Suspend Knight. Because it gives an anthem. Tajik has Mentor. That's why he came up here. We've considered Tajik before. It says Adapt. Any of these like reasonable cards for Modern? None of them look reasonable at all. Oh, Burning Tree Vandal's cool. I just wish it was less mana. Riot on a 2/1, but it's 3. Whenever it attacks, I may discard. If I do, draw. It's kind of cool. Unleash. None of these are like if... Oh, Barrett, there, found it. I knew it. I knew there was something. Absent Falconer. Each creature you control with a 1/1 counter has flying. Now, I know you're like, well, Brews Spy, that's unassuming. No, this is on the list. I feel like there's got to be a different version of Falconer. Right? It's also got Outlast on it. So I can just make it bigger. So it doesn't only have Oh, here we go. Sorry, we'll play Battle Priest. Each creature you control with a 1/1 counter on actually has lifelink. So we could play Battle Priest. We could play Falconer. Now we're starting to find some of this synergy. Each creature you have, yeah, and this one gives trample. But Song already gives us trample, so we don't want necessarily to be redundant there. There we go. If creatures with 1/1 counters do things, yes. Now Outlast creatures only put the counter on themselves, right? I think that's how the Outlast mechanic works, doesn't it? Outlast is just on itself. We're not going to play all of them. I'm just the Outlast gets a 1/1 creature on the creature for cost. Make sure you go to the abilities. Okay. So the ones that I'm most interested in are actually not the trample, because we already have trample built into Song. It's Falconer, because Falconer's going to synergize with my Magus of the Moat. We'll kill a lot more quickly. Magus of the Moat, Falconer, Song. I know that seems like a lot, but like we're playing a playset of Song. Falconer could be interesting. Granted, it's like, okay, do we really need to fly if we're going to have the whole team be vigilant and trampling and everything? Maybe, though. Abzan Battle Priest is interesting. I still feel like Heron's Grace does this spot better, but maybe not anymore. Maybe in a Song of Freylease build, maybe Abzan Battle Priest is actually better. Huh. These are kind of memes. Trample's already built in. Weird. Huh. Just a thought. Raccoon 1 says sleep. You tried to save me, Raccoon 1. We've deleted the command. We deleted that command. I wonder if this deck also needs fewer lands because it's a Song of Freylease build now. Maybe. We've played a card like Falconer before in this deck to some effect. Human flying creatures you control. It's like a 6 mana random human out in the middle of nowhere. It's like archetype of if I can find it. I actually liked it. It was more in an all-in build, though. There it is. Archetype. Actually, still have a copy of it. So, Archetype of Imagination. This combination of Falconer plus Song is kind of like build your own Archetype of Imagination. Creatures you control have flying. Creatures your opponents lose flying isn't as relevant. I feel like the combination of flying and trample is going to help us push through, even if they did have flying blockers. And again, this is all Magical Christmas Land, right? This whole like Rage Forger Song idea, right? Has to be, right? It's also fun to maybe test. And then it's like, okay, Bruce, are we finally at the point where you're going to sideboard the... No, I think I would sideboard Falconer. And I would mainboard Priest, and I would actually consider cutting Heron's Grace, which will be the first time I've cut that card from the list in a long time. If we're going to play a playset of Song, this lets us keep the lifelink longer than Heron's Grace. This also gives itself lifelink. So I don't know. I'm not convinced that it's better. It's just this paints lifelink onto things that aren't humans, whereas that's always been a weakness of Heron's Grace. This kind of like could tie the deck together better. I wonder. Let me grab these cards just so I don't forget about them. Because I will forget about them. They're so obscure. Abzan, Falconer, and Battle Priest. Holy cow. And they have watermarks? Oh, yeah. So good. All right, Abzan. We're playing Abzan cards in our Naya deck. This is great. All right, Abzan, Battle Priest. All right, I did say that I would go to bed after these last like deck modifications, right? We're not going to test them. Let's wait till next stream. I think Falconer's going to be better out of the board because that's when we'll know if we want to be on the Magus of the Moat plan. That's when we'll know if the evasion from flying is relevant, like where the trample on its own maybe isn't enough. Yeah, we'll try it out. Probably is going to get cut, but we'll try it out. I do like that it would make the Magus of the Moat kill quicker. It definitely feels like it's kind of got that whole ensnaring bridge kind of feel going on, which is not necessarily good. Like, we really do just want them. Like, yes, we want to shut off our opponent's creatures, but we still want to kill them with our own creatures. And this piece I might even play in this deck, even if we're not like, well, we'd have to be doing Song, but still waiting for the return of Robopod. You've been a patient one. That's why we call you Raccoon One, because of your patience. Raccoons are a very patient animal. I don't know. I don't think they are, actually. They rummage through the trash. But no, maybe they're patient. Maybe they're patient that they wait. They wait for the right moment. What a meme this has become, but I'm kind of digging it. I'm actually kind of digging it. I like that we've now found a way to have indirect damage that I don't actually have to connect with my opponent, aka Rage Forger. I like that we've brought back Song of Freylease. I did feel like, even back in the day, that this was a better engine. I do like that we have a bunch of tutors again, which instead of just trying to draw or scry to the combo, I think we should just have tutors. Hit the bullets from the board. Oh yeah, I did all of that just to get one more human into the deck. My life. We did all of that just to get another human into the build. This is a non-human. This is a human. Non-human humans. So 8, either or. 7 only. 17 not. And I do think this is a good place for the deck to be, by the way. If there's one pile I'd rather have a lot more of, it is the but we can't completely neglect our human count. So we've got an evasion piece, a bullet piece, and we've got an anthem piece in our human package. But most of what we're doing in the humans is just the Winota herself and the Spyros. And again, like, it's not good to necessarily count the Winotas for it. Like, it's like, okay, Brews Spy. Well, then, how many humans are you running that you actually want to hit? It's 11. That's not very many. That's like borderline. Now, granted, divide 60 by 6. What do you get? Somebody in chat, do some math. You got this. I mean, I know the answer to the question I'm asking. I want somebody to go through the, like, is 11 unplayable for Winota? Yeah, it's a lot weaker. It's really low. I'd much rather have like 17 or even 18 humans. A lot of that has to do with the fact that we're playing these. But this gives our deck another plan. Like, this card is actually just really good again. Like, when we're going wide, the plus and counters, the abilities, it's actually quite good. No, if you did the math, it's 10. So 60 card deck, right? We're not playing Winota with Yorion like some of the Yorion builds of taxes that also play Winota. So it's okay to look at this. Like, I mean, I like to include 3 out of the 4 Winotas and think about this more like 14. But let's just do the math, right? 11. Let's round it down to 10. 60 cards in the deck. Winota triggers, they look how many cards deep? They look 6. 6 cards deep. So ratio-wise, if we were thinking about this deck in like a kind of collected company sense where there's a certain ratio of lands to spells to creatures, the ratio of non-humans to humans, you could get away with even just 10 humans that you want, right? And the reason being is, well, I'm digging 6 deep. One of them, if you do the math perfectly, right? If I mean, it's the shuffler's not going to evenly distribute our humans, though. So oftentimes you also will have to maybe grab a Winota herself. She gives herself essentially indestructible in haste. So it's a little bit weaker. But yeah, only 15 humans. It's probably not enough. But I'd be interested to keep trying. This is no longer really like a Rage Forger build. This is more so a Song of Freylease build. This is just an anthem that is indirect damage that is a lasting effect if the anthem gets removed on some of our threats. So maybe this version could be league worthy. We do have enough monies, right? Or we don't anymore. I blew it. No, I didn't. We have 241 points. Wow. Okay. All right, so let's hit the hay. I'm tired, guys, but this has been fun. I've got I gotta get some sleep. This was really, really fun. Thank you for coming, folks. This was really enjoyable. Thanks for being here. This was fun. Let's do it again sometime soon. Maybe even as early as this weekend. But let me host over to another streamer. I think that's the nicest thing I can do for someone else who's also on the stream game, because well, I kind of got my start from some generous hostings. Modern Is It Prowess? That could be fun. Connorman, do you guys know Connorman? I could host over to, is there any other modern streamers? Cube. There's lots of Cube. Understandable. Cube is fun. I think I'm going to host over to Connorman. Do you know anything? Do you guys know anything about Connorman? Oh, hold on. No, I lost it because I resized the modern. I saw another modern deck. Hold on. I saw another modern streamer. Here it is. Hold on. Let me listen in on this. Streamception, I know. Audio's not the best, but yeah, audio isn't the best. Lighting's not great. Those are like little things he could fix in the future, though. Would you guys rather see this list or the other list? Yeah, so he's playing the new builds that are trying to flicker Elite Spellbinder a bunch. Let's go make this guy's night. Let's go say hi. I'm gonna raid over to this guy. Raid. Right? We can do it. You guys will have to help me do it, but let's go make this person's evening, perhaps. MTGO. Well, that's an assumption. I don't know if it's evening time for him. I'll see you guys though on the next show. Go say hi for me. Let's get the raid going. Hit that yes button in the chat. 11 of you want to go say hi. 27 of you. 37, 46. I love the community we're building. 55 of you. Thanks, guys. Have a nice night. I'll see you on the next show. Let's do it. Rating now.